Morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Really glad to see a lot of people are watching. So please keep sharing because that's how the message gets out. What is this in my beard? Okay. Looks like I need to trim there. Okay. Now, Julia, good morning. Linda M. Tara, good morning. Good morning. Julia, the official timekeeper, keeping track of stuff for us. Good stuff. Blue Nose, DVD, no. Brenda Grant. Good morning, Brenda. Salty Air. Salty Air spoke to, yes, okay. That's a question for Tara. Seawood, Squirrel, Glow Watcher. Good morning. Good morning. Now, I wanted to start off by, please share. Continue to share on your social media platforms. I hate asking people for stuff, but it's how the message gets out, and that's how the pressures get on them. Now, some good digging by Julia and Nikki. Thank you very much, both of you, to fact check and dig through what I was saying and came across some interesting information. So we had the video that was recorded that I was playing was, funnily enough, recorded back in March. Let's see if I've got this right. One moment, please. I want to make sure I get my corrections right here before. So it looks like it appears March 6th it was recorded. March 6th. So obviously prior to April 18, 19. Now, if you go through, interestingly enough, which they did, thank you, and we have the video that featured Dustine, etc., premiered April 21st, 2020. So, in fact, it looks a little worse. Even though it was made earlier, they chose to premiere the video with Dustine and all of this 2 days after what happened in Nova Scotia. Pretty bad timing, I would say. Where's Dustine doing her thing? The YMCA. This is the other one. Okay, we will rescue you. Interesting. Yes. Okay. Spooky stuff. We got JJ. Good morning. NS44. Good morning. Trish. Lund. Trish, how you doing? It's good to see you. Slice Cube. Noticed you around some. Thank you for popping in, and well, not some. I've seen you around, definitely. Thank you. Caper. Freckles at work today. Jiang. That's why no masks. Okay, is that why no masks? Well, I don't know. Are they pushing bad stuff? March. There would be no masks, right? Yep, at 1 you've got work. Okay. Now, a couple of other things. I made a tweet. I want to be sure that I gave credit where it's due. The one that I did about the dash cam stuff. Okay. This tweet here about the dash cam and demanding the dash cam stuff, and that it's been done since 2014. This is Todd's great work. Todd does a lot of stuff. He knows a lot of things. So wanted to make sure I gave him a shout out for digging this one up for us. He went back through the cert files and found the first mentions of dash cam, or I actually don't know quite the backstory, but he was the one that discovered that dash cam footage has been used in Nova Scotia, CERT, since 2014, for the RCMP cars, so that they have used it in actual cases before. So that's why I'm like, get the dash cam footage, you're going to get all the answers. Well, not all, definitely not. You won't get the covert ops necessarily. They may drop some things. Also, I think, I don't know. Nobody said anything to me about it, but I may have, maybe I was just having a bad dream, but I may have wrongly stated that Addie MacCallum is of Cumberland, which is not true. If I did say that, then that's my apologies to him and everybody else. Addie MacCallum is Pictou district commander, so DPO, I believe. And that's who is on deck today. Craig Learning, DPO for Cumberland. Craig Learning also has, he's the man who was missing that night. I believe could not get a hold of him. He now also has a DUI, apparently, that took place afterwards. Is facing code of conduct, and also up on criminal charges. So, or Motor Vehicle Act charges, whatever it is down there. Now, want to get that out of the way. Okay, so there's my corrections. Hopefully I'm caught up. I don't know. Addie MacCallum, interestingly enough, also was in. So I've left a bunch of links down below. I want to touch on that before. Hopefully we can get a couple of minutes here before it starts, and I will get into it a little bit more. Addie MacCallum is also formerly Bible Hill. So that's rather interesting. He's got a lot of interesting things, though, so I can't really get into too much. But when I was digging through when I was looking over at the documents a little bit again, I noticed something. Addie MacCallum. Addie MacCallum's emails. Addie MacCallum is sending emails to himself from his personal accounts with photos. And that started a rabbit hole, so the email is coming out at Eastern Standard Time, being sent on the server. So I don't know if somebody else is accessing his account, his personal account. Okay, now I spoke about the Gmails and the O drives. If that is in fact the case, anything that's sent from his personal account, you cannot ATIP. And he does this a bunch. Here he's sending emails from his personal account to some account I can't even understand. GW check. I looked into some of this stuff. Now, this email sent from his personal account is 3 hour Greenwich time, whereas the other one is 4, which is Eastern Standard Time. So I get the feeling that somebody logged in his account and sent an unknown photo at 8. Well, see, if that's the case, then it may be, I don't know. And we know all the Eastern Standard funny stuff. Colchester's operating on Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Nobody else wants to. Deep rabbit hole. Better make sure I've got this lined up here too. Hold on one moment. Because I don't want to miss the stuff and talk into, where's that? RCMP communications has not started yet. Okay, good. How am I going to do this here? Because we're going to start here in a minute.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
So you can't ATIP his emails that are listed like this. This is a supreme no-no. And he knows that. He's sending emails from himself to himself, from whatever, a Gmail address or whatever, personal address. You can't, like say this one. You could not ATIP this one. They did tell us, but this got me going on when was the photo sent? So he's got another one that's like that too. This dummy stuff, sending pictures, resized pictures. This one is at 1:30 in the morning to somebody, dummy account, phony account with dummy texts. I don't know, somebody who knows tech stuff. This MIME 822 stuff, I dug around in that. That's a bit of a weird thing. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody with a lot more technical skill can explain. But it definitely got me going on where did the picture emerge, the picture of the car. And I started digging through a whole bunch of different people down in Halifax, RCMP down in Halifax. Oh, and I really can't say where the picture emerged yet. It's definitely not clear. 7:15. And this is on a totally side issue. Maureen, David McGrath were at the house. Well, it's related. There's a piece in here. She transported them to DPS. We're out of the house, whatever house, don't know. Where they were placed in the same room as Janice Banfield.
Good morning.
Constable Clark started to interview them. That's a no-no. You don't question them together. It's not even a married couple. They're all getting questioned together. That's why the warrants are the same.
Hello, bonjour, and bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As always, our work is grounded through the public submissions survey on our website. Your input is valuable and very important to us. Your suggestions will help us to make stronger recommendations. I will now ask Commission Counsel Anna Mancini to begin. Ms. Mancini? Or Mr. Roger Burrow. My apologies.
Not at all. Thank you, Commissioner
Senior
Fitch. Sometimes we get confused, and that's understandable. This morning, I would propose to call the witness, Lia Scanlan. You will have a witness come. Ms. Scanlan, if you'd remain standing just for a moment, I understand that you wish to be sworn on the Bible.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
You are Lia Scanlan.
Correct.
I'm going to spell Lia, L-I-A,
Yes.
and Scanlan is S-C-A-N-L-A-N.
Yes.
You got it right. Okay. And I just wanted to give you a sense, Ms. Scanlan, of what will be going on here today. I'm going to ask you some questions. There will be other counsel, possibly, that will ask you some questions. I'm going to ask you some questions with respect to the mass casualty and your involvement in communications. It will be likely that I will be referencing a document called the communications, RCMP communications, as we go through. I'll try to isolate some paragraphs for purposes of providing a waypost or guide for you and I to discuss what's discussed in the materials. There have been foundational documents that have been submitted to the commissioners, to the commission, and it's absolutely essential that we be right, that that information is correct. So I'm going to go over some of that information with you to ensure that that's what's going on. Okay?
Understood.
That makes sense? Very
Yes.
good. So what I'd like to do then is just begin our conversation today with some introduction material that I know about you and ask you to comment on that, okay?
Okay.
So I understand you are the Director of Strategic Communications for the RCMP in H Division?
Correct at the time.
I got that right. All right. And I understand that you have a background in psychology. That is, you have a psychology degree from 2004. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And it's actually an honors psychology degree.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I understand that you also have a bachelor's of public relations obtained in 2011. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's generally your educational background?
Yes, it is.
Very good. In 2009, am I correct to say that you were hired as a communications advisor by the RCMP and HDiv as a media relations advisor?
I was a senior advisor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that is your initial involvement then with the RCMP?
Yes.
Goes back to 2009?
Yes, that's when I was first hired.
Am I correct to say that in 2011, you undertook a project where there was the initial rollout of what I will call a social media strategy with HDiv? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but
Okay.
you had a primary role in that, did you, Ms. Scanlan?
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Between 2011 and 2014, I understand your role at RCMP Media Relations involved you being seconded to a number of specific projects. Is that right?
Yes.
In particular, I think you can tell us about the service delivery re-engineering project that you were involved in.
Yep.
And that you were also involved in a Halifax policing review in 2011 to 2014. Is that right?
Yeah, it might have been 2010, but yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. And importantly, I understand that you were involved personally, professionally in 2014, June of 2014,
Correct.
in the Kodiak incident, the shooting there. Is that right?
Yes.
I understand that you actually personally attended and used your skills as a strategic advisor to advise and participate in the comms strategy as a result of that?
Yes, when the gunman was at large.
Right. You were in Moncton then, were you?
Yes, I was in Kodiak and relieved their director.
Okay, thank you. So I also understand that you were involved in the preparation of what we called euphemistically the McNeil Report. That is the independent review Moncton shooting, June 4th, 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, without a great deal of detail, what your role was in that document?
Sure. So I was hired as the strategic advisor to the independent review team that was spearheaded by Alphonse McNeil. And essentially, I was providing advice and guidance to the retired assistant commissioner with regards to the document itself. He and I wrote the report, co-authored it, I would like to say. He has the final say, but I definitely contributed.
If I said that you were involved in writing portions and or significant portions of the document, would that be right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, very good. In 2018, I understand you were appointed the Director of Strategic Comms, the position you have now.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. And I also understand in your current position that you've been periodically seconded to the production of a number of policing analysis reports. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that outline your background, both educationally and professionally, generally for the
Yes, it does.
Very good. Okay. Then I think what we'll do is move on to a discussion of what Strategic Communications Unit is. Could you give us a general, broad overview of what, I'm going to call it StratComms, I think I'm comfortable enough with it now, as to what it is, please?
So StratComms, it's a unit, so essentially we communicate to our stakeholders on behalf of the Nova Scotia RCMP. So our stakeholders include the public, our employees, citizens, stakeholder groups, and we do that to help solve and prevent crime. Also to help maintain and foster public trust with the RCMP, as well as to keep people informed and aware during ongoing situations. But our primary objective is public safety.
Fine. So in my exposure to the materials over the past number of months, I've seen reference to something called the Media Relations Unit. And are you able to line up what that is compared to the StratComms unit so I can be absolutely clear if there's a difference? Thank you.
So it's the same unit. I guess it's a reflection of the evolution of media and in general. Not just within the RCMP, but I mean communication in general. So with the introduction of social media or the inception of social media, I think every corporation, every industry had to learn how to adapt, and the RCMP were certainly we had to adapt. So pre-social media, we relied heavily on the media as our only means to get information out. It was either that or phone calls or fax machine. So media relations was a significant component of how you communicated. With the introduction of social media and then the adoption of social media by the RCMP, specifically in Nova Scotia, it didn't seem as fitting anymore. So we had a means to communicate directly to the public. And so myself and the former director felt it more suiting that it was called the Strategic Communications Unit because it was less about trying to make your information or pitching ideas and making them relevant, and you now had an opportunity to communicate directly to your stakeholders on any matter. So that's how that evolved. And it was actually back in 2011, but the paperwork wasn't, it was used interchangeably, but that was done in the early days. And then, but it wasn't really solidified. It wasn't solidified on paper. So that has since happened. So that's the difference.
So did you actually have a role in the change of the name from Media Relations to StratComms?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm interested in the fact that you referred to social media and corporations having strategies for communications. And that just seems to have been something that has developed over the past number of years to deal with social media. Can you give us any idea of the challenges, if there are any, with respect to being a strategic communications advisor in the RCMP?
Yeah, I mean, definitely comes with quite a few challenges. I think first and foremost, you're working within the government of Canada, and so you're required to adhere to policies and guidelines, and that perhaps don't translate or make sense to other people, but we have to uphold those. It's also policing, and I think that policing is, you know, it can be challenging to communicate while protecting the integrity of the investigation and adhering to all the different acts that we must adhere to with respect to maintaining privacy of the victims, not compromising the integrity of investigation, and ensuring that you are not compromising public safety, officer safety. So it definitely comes with a set of challenges. For me, what I felt is one of the most challenging is a lack of understanding of what police do, and it's a lot, and we need to take accountability for that, I think, policing, because we collectively haven't done always the best job at making it make sense. So, you know, we can often get accused from hiding behind the integrity of an investigation, but I think the onus is on us to then explain what we mean by that to the best of our ability in plain language. So, you know, and a lot of people, when they encounter police, it might not be the most, you know, a lot of people encounter police in their most challenging times in life. So when people are looking at, say, the RCMP Nova Scotia Facebook page, they already might not come, they might have, you know, not the greatest of experiences with police, but it's our job to ensure that we're doing our best to communicate the excellent work of our employees. And so, yeah.
The interesting word in strategic comms is that descriptor, strategic.
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Strategic to me means communicating with a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do or believe in doing anything for a check in the box. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's, because quite frankly, I just feel that that's a waste of time. So, and it's not only strategic. When I say strategic, I don't mean just for the organization. I don't mean just for the RCMP. I mean for the stakeholders, being mindful of what is it that our, you know, communities telling us. What are the concerns? What are the concerns right now between a particular area and the police? And ensuring that we're hearing them, addressing those, working with our detachment folks, our members on the ground to ensure that we're trying to close that gap. That's what I mean.
I presume that one of the difficulties of being a strategic communications unit is reacting to ongoing situations
Yes.
as they emerge,
Absolutely.
as opposed to strategically planning a campaign or an effort to deal with an issue. Can you talk about that as being a difficulty and or a challenge for you?
Yeah, so it's a challenge that you become accustomed to, unfortunately. By nature of the job, policing, we're reactive. We're reacting to situations that are unfolding or taking place. So as far as what that means for the communications function, you're not often given a luxury to think about things for a long time. You have to make decisions quickly, and you can't control the number of things coming at you at one time. You might go in and think, so for example, you know, in collisions, the number one cause of deaths in collision remains not wearing your seatbelt or improper use of the seatbelt. So, you know, you might have in your mind, okay, we're going to develop a campaign in relation to that. We're going to work on that. We're going to have a meeting, develop a communications plan. You walk in, no, there's any number of scenarios that can be taking place. And there's a lot, because it's all of Nova Scotia that we police. And so on the run of a day, you're dealing with collisions, stabbings, barricaded persons, school lockdowns. I could go on, and the list is endless, and not all of them make the news. Yeah.
And that's what I'm interested in, the sort
Yeah.
of reactive component
Yes.
of the job. What amount of the practice of stratcoms would be reactive? And I know that's
I would say, no, that's a very fair question. I think 80%.
okay. And when you say reactive, do you mean personnel or professionals at Stratcoms dealing with a situation as the interaction or the liaison between the public and the persons and or officers involved in the incident?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I'm trying to get a sense of this reactive nature of your job. I get a sense that the reactive nature of your job in your public relations job is different than a normal public relations.
Yes.
And you had
Okay.
said that it was about 80% reactive.
Yeah.
That number surprised me a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just trying to get what you mean by being reactive.
Okay, sorry. So I mean, reacting to situations that are unfolding. So that could be, so the information comes to our unit. Someone in our unit learns that a collision, there's a multi-vehicle collision, while at the same time there could be a barricaded person with a hostage. So what I mean by reacting is then it's our job to gather the facts, gather that information from the people dealing with the scene. So someone in that area, we gather the facts, draft something, get it back to them for approval, and then send it out. So reactive in the sense that you're responding to the events that are unfolding during that day.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives us a sense of the Stratcom's role being perhaps a little different. Let's talk then about the actual structure of strategic communications in April of 2020, because I want to make sure we get this correct. I understand that there was the director, you, and there was the assistant to the director, Ms. Kayla Rees, is that correct?
Yep.
And then there were a senior communications advisor, that's Cindy Bayers.
Yep.
And two communications advisors, Regis Dudley and Cindy McKenzie.
Correct.
And two public information officers, Corporal Coteau and Corporal Clark.
Correct.
Is that, have I got the structure
You
right?
got that right.
All right, we heard about this yesterday. I'd like to know the director's role, please. What your job description was and generally, and who it was you would be reporting to, if anybody.
Okay, so I report directly to the commanding officer. In the job description, again, within the government of Canada, they can be pretty generic, so I'm going to deviate a little bit and speak to the reality of what it is that you do.
Reality, yeah.
On a day-to-day, I provide strategic advice to the entire senior management team on issues that may be presented or that are unfolding. But my primary function is to establish direction for the strategic communications unit. And what I mean by direction is so ensuring that what we're focusing on, so aside from ops, so operations drives business, so that's understood. But when we have time or when we have the resources to focus our time elsewhere, that we're developing strategies that align with provincial priorities, national priorities, or the objectives determined in individual detachment areas and APPs. So you're setting the overall direction. Yeah.
I think I have a sense of that. You say you report to the commanding officer. Correct. Who's that, please? In April of 2020?
It was Lee Bergerman, Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, now retired.
Okay. And would you have regular or ongoing contact with the Assistant Commissioner?
Yes.
In your position?
Yes, very much so.
How often would you have contact with the Assistant Commissioner routinely? Are you able to say?
Daily.
Daily?
Yeah, so the function, which I'm proud to say, in Nova Scotia, the director of comms position, you're not fighting to be at the management table, you're very much a part of it.
Okay. We've been familiar with or become familiar with the terms crops officer.
Yes.
That was Chief Superintendent Leather.
It was, yes.
And would you have had contact regularly with the Chief Superintendent Leather?
Yes, yes.
And would he be involved in terms of setting direction or giving advice to you on how to set direction at Stratcoms?
Not necessarily set direction. I would seek him out. So because a lot of what we deal with is police operations and he's the criminal operations officer, I was in frequent contact with him in relation to incidents. Yeah.
You'd used an expression, have a seat at the management table.
Yes.
Tell us about that. What does that mean? Who is the management table?
So the management table, it's, you know, we're within a rank organization. So I would call it, you know, at the inspector level and above. However, there's a lot of people that are in acting positions, so I don't like to talk about rank. It's the leadership team within the RCMP. You know, and reporting to the commanding officer. When I say the management table, it just means people very much, I'm a part of any discussion. People listen to my advice.
Okay. Give me a sense, though, who it would be at that management table.
Okay,
Assistant Commissioner Bergerman.
Yep.
And who else?
Chief Superintendent Chris Leather.
Yes.
Superintendent Darren Campbell.
Yes.
Superintendent Poppet.
Yes.
Superintendent Rodier.
Mhm.
I'm going to keep those.
Because those are 5 names.
Yeah.
And those are people that you would have had regular contact in your position as director of Stratcoms?
Some less frequent. So Popick, for example, depending on, I think at the time he might have been in federal. So, you know, there was less contact.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely, it was open door. Yeah.
Okay,
I saw them
good.
quickly.
Where's the Stratcoms office physically located?
Yeah, so it's actually intentionally physically located because I was there when they designed the building and moved in adjacent or near the CO's, the commanding officer's office. So you're on the 2nd floor.
Yep.
And also on that floor is strategic planning, and that's where finance also sits.
Okay. And would all of the strategic communications employees that we've described be at that location on the 2nd floor near the commanding office?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so I think we've discussed the role of the director. I want to ask you about the role of the senior advisor. Are we talking hierarchical situation here as well? That is, next to the director comes the senior advisor. Would that be right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's my 2IC.
Okay, and thank you. That makes it clear. So what are her responsibilities?
So her responsibilities, so the communications advisors report directly to the senior communications advisor, so Cindy Bears. And she's like my right hand. So she is someone who I have the utmost trust in. I trust her judgment, and she can step in for me if I'm.
Can she make decisions independently of you?
Absolutely, yes.
All right.
Yeah, she can make decisions, yeah.
Okay, would she share the same type of responsibilities you have with respect to the management table, or is that reserved for the director?
It's reserved for me, but at the same time, she's able to go if I'm not there.
I see.
We're equals in the sense that if she wants, she's definitely my 2IC, but if I wasn't there, certainly she's as welcome at the management table and is listened to.
Does she have any specific assigned roles within Stratcoms besides the 2IC status you've discussed?
Yeah, so if, when I'm determining what area of focus we're going to do, so let's say we're going to focus on impaired driving. Yeah. I request a communications plan be developed.
Okay.
With a strategy and all those components. So a communications advisor would put that plan together. They would bring it forth to Cindy.
Okay.
And she would meet with me and say, is this what we're, are we headed in the right direction? She would oversee the implementation of that plan, and ultimately report it back to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting a sense of that. So you've talked about the the communications advisor, which next on the rung. What are their responsibilities then?
So their responsibilities are to, they develop communications plans, but they also, if the public information officers, so one of the things that I've left out is that if the public information officers are either not able to take a phone call or on a phone call or giving an interview or off that day, we're able, any one of us in the unit is able to take information on an ongoing incident or a completed incident. So if charges are laid, so with regards to operations, all of us can gather information, collect information, and create a post. Right. Or a release or whatever that's going to look like. So all of us can do that. So they often, the communications advisors, were often assisting the public information officers in, it's a head to bounce something off of. So if we're trying to look for a way to say something, or if a public information officer writes something and he says, this doesn't seem to translate well to the public, the communications advisor's job is to say, yeah, no, that's police language. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I right that the positions we've just described, the director, the senior communications advisor, and the communications advisors are civilian positions?
Civilian positions, yes, made up of like public service employees and civilian members.
Okay,
yes.
They're not members.
Not
full
police
members.
officers. Yes.
Right. And generally, without a great deal of detail, what is the training requirements for those positions?
So the training requirements, and they vary. So just keep in mind, this is Nova Scotia. For us, the requirement was a university degree in communications. So how I had mentioned.
Yeah.
Bachelor of Public Relations and Communications.
Right, okay. Would there be any training regime or ongoing continuing education with respect to operational issues within the RCMP for communications advisors or senior communication advisor?
There's not really a lot available
Mhm.
with regards to training in relation to operations
Okay.
for.
So just to tie a bow on that, we've heard a great deal of information about training available to members, IR training,
Yes.
carbine training, critical incident training. Would the senior communications advisor or communications advisors be exposed to that type of training in any fashion or manner?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And if you were exposed to it, you know, you likely sought it out. I mean, I've attended carbine training as a spectator, just
Okay.
to watch. You know, most of the training with relations to communications and policing, you seek it out,
Okay.
and you seek it out externally. Yeah.
So operational familiarity comes through experience.
Absolutely.
I get it. Thank you. Let's move on to the PIO, the Public Information Officer. This is a member.
Yes. Both at
Okay,
the
what's
corporal
that position about and why are they members?
So they're members, and again, it differs depending on the province that you're in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Myself and the former director felt strongly that spokespersons should be police officers.
Why?
Why? I think, you know, it's my opinion, but I feel that citizens, when they're seeing a police officer on, you know, we're speaking about police operations on TV, I felt strongly that it should be a uniform member.
Okay.
And they're members. They went to depot, they've got the training, they've been through it.
Okay, and this is what I was talking to you about, operational training with
Yeah.
communications. This is something that the PIOs would have, this operational training?
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
they're regular members
Okay.
that,
And are you telling me that there's a benefit to having a regular member be the face of the strategic communications unit in terms of provision of information to the public? Is that important?
yes, I do feel it's important.
Okay.
In my opinion, yes. Others disagree.
Okay. All right. I think we've outlined the background and the roles of the participants or people involved in the Stratcoms unit. I'd like to ask you about availability of people. That
Yeah.
is, you told us that the Stratcoms was reactive to certain circumstances. How available are members of the strategic communications unit to react to any incident that emerges?
Yes. So our schedule, it's a Monday to Friday schedule, so it's not shift work. So Monday it's 700 hours, someone's in working, and then that goes till Friday at 4:30. So we have varied work hours, but in terms of coverage throughout the week, I'm, as the director, glued to my phone. I was always available.
Sorry,
Yes.
always available?
Yeah, I was readily available. Like, yes, I was available as much as you could possibly be. So I, you know, and what I mean by that is I would, you know, not officially, but I would sleep with my phone. I would run with my phone. I would, it's just the reality of the position.
Okay. Tell us about the official availability.
The official is, we have an on-call schedule,
Mhm.
and that starts at end of day Friday. So at 3:30 or 4 o'clock, depending on that person's shift. And it goes until beginning of work Monday morning. And so that schedule was either, so it gets complicated. It sounds complicated when I explain it. So you have the public information officers. So can I use names?
Of course.
Okay. So Lisa and Jen, so because that was their regular duties, they each took one weekend a month.
Right.
So when they were on call, it was just them.
Yeah.
No comms advisor was assigned with them. So because that was their regular duties.
Yeah.
However, they always knew that they could make a phone call to someone on the team if it was required. On the weekends, you know, for their wellness, they shouldn't be on call they shouldn't be taking 2 weekends a month, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So we had established, they were called on-call public information officers. So
Okay.
they were regular members who had come into our unit, received training. And what I mean by training, it's nothing formal, but it's spending a day with us where you make them write releases, and they, learn the function, get up to speed, shadow Jen or Lisa for a day. And if they were on call, a comms advisor was assigned to be on call with them.
Gotcha.
So it was like a piggyback
Right.
approach. Because in fairness to them, that wasn't their regular duties, and they were doing us a solid.
Okay, so you had acting PIOs fill in
Yes.
every two
Ideally,
weeks.
yes.
Yeah, okay. And all right, I'm getting a sense of that. Thank you. What about the risk manager? What about the engagement between Stratcoms and risk manager at OCC? Can you tell us anything about that? Was that?
Yeah, there's a lot of engagement.
Okay.
So we rely on the we heavily rely on the risk managers because they have a lot of information and know what's going on.
Yeah.
And they're always available.
Did they have any training with respect to release of public information?
Yes.
Do they have the capacity to release public information without going through the Stratcoms unit?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
Okay.
Director.
I can't remember the year, but we recognized, I think it was back in possibly 2014 or 2015, that there was the improvements could be made with regards to the overnight hours. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to come in at 7 o'clock in the morning. With social media, you've got things occurring overnight. So in fairness, media shouldn't really have to be waiting until 7 o'clock to be reporting something when it's already perhaps out there on social media. So, in conjunction with the risk managers, we went up to the OCC, at the time it was in Truro, and had a very lengthy discussion to get a mutual understanding of the benefits of that and the reasons why we would suggest doing that. And so we did training. I mean, it was under different leadership at that time. It's different people, but it became, I think it was 2015, so it became part of their practice. Now, it wasn't, the risk managers would not put something out in relation to every incident. We're talking about things like missing persons, collisions, highway closures, anything that's kind of, I hate to say this, but more standard. If it was an active or significant incident, whether it be a barricaded person or there's a number of things that would make the criteria, they would call the director.
Right, I'm getting that sense. What, was there any documentation or any policies with respect to when a risk manager can release information to the public without engaging Stratcoms, or can you give us some assistance in that
So I wouldn't
regard?
call it policy. It was a document that was created, and
Okay.
it was created in, again, I think it was 2015 or 2014.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's been updated since, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. What about critical incident commanders? Would they have independent capacity to release information to the public without going through Stratcoms?
No, they wouldn't, just because they wouldn't have access to the tools, no.
Okay, all right. Anything further you could tell us about Stratcom's connection or interaction with risk managers?
No, just that they're a great source of information.
Okay, very good. Let's talk then about your tenure at Stratcom's HDIV in terms of communication strategies, because I'm getting the sense that things have developed over your tenure to rely very heavily on social media. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Are you able to fill me in on that?
Yeah, and if I go down a path that is useless, just let me know,
I'll
because I have a
stop you, don't
tendency.
worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, back to what I mentioned earlier with relation to the changing of the name of the unit.
Yeah.
Communication has changed in general. So, and it's significant. The introduction or the advancement of communication such that social media became a thing was huge.
Yeah.
So it literally changed the way you do business. And for us, at first, I think it's fair to say that some in policing, at times, depending on the leadership, there can be a risk-averse situation where that's considered, there could be a lot of risk inherent with social media, but myself and the director at the time very much understood that whether the RCMP really liked it or not, you're going to have to get on board with that. And so we were strong proponents of getting the Nova Scotia RCMP on social media.
And that occurred under your watch?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, under the former director's watch, but yes, I was there, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us then about social media platforms that the RCMP would use regularly? In particular, I'm thinking about 2020, April of 2020.
Sure.
What platforms are there? Which ones are accessed? Which ones were there and aren't accessed? If you can give us some sense. Yeah.
So the platforms that we have, social media, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, and we have YouTube. We've been using Facebook and Twitter since 2011. So what we were, YouTube up to 2020, certainly not used very often or very frequently. It presents its own set of challenges, not necessarily as a medium, but within the government of Canada and posting videos, it can be cumbersome. So what we use and have found very effective and a very useful tool to actually help solve and prevent crime and inform people with regards to public safety, Facebook and Twitter. Initially, Facebook, in the early days, it was more Facebook, but Twitter's established itself as a place where people go to access bursts of information, current news, the most up-to-date type of news. It very much manifested itself as that type of platform. So that's how we've been communicating. Oh, sorry, and we also have, we have other means of communicating, but that's it with regards to social media. Yes.
Right. The news release methodology was something I assume was employed by StratsCom. Is that still in existence?
It still is, yes.
How's that work? Just to tie a bow on that.
Yeah, so it's a database, it's email. So it's sending like a traditional news release that goes to newsrooms or anyone who subscribes. So it doesn't have to be an individual reporter, it can be any citizen. They can receive a news release and then they take that information, turn it into, if they choose to, whatever they would like.
The use of the social media strategy was to get as much information to as many Nova Scotians as possible. Would that be a fair assessment on my part, or is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong. It's to get information out as quickly as we could, because social media is the only platform that allows amplification of your message. So instead of one-to-one, it's one-to-many. So whether that many is 5, whether it's 10, whether it's 20, and then the ability for those people to participate in sharing your information. So what I mean by that is on Twitter, for example, you can retweet or you can create your own tweet. The RCMP just said this, so that's what I mean by amplification.
I guess what I'm leading at, there are some people, some old guys that don't use Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
So I guess, how would you reach people like me in terms of a strategic communications strategy? Yeah,
and so the goal with having Twitter or any platform for that matter, you fully understand and anticipate you're never going to get 100% of your population, your target population on that. We reach people by the news networks. Well, it used to be newsrooms, but now individual reporters have, again, the newsrooms have changed. So that whole landscape have changed. They follow us and they have the ability to, if they choose to, broadcast it on radio, print, television, or on their own social media networks. And that, again, that won't guarantee that you're ever going to see that. If you don't listen to the news, don't turn your TV on, don't listen to the radio, it's
going to be a problem.
It's going to be a problem.
Right. Okay. And just to sort of finish this area off, what can you tell us about access to the Alert Ready system through Stratcoms? Any insight on that on April of 2020?
No access to the Alert Ready system.
Did you have any awareness of what an Alert Ready system was for public communications?
I didn't, other than the 2 weeks before this, there was, I was aware that I received an alert related to COVID. Yeah, and I was very aware of the Amber Alert system, but not anything beyond the Amber Alert system.
Had you, in your position as the director, had any involvement with discussions about the implementation of the Alert Ready program in Nova Scotia?
No. Not prior to
Yeah.
this incident, no.
Prior to April of 2020?
Yes, no.
Okay, very good. Okay, have you given us a sense about the social media platform, tweets or Twitter being the way things go? I'm trying to get an idea about how much your time is taken with Twitter and Facebook as in your role at Stratcoms, or
So it's our primary method of communicating.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I don't know that it's about how much time is taken. So
Yeah.
Facebook, you know, because what you choose to put on Facebook are more of the campaign type stuff, the photos.
Yeah.
Twitter, less time, in the sense that you might use it more. It might be the most used tool, but it's quite flexible and adaptive, and it allows us to, you know, the other great thing about Twitter, it allows you to attach what we are required to provide. So whether that be videos, maps, photos.
Mhm.
So,
okay,
yeah.
Great, thank you. Let's talk then about how a tweet, or I think that's what it's called, a tweet.
It's a tweet.
How does that come about? How does it get created? What's the process for doing that within Stratcoms? Can you give us a sense of that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So regardless if it's a tweet, a news release, a Facebook post, any, when we're providing information externally, the job of whoever's drafting it, so whether it's the comms advisor, the public information officer, is to gather the relevant facts. And you're gathering the facts from the field. So you need to have made contact. So if we find out from the media that something's occurring here, or if we find out from a risk manager gives us a heads up, or if someone from a detachment area calls and say we have a collision here, or we've got a barricaded person, we call into that area. They're ready for our call. They're waiting for us, or they identify immediately, here, I'm just going to put you through to so-and-so who can get you the information. You gather the facts and identify who's going to approve it.
Okay, let's look at the foundational document.
Sure.
Just for purposes of this approval process. And
Yep.
In particular, Madam Registrar, page 13, paragraph 31, the foundational document references an affidavit that was presented by you to the Commission with respect to the approval process for the release of tweets. It depends on the circumstance. For example, an employee with Stratcoms unit might be directed to release a tweet to warn the public about icy roads. This would be a matter that falls within the unit and no outside approval process is required. I'm interested in the outside approval process, when it's required, how it's determined, and who determines that.
Okay. So yes, that is correct with regards to road conditions. So in that case, like an icy road, it's not going to be, but if we have an instance where the icy road has caused a collision and there's a road closure,
Yeah.
then that crosses into the realm of operations. So you're going to get the information, and then you're going to go back to confirm that the information is accurate. Okay. So, and the reason for that is because by the time you get the information, put it together, depending on how long the road could be open, or something else could have changed on the ground operationally. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So just moving on the quote,
Sure.
Ms. Scanlan, in an active policing situation,
Yep.
we're going to look at paragraph 14 of your affidavit, where Stratcoms has been engaged to release information to the public, they would have any proposed tweet approved by their RCMP contact in the field before releasing it. So that's an active policing situation, and that seems to invoke an approval process.
Right.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, so in an active shooter situation, the approval is going to come from operations, the critical incident commander.
Okay. So Stratcoms can't take it on themselves to release a tweet about what's going on, say in this case in Portapique, without approval from the field operations?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Because operations are they're the ears on the ground and they're dealing with the operations. So I feel that's significantly important that operations is the approver on information that goes out publicly, because they have the most current context as to what's taking place. And what I think has become apparent is time can pass between receiving information and a tweet going out, and a lot can happen in that time.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that operations is aware, and that they also know that okay, at this point in time it's going out. So no, as of that day, no, you shouldn't be getting approved, like sending out anything in relation to, you know, the active shooter or a piece of information that you feel is significant. However, later on when you're receiving information, this person's here, just went.
Okay, but
Yeah.
in terms of a policy, and we'll get
Yeah,
into April
yeah.
18th, you're talking about approval in an active shooter situation usually comes from field operations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now tell me about approval within the Stratcom's hierarchy. That is, when is it that approval for the director would be necessary for any information coming into a communications advisor? Can you give us any insight?
Yeah, so it's not, again, it's not in, there's no policy as to when the
Okay.
director is required to approve something or should be approving something.
Yeah.
A lot of it is circumstance specific. So if I was dealing with something and I was the first person to intake the information, the PIO or the comms advisor might feel most comfortable with that.
But do they ever require the director's approval before they send it?
Yeah, there are instances where most definitely I'd say I want to see that before it goes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And why would you do that as the director? Say, I want to see that before it goes.
Well, depending on the type of incident that it is. So if it was highly contentious, if it was confusing, if there was a high risk of public safety, if there was a high degree of officer safety, if I knew that, you know, there have been circumstances when you release the information and you're very aware that the perpetrator or suspect is also likely following your information, and it's going to then impact operations, I need to make sure that I'm aware so that I can engage ops.
You would agree, I think, with me that getting information to the public in a critical incident situation or an active situation, timeliness is important, hey?
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I guess what I'm concerned about when there's an approval process to the director, that's going to have an impact on timelines, right? What do you have to say about that in terms of the director having or being required to approve a tweet when it slows things down?
Yeah, I think we should try to do anything to reduce slowing anything down. So I think that certainly, you know, that's an area, having gone back and looked critically at this incident specifically, improvements can be made there because, yeah, the goal is timeliness and it's public safety trumps all else. So I do feel that improvements can be made there.
We heard yesterday from a witness, Corporal Clark, who said the following with respect to the approval process, and I hope I'm getting it right. The general rule is the bigger the incident is, the more approval is required. What would you say about that comment?
I mean, it's a fair comment. It's you know, I can appreciate what Jen is saying there because the bigger the incident, I think it's what she's referring to is like perhaps the gravity of the incident is maybe what she meant by that. And I can understand because there's a lot of risk inherent in communications too, like putting out the wrong thing. So I think that's what.
So with respect to April 18th and 19th, 2020, did you expect that you would have the final say on tweets that were sent out from Stratcoms?
No, I didn't.
Okay, now that's an interesting juxtaposition to what you said earlier.
Yeah.
And are you able to say why that's the case?
Yeah, because that incident was unfolding literally. There was no time or luxury. It was an active shooter situation with information coming in that needed to get out. So, but I can absolutely appreciate, you know, in absence of having a policy, I can appreciate why anyone in the unit would feel that, okay, it should go to the director because of the gravity of what it was that they were sharing. And you know.
All right. Very good. I think we'll come back to this a little later when we specifically talk about the response of the Strategic Communications Unit. But let me just move on to another topic that has been of some interest to participants, and that is something called the tweet bank. I had a hard time knowing what a tweet is, let alone what a tweet bank is.
Yeah.
What's a tweet bank?
So the tweet bank, it's a reference tool.
Yeah.
And it's something that was created over the course of time. I think when you and I spoke, I said it was 2015. I actually had since gone back and looked, and I think we've started establishing that in 2012. And that created itself based on we know, like in policing operations, a lot of things repeat themselves. So in the run of a month, you average 90 to 150 tweets. So a lot of them are repetitive in the type of incident that it is. So whether it's a stabbing, road conditions, firearms, anything that police respond to. And we realized over the course of time that we're constantly sending these to translation, and the translators must be thinking, God, I just did this one last week. I just did this one. So it was kind of a no-brainer in that sense. And then the other thing that it served over time, we realized, you know, there's people that their first language is not English. And so what, and that might sound like a weird comment, but thinking quickly, this allows someone to reference it and think very quickly and go, okay, searchable. So for example, I'm just going to say a multi-vehicle collision with a road closure. They can go to the document and there's, I'm making up the number, but say 10 tweets that are, I want to say canned, but they're template tweets for them to be able to refer to. Yeah.
And the idea of that, if I can synopsize, is to enter some efficiencies into the process.
Like yes, that was an area where we definitely realized an improvement could be made rather than starting from scratch.
Yeah.
However, there's no requirement to use it.
Right.
It's simply there for reference if you choose.
The efficiencies in this case would be to improve on timeliness of getting information to the public as quick as you can.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, very good. So when I look at paragraph 34 of the foundational document, I see that excuse me, paragraph 34 shows us an attachment to your affidavit, a number of templates or tweets that were in the tweet bank. So at the top of page 34, it says the RCMP are responding to complaints of an active shooter in or around a location. The area is near a location. Avoid the area, residents stay out. That would be something that obviously might have been applying to this situation, the active shooter, right?
Correct.
Right. And I'm looking at the third one down. It says RCMP-NS is responding to a firearms complaint in the X area. The public is asked to avoid the area and stay in their homes with doors. So their doors locked. So that too would also apply to the situation that we're talking about here as well, eh?
Yes.
Yeah. But one seems to be a little bit more responsive. That tweet bank template that we talked about earlier, the active shooter. Would you agree with me in terms of
Yes.
this incident? Okay,
Yes.
I guess what I would like your comment on then is to go to page 16, Madam Registrar. With respect to the actual tweets, the first tweet at 11:32 on April 18th, we know was released by Corporal Croteau, and it says RCMP is responding to a firearms complaint in the Portapique area. The public is asked to avoid the area and stay in their homes with their doors locked. It looks very similar to the very first tweet bank template that we looked at, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that's likely where it came from?
Yeah, I learned that as a part of this process.
Okay. Does that cause you any difficulty or concern?
No, it's available as a tool, and
Okay.
if that's the tool that
Okay.
you want to reference, no.
All right, I understand that. But in terms of the third template in that paragraph, that is the RCMP is responding to the RCMP responding to complaints of an active shooter. That seems to be a little bit more accurate in terms of the situation. Would you agree?
It's more descriptive.
Yeah.
And I also want to preface that
Yeah.
the tweet bank was provided as part of this disclosure. So that could have been, that may have been an addition.
Oh.
That's a fluid document, so it's an evergreen document, so
Oh,
that
I
may have
see.
been added. I truthfully don't know.
Okay, I'm just worried about accuracy,
Yes.
completeness, and
Mhm.
timeliness. The first template seems to be a lot more accurate about what was going on and perhaps might have provided more of a sense of what was going on than a firearms complaint.
Correct.
Do you have any insight into how that came about then in terms of Croteau issuing the firearms complaint? Do you have any? Have you
I
looked back
don't.
at-
I wasn't engaged at that point.
Okay.
I know that conversations, I'm not privy to the conversations
No,
that
of
took
course.
place between Corporal Croteau and those she was speaking with.
Right, I understand that, but I felt it's important to ask. I think
Yeah.
people are very interested in the use of the tweet bank
Yeah.
and the degree of information that gets out to the public.
Yeah. So what I can say is that It's available as a tool. I'm just going to speak for myself. I personally don't use it. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Going back to the timeline of the tweets, that's right before you now, Ms. Scanlan, on the screen. We've seen 11:32 when Corporal Croteau issued the first tweet, and then 8:02 is the next tweet. So we're talking about 8 hours later. It's a significant period of time before the public is informed about what's going on in Portapique and the environs. And I believe at 8:02, you were actually the author of that. The one that says RCMP remains on the scene in Portapique. This is an active shooter situations. Residents in the area, stay inside your homes. You were the author of that?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you have any explanation as the director of Stratcoms why there was this 8.5-hour delay in terms of communications overnight? Can you give us some insight in that regard?
Again, I became engaged at, it was in the late 5s in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
The interesting thing to me, at least from our earlier discussion, is that you said that you were on call all the time, or pretty regularly. Have you any insight or explanation as to why it was you weren't engaged earlier?
I don't have any insight as to why I wasn't. I was not.
Okay, very good. All right, well then let's go a little bit more specifically to April 18th, if you can. We know that Constable Croteau was on call at that time. I just wanted to get a sense before we discuss her role in connection to you about the COVID situation. Did that have any bearing on the Stratcoms unit?
Yeah, and I've been asked that question, and I might be one of the only people that is ever going to say that it served us well, because COVID, that was at the very beginning stages of COVID, and we as a unit had come to the conclusion that someone may get sick, you might not be able to come into the office. So everyone had been ordered about 2 weeks prior to make sure that they left with all of their stuff, like their computers. Whereas pre-COVID, it wasn't a standard practice to take your computer home every day. You have your ability to work off your mobile phone. But, after having thought about that, I realized that it served us well in the sense that in this incident, because those who eventually became available had their computers with them.
So people had their work tools that they might normally have had available to them on this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Let's then move to your initial contact with Corporal Croteau. And I believe, Madam Registrar, just for purposes of guiding us through here, that's described at paragraph 54 to 59 of the foundational document. And paragraph 54 speaks about you being contacted at around 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how did that come about? With not a great deal of detail, but what's that about?
So laying in my bed.
Yeah.
On a Sunday morning, I have a personal phone and a work phone. They're on my night table, and I rolled over. I think it was before 6 o'clock. It was between 5:30 and 6, I believe. Yeah. And I looked at my phone and saw that I had missed calls, two missed calls from Lisa Croteau from just before I woke up. And so I called Lisa back.
Any information available to you, or did you know anything at all about the Portapique situation before this contact?
I literally knew nothing. No.
All right, very good. So you called Corporal Croteau, and what did you learn and what did you do?
So when I make immediate contact with her, and at that time she was en route to the command post. So she says to me, "I'm en route to a command post." Right. I said, "Okay, well, what's taking place?" And I don't recall exactly the conversation, but I referred to my notes, and in my notes it said several victims. I knew that something had taken place overnight, but I couldn't gather a whole lot of information. Right. And I believe she told me a tweet went out. Sure.
I assume that your next step then is to do what you can to get as much information as you possibly can.
Yeah, I said, well, I wanted to get off the phone and get the information. So I said, well, who's your contact?
All right. So paragraph 56 outlines who you actually contacted. It says at approximately 6:50, Lia Scanlan phoned the OCC just as Briers was arriving to relieve Rehill. Rehill informed Briers that media relations was en route. Rehill advised Scanlan to call West, who advised her at 7 a.m. that Halliday would call her. So I'm getting a sense that you had to undertake a degree of communication with quite a few people to get some information. And that surprises me in terms of strategic communications. This doesn't seem all that strategic to go through all these people. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so that's accurate. My first call is going to be the OCC. And Rahill, and it's my understanding that Briers and Rahill were switching shifts.
Yeah.
So Rahill, I don't recall what he told me, but speak to Jeff West. It does sound like a lot, and at the same time, it's Jeff West was the CIC, so it makes sense to me that I would call the OCC and they would say call West. But yes, it's definitely.
How do we fix that in terms of the Director of Strategic Comms calling Rehill and Briers, then West, then Halliday, and then eventually being assigned to Staff Sergeant MacCallum? It's a lot of contact for you in terms of trying to get information quickly out to the public.
How do we fix that?
Yeah.
I think you fix it by ensuring that when the critical incident commanders are engaged or called out, that the Director of Communications is also part of the call, made aware or part of that initial call out.
I see.
Yeah.
And would that have made a difference to you in terms of information gathering and information provision?
It would have made me engaged at whatever point. I think if Jeff West was the first CIC, I would have become engaged at that point.
What about assignment or embedding a StratsCom person right at the command post with the CIC?
You know, we've toyed with that idea over the years a number of times, post-mortem on different incidents, and certain times it made complete sense, but in the times that it made complete sense, there were things that we could plan for operationally. And I know it sounds strange, but protests. So when you're aware and you're made aware that a protest is going to be there, we have an obligation and a job to, provide information to the public so you could plan to be there in a situation like this. I can't say, it's hypothetical. If I would have been engaged the night before, would being at the command post, I'll be perfectly honest, I'd be very apprehensive about it at that point in time, because none of us are fitted with vests. We're civilian members without proper training. So do I think, the possibility of it, like I see value in it, but I also see right now, as what I know, a risk associated with that.
Yeah, you're talking about personal risk in terms of attending at a command post.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
In terms of, if you take that safety component away for the civilians, would that be useful exercise to have a StratsCom person or professional embedded at the CIC?
It would be useful as long as you had all the tools to do your job and you were not calling people out mid-incident. But yes, I do see that that's it should be explored.
Has that been something that has been explored through StratsCom's post-April of 2020?
I'm not in the unit anymore, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. All right. In terms of your contact sources, once again, Rehill, Briers, West, Halliday, MacCallum, did that cause any problem in terms of you getting information to react?
Yeah, it does, in the sense that you're making phone calls and you're in your bedroom, and the people that you're calling are probably doing 20 things and you're doing 20 things. So it's definitely, it's not seamless.
Okay. Am I right to say that you were eventually assigned? Am I right to say that you were eventually assigned to Staff Sergeant MacCallum in terms of information linkage or liaison?
Yeah. As it said there, Jeff said that Steve Halliday was going to call me, and so I did connect with Steve Halliday at 7:20, and so that was my initial
Yeah.
contact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I had suggested to you that MacCallum took over from Halliday. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. Eventually, Steve indicated after the 8s, I believe, that he was delegating it to Addie. Sorry. Yep.
Okay. And did you recall having conversation with Addie MacCallum?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that conversation would have been about the actual incident and what Stratcoms can do to assist. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Anything
No,
further you
no.
want to say?
Yeah, I'm just
All right.
thinking.
It's okay. The interesting thing in this situation is we know from the materials that Staff Sergeant MacCallum at 9:42 became operational in the sense that he left the command post and then moved into operations with respect to trying to locate the perpetrator on the road, which seems to me problematic from a Stratcom's point of view because you've lost your contact. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Any remarks or comments you can make about that?
No, I actually learned, so yes, and I learned that through this process also. When I was reviewing the emails and saw an email that said Addie's 10-6.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's problematic because that's your source of information. Again, an area where improvements could definitely be made.
Okay. Okay, very good. Let's move on then in the foundational document to information that is obviously important to Nova Scotians about the replica RCMP vehicle.
Mhm.
Okay, so paragraph 61, Madam Registrar, is I think an important paragraph in terms it talks about Staff Sergeant Halliday's understanding of the situation. And Staff Sergeant Halliday, in a post-incident report by 7:55, it was established the perpetrator's vehicle could not be accounted for, and there was a possibility that the perpetrator was on the run in a fully marked replica cruiser with the call sign 28B11. Next line is important. Sergeant Halliday's post-incident report states that this had to be communicated to the public and that he spoke to Lia Scanlan and Staff Sergeant MacCallum about doing so. And I'm going to move down just into the midst of the quote from the document, the second paragraph therein. We are obviously now concerned there may be a fourth police car that we are unaware of, and it is either still somewhere in the area, somehow managed to escape the area based on the threat cues observed by members of fires having been lit, sound of gunfire. We believe the suspect may still be in the area hiding or deceased. We are concerned, though there is a possibility he may be on the run in a fully marked RCMP PPMV 28B11. This has to be communicated out to the members, J Division, all municipal agencies, PDs, and border crossings. And we have to get it out to the public ASAP. Next line's important. I spoke with Lia Scanlan about the content of the message. Task Addie to work with her on getting out something. So can you comment on that? Did you receive information at that stage at 7:55 about 28B11 from Staff Sergeant Halliday?
I was aware at that time that there was a possibility of other vehicles. I did not receive, I do not recall being told that we need to get this out to the public ASAP. What I was working on, my understanding at that time is that the vehicle, that there was still police work being done in trying to locate vehicles. That's what I understood at that time.
Sure.
And although I was aware of the possibility, I do not recall receiving operational direction to release the vehicle.
Okay. It is interesting, the quote here from Staff Sergeant, obviously, because
Yes.
not only does he say there's a replica RCMP vehicle, but he identifies the identifier 28B11. And I'm very interested in your response, just to wrap that up.
Yeah,
Did you
and
know that?
Did I know that?
Yeah.
No, and my notes don't reflect that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Keeping in mind the fact that 28B11 would have been a pivotal piece of information, if you had received that 28B11 information at 7:55, as accorded by Staff Sergeant Halliday, what would have been the process that you would have undertaken at that point?
I would have, if I received it, and I don't recall receiving it, but if I had received it, I do know that I was aware of the possibility.
Yeah.
But then it's a conversation between he and I. And I frankly don't even remember a specific conversation. I actually remember a conversation with Addie.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
But I also want to move on to paragraph 62, if I haven't cut you off in terms of your response to that paragraph. Paragraph 62, leading down at within the quote from Staff Sergeant Halliday at the 000117 mark. Thank you, Madam Registrar. This is the information from the interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, in which the interviewer, Krista Smith, asked, and what did you share with her at that time, meaning you, Lia Scanlan? And Steve Halliday's response, and I'll ask for your comment on this, well, we shared the photo with her. She had a copy of the photo, and just some of my concerns around how that was going to be worded in order to, you know, put ourselves at our people at any more risk, and, you know, not overload or send the public into a frantic panic and overload our OCC operators. So we have two things of interest in that quote, and that is that he sent a photo to you, or believes he sent a photo to you at that time, but also there's a discussion about what to do with that photo in light of the fact overloading OCC and sending the public into a frantic panic. Do you recall a conversation with Staff Sergeant Halliday about those topics?
I recall having a conversation, but I don't recall it in relation to whether or not to release a photo. I recall the conversation as the considerations that were being made operationally.
Okay.
I don't make the decision to release or not release a photo. So if it's going to overload our OCC operators, well, that's unfortunately a consequence of releasing the photo. You know what I mean? I understand why that's a consideration being made. That makes complete sense to me that you would consider those things. I'm sure there were many other things being considered, but I remember being aware, but I was not told at that time to release the photo of the car.
Being aware and being told are, of course, different things.
They are, yeah.
And those concerns with respect to the frantic public and overloading OCC, might that at that stage have had any bearing on your decision on what to do, whether you were instructed or not, with respect to that photo or the information about the car?
Yeah, absolutely, because that they made sense to me in that they would be considerations. There are times when considerations being made in the field don't make sense to me. And I'll challenge it. Ultimately, I don't like win per se because it's operations, but I serve a challenge function. But the concern related to what was being considered and what I recall of like blue on blue officer safety and not being, honestly, at that time, I didn't know that we were sure that he was in the vehicle, that the vehicle was even being used. I really didn't. And I know that time coincides with when a bolo went out.
Yeah.
I never knew a bolo went out. Okay. So, yeah.
All right. Let's move on then to paragraph 64. And this paragraph is along similar lines with respect to the director's knowledge of the replica RCMP vehicle and what was done. And this is involving Staff Sergeant MacCallum's interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, MacCallum stated that he sent Scanlan a photo of the replica RCMP cruiser and a photo of the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield. He recalled discussing both the photo of the perpetrator and the photo of the replica cruiser with Lia Scanlan and discussing the wording for the messaging. Now, if you'll see up above paragraph 63, I should have pointed this out earlier, this is around 7:45 or 8 a.m. in which he's saying he had this discussion with you. And I'm going to go down further in the quote at paragraph 64 just to isolate that section of significance. So, I got a call from Lia. It's about 5 lines down. No, yeah, right on. Thank you, Madam Registrar. So I got a call from Lia. Like I said, it was before 8. It was before I tasked the other members in person. And Lia was asking me some things like, do you have a picture of the car? And she says, I don't think so. She goes, send it to me again. And I send the picture of him. And we talked about things. At the very bottom, bottom 5 lines. And then there was some discussion about what do you say about, look for this car and here's the call sign number on it and call 911 and discussions like that. But it wasn't really heavy. I was more or less providing information for it to be crafted. So the impression I'm getting from that quote is that Staff Sergeant MacCallum at around 7:45 to 8 told you about the car and was discussing the manner in which the wording would be arranged for a tweak. Do you have any commentary on that?
That's the conversations that I remember in relation to Addie about the perpetrator. And because it's Addie that provided me the context with regards to the perpetrator's photo and how we obtained that and the individuals that were going to be in the photo, as well as knowing about the car. But again, it was never told to me at that time that the decision was made to release the car. I would want the car. I would want any photo of the car if they had a photo of the car, so that I would have it ready to go. It's just one less thing I'm going to have to ask for at the time that I'm given the green light to issue it.
Right. So Staff Sergeant MacCallum is leaving the impression that he had sent the photo of the car to you at that point.
Right.
And
I don't have an email with the photo of the car, and I never provided the photo of the car to Jen. So I'm not saying he did or didn't. That's not in my email.
All right.
So.
Okay. Paragraph 67 and 68, I won't read them specifically, but paragraph 67 and 68 essentially say that Sergeant MacCallum, and it's right there before us, sent Lia Scanlan an email at 8:02 with the photo of the suspect. And then 68 says Staff Sergeant MacCallum sent another photo with 2 attachments at 8:10 a.m. The second photo was of the police car. So I'm getting the sense that it would appear, at least from MacCallum and Halliday, that you would have had the photograph of the car at around 8:10 or by 8:10. Do you have any comment on that?
No, and I may have.
Okay.
I may have had the photo of the car.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, the car is an important piece of information because the public would be very interested in 28B11. And if you had it by 8:10, why wasn't it sent out by 8:15?
Because I'm waiting on the operational direction to send the photo out.
Then you need to tell us, if you could please, what that means.
So what that means is the incident commanders are the people that are making the decisions in relation to operations. So, for example, releasing the photo of the perpetrator. I don't make the decision when the perpetrator's photo is going to be released. They're on the ground. They're dealing with the information. They obtain the photo. They get it to me. We need this to go out. Okay, so then we work on it. At that point in time, my understanding was the decision was not made operationally for the reasons that the incident commanders and others were considering all the possibilities that have been mentioned in their statements.
Right. But I'm not getting a sense from the operational commanders that they said, don't send it out. I'm getting a sense that you're assuming that they didn't want it sent out. Am I wrong in that regard?
I wasn't making any assumptions.
No, but that's,
no.
what I'm hearing from you today is that
Sure.
you didn't send it out because you didn't get a direction to send it out.
I was not asked to send out the photo.
Right.
Yes,
Asked
correct.
or directed.
Or directed from operations, from the critical incident commander or delegate.
But they didn't tell you not to send it out. I'm trying to figure out why that didn't get out. And your testimony is today because you weren't told to send it out. But
No,
why
because
do you
I
need to be told?
understood that the decisions that the critical incident commanders had made at that time were the photo was not going to be released for the reasons that they were considering officer safety, blue on blue.
Okay.
And that's
I
that's
gotcha.
what I knew.
Where did that understanding come from, Director Scanlan? Are you able to say?
Addie or Steve or both. There was just a number of conversations with both of them. That's where it came from.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, if we can, I understand that, what you've said. Let's go to your notes, personal notes, Madam Registrar. In particular, I wanted just to make reference to page 63 of your handwritten notes that make some jots down, I presume, as you were involved in this matter. And Madam Registrar has brought up page 63 of your handwritten notes. You'll recognize that, I'm sure, Ms. Scanlan, okay? And this refers to a period of time when you're communicating with the operational command. Top line says, spoke to Steve. and asked to speak to someone. Now, that's what we talked about, is it not?
Yeah.
Your initial contact, okay? And then the name under it is Addie MacCallum, and it's a redacted phone number, and that's also what we talked about. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep, okay. And then the next line is calling Addie MacCallum, Bible Hill. And after that, we see Great Village Fire Hall is the command post right now. And then there's another call. And that says Crops call with Chris. That's Crops officer?
That's Chris Leather.
Okay, Chris Leather. He's the gentleman that we spoke about earlier in line of command?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Would you have had any conversation then with Chris Leather with respect to whether the car's picture goes out at that point?
No, not at all.
Okay. Why would that be? I mean, I think it's an important decision, and I know it's an operational decision, but Chris Leather obviously would have some interest in this, I presume.
Because at that point in time, when I say calling Addie MacCallum,
Yeah.
that was the information that I was receiving at that time was related to a victim coming out of the woods, how they obtained a photo, our members going to the scene, giving me context as to when the photo was taken, that the photo that I was going to receive was going to have someone in it who wasn't considered the suspect. It was all about the perpetrator.
Okay.
Or who we suspected it to be. And I don't know if it was during that call or another call thereafter that we talked about the car. My call to Chris Leather, and because at the time of those notes, when I'm talking to Addie MacCallum, my understanding is still very much that the decision for whatever risk, I don't want to speak on their behalf and what they considered, that it was not being released publicly for like officer safety, blue on blue, or yeah.
Okay. I just want to close this off.
Sure.
Because I think it's important to Nova Scotians in
Okay,
terms of
absolutely.
Your understanding from Steve and Addie was as you've discussed. But I'm wondering, was there a discussion with the crops officer with respect to whether you should or you shouldn't release the photo at that time?
There was not.
Okay. Okay. Did you discuss anything with the crops officer in that call about the status of the vehicle?
No, I didn't talk about the vehicle at all. The intention of that phone call was to, I wasn't sure that the crops officer was aware that we had tweeted anything out or that anything going on Twitter.
Okay.
So I just wanted to let him know that FYI, this is how we're communicating and information's going out.
All right, I
It
want
was
to
literally that.
go back to your handwritten notes just to
Sure.
complete that page, because I think
Okay.
there's an important piece that I didn't get to you that I want you
Okay.
to comment on. And that's right at the bottom. Explained to him,
Yep.
Chris, what I need to do right now and send info out. What did that mean?
Use Twitter. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing what I need to do right now to get information out.
Okay. And then following that is the word Jen. Does that mean anything to you?
I would have to see what's after it.
Okay, sure. Madam Registrar, can you roll it down, scroll it down? Any insight there?
No.
Okay.
Because my first contact with Jen Clark was 8:07.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might have tried to call her. I was trying to call everyone on the team and wake them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we need to discuss that. That would
Yeah.
have been part of your role as well?
Yeah, I mean, I was by myself at home.
Yeah.
And so, again, Lisa Croto had attended the scene.
Yeah.
So she was not working in the capacity of sending information out publicly. So in those early morning hours, 7:20 when I talked to Steve, 8:02 that first week, it's a one-person team at that point. So it's myself, and I'm trying to get in touch with my team members on their personal phones and work phones. And between talking to other people and my phone ringing, but then I made contact with Regis Dudley at, I think, 7:13 or 7:15, around 7:15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How efficient was this, Ms. Scanlan?
Well, it's not efficient, but it's the reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to move on, continuing onto the foundational document, because the information with respect to the police cruiser is important.
Sure.
Paragraph 74 in the document, page 39, Madam Registrar. Paragraph 74 indicates that Sergeant Halliday recorded in his handwritten notes at 8:30, speak with comms regarding messaging. Staff Sergeant MacCallum's report states at 8:45, he spoke to Lia, answered some further questions and added details for the pending MR. You have any recollection of this additional communications with the operational command?
Everything up to that point was in relation to the suspect photo going out. Yeah.
The suspect photo,
Yep,
that is of his face.
yep,
What about the car?
not about the car at all.
Okay.
And and I'm confident in saying that because at 8:35, I tasked Jen and Lisa to turn their heads to trying to find a press conference venue. I wouldn't have tasked people on my team to do something if I had an outstanding task related to the photo.
Did you task anybody with respect to the preparation of the photo, sorry, preparation of the tweet regarding the car?
At that point, no.
Okay,
No.
all right. Well, let's move on to that area then if we can. And this
Sure.
is described at paragraph 90 of the foundational document. Under the topic, tweets about replica RCMP cruiser prepared by Strategic Communications Team. At paragraph 90, and we discussed this with Corporal Clark yesterday, it says at 8:59, Corporal Jennifer Clark emailed Lia Scanlan with an update regarding the perpetrator's vehicle. And it goes on to discuss the whip antenna. It goes on to discuss 22B is marked on the C pillar and so on. Do you recall receiving that email?
I recall it after looking at it, yeah.
Okay, do you recall that what the content of it was, what it was about, and the significance of it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
yes.
so 8:59, close to 9 o'clock, the information with respect to the vehicle is coming to you at this point.
Mhm.
And I'm going to ask you about
Sure.
why it wasn't immediately distributed or disseminated to the public.
Right, so what I can say is that at after 8:35, when I had tasked Jen and Lisa about the press site, my phone rang at 8:39 and it was Superintendent Archie Thompson.
Mhm.
He's the district policing officer for Northeast Nova, and it's reflected in my notes. I have confirmed police cruiser, and I have a call, and I have the two, I think I had 28B11 on my notes, but I had the call number that I was given. So at 8:39 in the morning was the confirmation. Lia, we can confirm he's in a police cruiser. Because up until that point, it was a possibility for me.
Okay.
Yep.
And what did that mean to you then, that 8:39 communication from Archie Thompson?
I got off the phone with Archie at 8:39, and at 8:42, I believe, I tasked Jen with, I actually relayed exactly what Archie told me, which ended up being the wrong call number, and said, get information in relation to this car. So at 8:59,
Yeah.
this is the response to
That's the response to you
8:46
tasking her.
tasking, yeah.
Okay, I guess my question to you would be, given the fact that the DPO at that stage had given you the confirmation, why doesn't the tweet go out at that point?
Because we didn't have any more information other than, what's considered. I can appreciate the question, but at that time, it's Lia. It's a phone call. Lia, we can confirm the suspect's in a police car, and here's the call number. We're trained not to just immediately go out. We're
Okay.
trained to reach back into ops, make sure, like, again, it goes with the approval process, just making sure that this is accurate with ops, that ops, like Archie wasn't the CIC, Archie wasn't the decision maker for me. He gave me information that was significant.
Yeah.
So when I tasked Jen, I said, get the information, pull together a tweet, and Addie can approve.
So you can appreciate
Yep,
that time is passing.
yep,
And as we know from hindsight, time was critical in this incident. And I'm going to ask you the question again, given your role as the director, why didn't you just press the send on that at that time?
I didn't press send because it's honestly not what I'm trained. That's not what we're trained to do, to just hit send immediately. I don't even know that I had a photo. I may have had a photo at that time, but Jen acquired the photo of the car.
Okay. You don't recall seeing a photo at all at this time?
I don't recall. I honestly don't recall. I'm getting all of the different, I'm getting it all mixed up. Like did I see it at the point that Jen provided it to me? If it was provided to me at 8:10, I still didn't have the authorization to do it. I really don't
Okay.
know.
Oh, fair enough. All right, then let's move on with the tweet approval
Sure.
process the tweet preparation process we're talking about. You get the email from Jen Clark, and then at paragraph 91, you respond at 9:04.
Yeah.
And the response is perfect. The next tweet is him and a photo, etc. After that, I'm wanting this PC one.
Yeah.
Can you have a look at what we said so far, pull something together? Addie can approve. Two things there. It looks like you have imposed an ordering of the tweets to go out. Suspect first and then the car. Am I right in that regard?
Yeah, and I think the suspect probably would have been out at that time.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's my concern. Why is there an order at this time being directed by the director? Suspect and then car. Why not just throw the whole thing out to the public?
I think it was just giving her information because she probably wasn't sitting in front of Twitter. So
Okay.
it was letting her know suspect's gone. It's not necessarily imposing an order. That's just the only new piece of information we have. So suspect's gone out, this PC one, I want it next.
Okay. All right. Paragraph 92 indicates that a draft tweet was prepared by Corporal Clark with a photo, forwarded to Staff Sergeant MacCallum for approval, and that was met with silence. He was 10-6, and then it was sent out to Staff Sergeant Halliday for approval. And at paragraph 94, we see that Steve, need approval ASAP. Addie is 10-6. Thanks, Jen. And then we get into the important part, and that is at paragraph 95. At 9:49, Clark appears to have received approval and then sent an email to Lia Scanlan. We need to talk about this.
Yep.
The email says, approved by Steve Halliday, tweet for approval, immediate please, 22B description. The body of the email stated, please note they are responding to another incident, suspects on the run. Tweet is approved. So I'm guessing at this stage that all of the hesitation with respect to operational concerns that you would have had and testified about earlier have dissipated by the words tweet is approved.
100%.
Right. So did you authorize the tweet to be sent at 9:49?
I didn't see that email.
Sorry?
I didn't see the email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we able, Madam Registrar, to bring that email up just for purposes of clarification? This is the 9:49 email?
Oh, sorry. So I do see the email. Sorry, I meant on the day of. Did I authorize it at 9:49? No, because I didn't see the email.
Right.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
my misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And why is it that the Director of Strategic Communications didn't see the email?
I had both phones in my ears and I was doing a lot of things at one time and receiving a lot of phone calls.
Okay.
So at that point in time, my 2IC engaged me at 9:20. So she became engaged at 9:20. So you're briefing your team. So at that point, I'm briefing her as to everything that has taken place and all the information that I have up to that point, and discussing how we're communicating. Her and I had made the decision that we were going to issue a media release to direct everyone to Twitter. At the same time, so I get off the phone with her, I get a phone call from another member, so Regis, who is, at air quotes, monitoring social media, but receiving information on social media. She's asked me what to do with it.
Yeah.
And so the real answer is I wasn't sitting in front of my computer, and I did not, when I said, Addie can approve the tweet, I meant that I didn't need to see it, but I clearly wasn't explicitly clear in that.
Yeah, it looks to me like the whole process is one of approval obtained at two locations.
Correct.
Operational and then the director.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we've got this 9:49 tweet goes into the ether
Yeah.
at the director's office. Have you an explanation for that?
No, that's the explanation. The explanation is a miscommunication or a
Okay.
lack of communication.
I want to ask you directly, did you receive a direction from anybody in a position of authority to hold off
No,
on releasing the tweet of that photograph?
not at all. Not at that
Okay.
time. No.
Because at that time, and you may or may not know, operationally, the members were responding to the Fisher residence in and around Glenholm and were of the belief that perhaps the perpetrator had been or would be quickly detained at that location. Did that have any bearing on what decision-making was being undertaken by you at that point?
No, and that's the first I know that they were at that residence at that exact point in time.
Okay. Were you during this time, after 9:49, when this come in, you told me you were speaking to your 2IC.
Yeah.
Were you speaking to anybody from Crops?
I called Chris Leather again. I don't know at what time I remember speaking to Chris Leather. So Archie called me and then I tasked Jen, and I remember after tasking Jen, so it might have been before the 9s or right after the 9s, I spoke to Chief Superintendent Leather, and in my notes it says, I called Chris Leather and says public safety trumps all else. Like that's just what's in my notes. So again, what I meant by that and what I'm communicating or conveying to the Crops officer at that time is we're going to be putting information out and there's risk inherent. And so all of the things that may normally guide us with regards to policies and rules and releasing photos are what I meant by public safety trumping all else is that goes out the window. That's what I was trying to, letting him know. Yeah.
We heard yesterday from Corporal Clark, who indicated that the email was sent to you and that she did that for purposes of approval.
Yeah.
And that she paced the floor waiting for the response.
Yeah.
Would you agree with her that that was sent to you for purposes of approval and that this was a bottleneck or a snag that occurred?
Absolutely a bottleneck. I would agree. She clearly sent me the email and I didn't know it was coming.
All right.
That's all I can say, and I didn't see it.
Okay. How do we improve upon this process whereby the director has the ultimate say in one of these things, but we're unable to reach the director?
Well, I think that we need to develop standard operating procedures in a critical incident where decisions are made in advance and agreed upon between communications and CIC so that we can decide who is going to be the ultimate sale. And all sit around a table and make that decision and then ensure that everyone, all the CICs and everyone on the communications team understands that because in this case, I mean, that's a clear area where improvements can be made. You have Jen thinking that for good reason, I'm not being critical, that I should see it again. And when I tasked it at 9:04 and said, Addie can approve, I'm thinking that she's just gonna go with it. So absolutely, an area where we need to make that change so that it's either going to be the CICs or the director, the CICs or both, but we need to put that in, we need to, yes.
We heard yesterday from Corporal Clark that she tried via telephone to reach you between 9:49 and when the tweet was eventually sent out, was unsuccessful, and that she then sent a couple more or resent the email at 10:13 and 10:15. Any comment on that in terms of?
I don't recall not answering my phone, or when I was on both phones, and if a call came in, I would typically drop the call that I was on unless it was with someone related to operations. What I recall is I called a team meeting at 10:10.
Yeah.
And so at 10:10, in that meeting, it was the entire team, and then the tweet went out at 10:17.
Yeah, okay. And will you agree that the tweet went out at 10:17 as a result of your actual approval at that time or shortly before?
Yeah, it would have been read to me, or because I received that email. I think the one that you just showed. I received it at 9:49, and then one other time.
Yeah.
And again, I didn't. The receiving of the second one was post my team meeting. Or I'll call it a meeting, but just getting everyone together on a conference.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and this will be my last question in this
Oh,
area.
sure.
It's
Yeah,
an
go ahead.
important area. But we have 28 minutes
Mhm.
that were unaccounted for where that was approved and where it didn't get sent out. Do you have any insight as to how things can improve in these circumstances for that not to ever happen again?
Yeah, standard operating procedures.
Okay. Okay. I'm now going to move, I'm almost at the end, Ms. Scanlan, of my questioning, and I'm going to move on to an area that actually doesn't involve April 18th and 19th. Okay, it actually involves some questions about after April 18th and 19th, and that's the press conferencing. Because
Sure.
I understand that this.
Sorry, Mr. You're okay to?
Yeah, I just need 1 second.
You want to take a break? We can, or?
No, I can do this.
All right, thank you.
I'm very close to the end,
Yeah, no, I
commissioners,
appreciate it.
and if you need a minute, I'm happy to do so.
No, I got this.
We're all happy to do so.
Yeah, no, this is good. I can do this. It's just
Yeah, of course.
Just know that if I could go back and have those minutes disappear, I would do anything. I just need people to know that, and we'll do better. I'm good.
I'm almost done, Ms. Scanlan.
No, thank you.
And thank you for being patient with me. But I understand that your role was on April 19th, after the
Yes.
mass casualty incident, to be engaged and participate in some press conferencing responsibilities.
Yes.
And I get the sense from reviewing and being instructed by people who know more about this than I do, that this was a very heavy responsibility for strategic comms.
It was.
I get the sense that this is not something that your unit was familiar with doing before on anything near the scale of this. Am I right?
Absolutely.
All right. So I just want to ask you a few questions about April 19th press conference on Sunday, the very first press conference.
Right.
You recall that a decision was made by the Strategic Communications Unit to indicate to the public that the number of victims was 10 victims at that time. And I know from reviewing the material that that was released, and you had indicated that it was released for a good reason.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest to you that it's true at that stage that the RCMP would have known that there were more than 10 victims, but that number 10 was released and maintained for a bit. Are you able to tell us why that number 10 was used and why HDIV Stratcoms came to ground on that 10 as being the number to be provided to the public on April 19th?
Yeah, so it's not, HDIV Stratcoms doesn't come to ground in isolation on something like that.
Right.
Any release of information has to go through the investigative team, and ultimately, and especially in that early days, it had the input of others, including Superintendent Darren Campbell and Chief Superintendent Leather. And so I don't recall the exact specifics as to why, but I remember there being good reason operationally, or maybe I know that some of the things that we were considering at that time is we were just uncovering new scenes. We had no idea. Yeah, and and another thing, like with all, I hate to say this, the count went up and then it went down. And so the circumstances in which our members responding were uncovering scenes, they needed to be, I was not comfortable. I actually remember hearing when the count went up and then went down, and I remember getting angry, saying, we've got to come to grounds on a number here. I can't recall the exact discussion, but I remember thinking how awful that was. Yeah, so what I can tell you is that when you're doing a press conference, you put a lid on it, or you lock the notes down at a certain point in time when there's no threat to public safety, and you commit to a media strategy. And the media strategy is that you're going to give a press conference the next day and provide another update. And that's the decision that was made. So I I know that saying, I believe Chief Superintendent Leather said in excess of 10, implying or indicating that it was going to be more, but we didn't, and we didn't have the exact, all the scenes uncovered to know the exact number. So I can't speak to any more than that.
All right. And in that press conference and in a subsequent press conference, decisions were made not to release the names of victims
Yes.
at that point.
Yeah.
And I think people in this day and age are always interested in immediate information as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah.
By the decision being made not to release the victims' names, that obviously delayed information and may or may not have caused some consternation amongst families. I don't know. I would like to know from you why the decision was made not to release names on that April 19th and indeed the April 20th press conference. Are you able to give us some insight on that?
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
can. We don't release, police don't release, well, sorry, the RCMP don't release names of victims in a case like this. You know, there's a number of factors that are considered with regards to notification of next of kin, and ultimately, it should be the decision of the families. And there's family members, though. They can't turn on the TV and hear that their family member's been killed. That's not our job, and nor should it be. And it's whether people feel they have the right to know, or, you know, we get I remember being criticized in the media for that, and I can just tell you that it's privacy, and if family members choose themselves to do that, then we have a family liaison person who is in touch with them, and then we will do that. And there's Privacy Act. It's not something that we do. And in this case, on the 19th or the 20th, like, the thought of that bothers me. We didn't even have people identified. It's respect.
Now, Ms. Scanlan, I have asked you all the questions that I'm interested in asking you. The process at this stage is for us to take a break and for a meeting amongst people for determination of whether there will be more questions. So I'm going to ask for permission to have a break at this stage. It might be good for both of us.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we'll return at the direction of the commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Scanlan. And as Mr. Burrell has indicated, we'll break now. Mr. Burrell will meet with council for the participants and determine any further questions for you and who will ask them, and we'll let you know of that, of course, after the break. So council have been very good to collaborate on that, and I would suggest 20 minutes, but if you need more time, certainly let us know. And is 20 minutes, does that work for you, Ms. Scanlan?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Oh, this is going to be a long break. Whoa. Where did the photo come from? That was what I was talking about this morning. There's something really hokey about that photo. There's something really hokey, and she is being eaten alive by guilt. And all she has to do is just tell the truth and let it go. Lots of people will forgive her. There was so much there. Cobequid, come on, you guys knew all along. That's not true. You avoided going down there. You sat on the photo. She, by the sounds of it, to give her credit, by the sounds of it, and again, I'm just, it's my interpretation of things that I've read, but I've read a fair amount. She That's why I kept flashing up the public safety thing. She did put pressure on Chris. Listen, man, you got to put it out. He didn't want to. That's why they sat on that photo. Wherever it emerged from, Addie and the emails. Come on. And that was why, you know, way at the beginning of all of this, I said, like, right at the start, I'm like, okay, whatever transpired down in Portapic is one thing. They cannot argue what happened outside of Portapic. That is wrongful death. And they're 100, we are 100% negligent because our employees, these people, fucked up. And they did. And she just admitted it big time. And wait until a trial. Just wait. Discovery. I said that at the beginning too. Sue the hell out of them and get them in discovery. It used to be in my intro. I can't wait to have these people under discovery. If I were a lawyer, which I'm not, but definitely it runs through my veins, 100% law. And it would be an absolute mess. And that's public. It would be a public record. And that's why families must never settle, ever. Because the truth will never come out. From our interview, I wouldn't change a thing. Not at all. Yeah, where's that article? It's got an interesting thing in it too. I sent it to Oh Dear last night. How many stones did she have up there? She had the small one, the big one. My, oh my. Come on, Kleenexes in hands. She's just, the PTSD these people are going to live with is unbelievable. And I do feel for them in a way. But the only way is out is the truth. Where is that? Here. Interesting how a certain person's name comes forward too. You got the timer going on how long? I don't think there's going to be any questions allowed. Would be my why RCMP managers defend using Twitter, which you work out statistically. I showed that the other day. Yesterday? Was it yesterday? Where's that? How many people use Twitter at that point? Maybe I closed it. Social bladed it. Here it is. Bing. RCMP Social Blade. Okay. Where is it? Oh, is this the wrong screen? There we go. 76,000 followers. How big is your province again? How many of those people? Sorry, that's not 1%. I mistyped. I did my math poorly. So that's one in what, about 12 people might know if they had the notifications turned on, if they, that it dings, that they had their phone on, blah, blah, blah. And The vast majority of these people that follow these accounts, police accounts, are policemen who were already telling their family members, and from out of province police accounts. Tons of them. They all follow each other. Thin blue line goes from 76,000 overnight. Boom. If a YouTube channel could grow like that, all because people were like, what the fuck are you doing using that? Nobody uses it. Nobody. And that's why they chose that medium. That's why the Facebook said this. Unless somebody can find something else, which I appreciate Nikki digging this one up, but it shows, not but, I really do appreciate it. RCMP is currently responding to active shooter investigation. What time was this? 7:26 a.m. Okay. Sunday at 7:26. Is that my time? So you guys didn't get this until 10:26. What does it say? I'll link the somebody in Nova Scotia punch this up, please, for me, and highlight what it goes underneath. Like if you go underneath it should tell you the time. So this didn't come out. And what are they responding to? Oh, this is the active shooter part. That was when they chose to use it. 8 minutes so far on the break. Does somebody mind? Hey, Kendall. Kendall likes the only updates for those of us who are listening to the scanner. Can somebody 10:26? Oh my fucking God. Are you serious? 10:26 is when they put it out on the Facebook. Hello. They chose to use a medium. Sorry, 10:26 our time. Ouch. Ouch. So they chose to use the worst platform, chose to use canned kitty. First they sat on Kitty Cat for an hour and a half, right? Then it became a canned tweet because they can't write one, right? She's not trained to hit send, as she said, or something like that. What are you talking about? If you have a B Psych and a B Com, you can't hit send. I can hit a button. I'm not very good with technology. I can certainly write a tweet to tell people, hopefully most nights, that I'm going to be streaming. Don't give me that. And then what do you tweet out after an hour and a half? After you know that there's bodies. There's been people murdered. What do you let people know? On the worst possible platform. 1 in 14. And that's if every single user had all of their notifications on, that they were all from Nova Scotia, which they're not. Go through police accounts and you will see. It's just RCMP following RCMP, Calgary police members following RCMP Nova Scotia, all over the world. That's who's on their accounts. So you use the worst account or platform possible, the absolute worst, and then you sit on information, strategically release it. So there were people dying for hours. because you told them it was a what? Weapons complaint. Even the people in Portapique wouldn't have had an idea. They would have been like, well, it's a BB gun issue. Of course, they would have, because it was a fucking war zone. But anybody else in the province? And God knows when he got out? Well, no. And what do you even do in your Facebook thing? Just go over to the tweeters. Just go to the tweeters. All further communication. At 10:26, you're going to tell people on the most used platform, at least, if you want to fucking go down this road. What was it? Instantaneous, that Chris said. With your delays. Is that what you... Delays. You sat on the car, wherever it came from. And I'll tell you, that is a rabbit hole. I can't figure out where it's coming from, but I'll tell you, Addie's wrapped deep in it. Deep. And personal email accounts is a no-no. And he was getting a text to him on what? His personal phone? Who was texting him? What the fuck is going on? Superior. 10:17 releases car photo. After everybody's going, the good members are all going misdirection every which way from Sunday. Whatever's going on down there is a very serious fucking problem. And only a small group of people knew about it. Frankly, I'm not even sure Leather knew about it up until the last minute. This is big. Big, big, big. And, probably he got read in somewhere along the way. And they're like, oh, what have we got to deal with here? Pick up the pieces. Cover their ass. Unbelievable. I can't pick. Of course, you please, if you can't see it by now, this is all done purposefully, strategically releasing the emails the pictures as they go. And Lia, funnily enough, does say in her notes, Chris, public safety is paramount, or I can't remember, is the priority. What is she saying? I believe that's the direct quote from her notes. You gotta release it, man. You have to. This shit show has gone on long enough. And he won an award. He and a group of others, a few days later, for excellent policing. Yeah. Well, I think that award should be rescinded, along with a whole raft of people fired here. A whole raft. And our force probably be disbanded. Because if they want to play dirty tricks like this, and it cost people lives all along the way, maybe nobody was supposed to live. Director of Strategic Communications says she wouldn't change a thing. Not at all. Well, funny how she walked back on that one. Friends. Isn't it? The media telling you all kinds of goo. The photo of the car, the crop. Where's the crop photo? No mentions of push bars. This is all fucking shit, man. Yeah, he won an award. The whole bunch of them. I showed it in that video. Those other little videos I do on the side, I've got a lot of stuff in there. Senior RCMP members have defended. By the way, there was also an update. I don't know. I just, where's that? Updates. I don't know how many people caught this one. June 3rd. Blah, blah, blah. As referenced in our March 9th decision, more civilian witnesses, senior RCMP members will be heard from the proceedings. We are finalizing the scheduling for Superintendent Darren Campbell, Chief Super Chris Leather, Assistant Commissioner Out Bergerman, and Butcher, and Brenda Lucky. We will confirm those dates as soon as they can be determined. Are they going to do the rule, what is it, Rule 49? Balls? Maybe we'll have to see if they want to, we don't want to traumatize them. You want awards. You're out fucking partying, dudes. Get a reel. You didn't lose anybody. Senior RCMP members have defended controversial communication decisions during Nova Scotia's mass shooting, including the use of Twitter instead of emergency alert, which one manager said would have caused more deaths. Lia Scanlan, the director of strategic communication RCMP during the rampage that left 23 people dead. Get it! You can't count. Get off this bandwagon, press. Also told investigators that the public inquiry, whatever, sham, examining the tragedy, that she saw no room for improvement. I'm sorry, sitting on pictures that could save lives, could have saved lives, releasing them in strategic timing where nobody would know, nobody, you know, it doesn't matter. Oh, he's out of the car now. Don't worry about it. Oh, he's over in Brookfield. Go over there. Go sit behind. I'd like to hear Addie's answer about sitting behind the billboard or whatever. The building with Peterson. Peterson, they're throwing under the bus. I think, really? By the railroad tracks? We'll get them up here. Yeah. Just go over here. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna like doing that video. In the communication strategy used April 18 and 19, I wouldn't change a thing. Not at all, Scanlan told investigators in an interview this fall. Did she have her pebbles then? I thought about it a lot. She's thought about it a lot. When was the interview done? See how much she thought about it. If it was the next day and maybe 2 weeks later, 3 weeks. Oh, September 14th, 2021. Almost a year and a half later. And after a year and a half, she's thought about it a lot. Wouldn't do a thing differently. Worry stones, which are getting ground down into pebbles. There was something pebble-ish on the table, too. She has a couple of them going there. Scanlan is scheduled to testify Mass Casualty Commission in Toronto this week. She told commissioner representatives that she has implemented that she had implemented the province's RCMP social media policy, the tweeters, after joining the force. Civilian employee 2009. She said implemented it. She brought it about. Most normal people would have used just the fucking radio and the TV because people still watch that. She said tweeters and Facebooks have been effective tools in communication with the public. What, with your own members? They already knew. They were already phoning their friends and family. The use of tweeters, multiple times that comes up in RCMP statements, by the way. The use of tweeters to provide critical information about the shooter April 19th and the timing of the information have been points of contention with canned, staggered, strategically released, sat on, photoed emails, or sorry, tweets. Get out of here. Some of them have said their loved ones would not have been checking Twitter early Sunday morning. Didn't she say she doesn't even have Twitter? The phone that's attached to her for 24/7? She wakes up, missed calls? Really? 2 of them? The family's 24/7 though. The family say the emergency alert sent much earlier, say an emergency alert sent much earlier about the gunman. There was none. Who is this that's saying that? Ruth, you clearly can't read. There was no emergency alert sent. Quit telling people that. I don't think the families ever said that an emergency alert sent much earlier. If an alert was sent at all, because it wasn't strategically. The only information the RCMP released April 18th was that they were responding to a firearms complaint after Kitty Cat for an hour and a half. How many lives might have been saved? Potentially. Even if you'd used the shitty tweeters. And you just told the truth to people in Portapique. If I lived down in Portapique, I'd feel like you fucking endangered me. But frankly, God knows what's going on down there. In a rural community of Portapique, and that the people in the area should stay inside. Why would you tell them that? Firearms complaint? The following morning, they tweeted that they were still at a crime scene involving an active shooter. They did not disclose whether anyone had been hurt or killed. How many hours have you known about it now? Scanlan said she wouldn't do anything different. She used tweeters when it was deployed to Moncton. That's your goddamn right. And I talked about that when I was talking about Scanlan before. She got awards for it. She knows all about Moncton. She was one of the writers on this stuff. You think she knows? Oh, she knows. She knows how it should have been done. Where's her profile? Director. Still. What's this say? Where do you do this thing? Letter of recognition, Deputy Commissioner of Contract Aboriginal Policing. Who was that then? 2015. Oh, I think that's, what is it, Brandon? Former Nova Scotia commanding officer. For working on communications, I got that somewhere. I might be wrong. I got it. I showed it in that video. For working on communications advisor for the team who completed independent review of Moncton shootings June 4th, 2014. Letter of recognition. You think she knows about it? Commanding officers commendation, an award for being part of the communications team during the incident in Moncton. She was involved with Moncton, and she got an award. You think you could have handled, you think you did this one well? Ma'am, don't want to change a thing? All you got to do is tell the truth. That's it. Tell the truth. People aren't going to be upset. They won't be. I believe in my heart. Maybe call me a fool. And I haven't lost anything except 2 years. So what? But I'd forgive. I can't speak for anybody else. I can't speak for families. And I'm sure it would be a huge weight off your shoulders. To take over communication duties during the hunt for the man who shot and killed. So she has good experience and got awarded for it. She said she relied on that experience when she started working the morning of April 19th, 2020. Funny how I talk about this stuff. The media just sits around on their ass. Then they're going to write about it. And still they'll paint it in a fucking garbage light. A lot of what we did in Kodiak, New Brunswick, is reassurance, she said. I remember. I was like, if I was hiding in my house, because most people hide in with their cell phones, if they've got them on 24/7. And most people in Nova Scotia, we have like a ton of Twitter followers. No, you didn't. Outside of RCMP, very few. So I thought, we're there with you. Just like comfort them in some way. Yeah. Scanlan, who told the inquiry that she'd been off duty due to illness since January 2021. Worry stones, PTSD, carrying a big guilty bag of other people's crap, not your own. Just tell the truth. Expressed frustration over public criticism of the communication tactics. Now you're going to defend it? That's why you're off duty due to illness. That's why you're not feeling well. You understand how it works? She's got a psychology degree. She ought to understand. She criticized both the Prime Minister and then Premier Stephen McNeil for commenting on the lack of emergency alert and changing the narrative. Oh, please don't paint these. Please don't paint that. It was going straight down to Ottawa, and if Stephen McNeil didn't know, give me a break. That's why he's... What? What was that? All these people? Well, Trudeau, still waiting. Jenga! There's no situation room. Oh, Stephen McNeil, yeah. Where did he go and work again? Doesn't he have something to do with papers and this omission thing going on? There's no situation room. We're not a human being attached to the police officer in the field that's tweeting live from the field. It doesn't work like that. Your own members. She said, the public doesn't know what the reality is anymore in terms of communicating. This is how it's done. There's no other way to do it that anyone's invented yet. Really? Like radio, television, phone, alert? Nobody's invented it. You're not reinventing the wheel, ma'am. It's been around since the dawn of time. Well, since the dawn of tech. Town criers existed before that. This is how it's done. There's no other way. I don't know what other way you're going to get the information. Like, I can't teleport it. Oh, it's your fault. Rural access limited. There was an immediate outcry after the shooting from people who pointed to the challenges of the internet access in rural Nova Scotia. Good, very good. Instantaneous. Crease, who knows your province so well. Not his province. What does he care? He's just our shitty employee. Nova Scotia and the vast majority of residents who don't use Tweeter. If it's not his fault, he better come clean. Let's get the person who's responsible for all of this at the top of the food chain. In response to a question, covert ops, to a question from research Krista Smith, who's relying on Twitter, given the concerns of accessibility, Scanlan, 32 minutes. Oh, they're watching. They're watching. Scanlan did not directly respond. Okay, because she's communications. She talked instead in general terms about how the force uses tweeters and the Facebooks to augment more traditional communications. You know, like radio. Augment. That would mean that you'd have to use the other forms. Radio, television, emergency alert. Then maybe use the shittiest platform of all, last resort. So the people in rural Nova Scotia who don't follow the tweeters and the Facebooks, all news outlets follow our tweeters, so it's their fault, right? Your PR wing's fault. So it's kind of like tweeters and Facebooks are surplus to what already existed. It's the best way I can put it. Was there a phone call? I remember somebody made a phone call, I think. A hearing about a phone call. And they got hung up on to a radio station. Smith and their two colleagues did not follow up. Michael House, expert on emergency alerts, told the Mass Casualty Commission during his testimony May 11th, social media is not a good option for public communication during an emergency. Funny that. You'd think they know. Oh, that's right. They did. Quote, the issue with social media is that you have to be following, and if it's Twitter, the right channel with the official word, and therefore leaving a lot of people out of communication. You got to have the dinger turned on. You got to have all of it to get it. Otherwise, you're not going to get it. Wasn't like there's like, I don't think there is like a push option on that where it will notify you even if you don't have that stupid little bell dinged. No. So you have to have the bell dinged. You have to have it to all notifications. You'd have to be in cell service. You'd have to be internet service. The whole gamut. You have to have the dinger on, like the notification. Come on. Interviews and emails with multiple RCMP officers indicate that the force had confirmed the existence of...
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
How long? Every car has a radio, and it doesn't have a tweeters. Of course it doesn't. We're all we all have brains. They do too. That's why they use the worst possible platform. Didn't tell you on the Facebergs, which is the second worst, probably, though a lot of people do seem to listen to that, until 1026. Problem. No, that's not what I wanted. Ah, balls. I mess with my text so I can't show things as they're getting busted. Is that it? There we go. Because I can bring up documents. Can't overlay them on the screen this way. Here's hoping that the lawyers will, if they allow that, they're going to say it's trauma. Sorry, can't. Like she lost somebody in her family, or half of her family in one night. I believe she'll still be going home. Too bad. With the phone that's on there 24/7, that's not. And still being a director. With a big bag of guilt she's going to carry unless she let it go. Options. Which one do you want? Which one? Your soul? Peace? Forgiveness? Or a title?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Mr. Burrow?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. We have met and discussed the next stages in the proceedings, and I understand that Ms. MacCallum, followed by Mr. Russell, and then Mr. McDonald proposed to ask questions of the witness. In this case, we'll need to have the witness obviously return.
Thank you. We'll ask Ms. Scanlan to return.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. Thank you again, Ms. Scanlan. I can report that three counsel representing various participants will be asking you questions in order, and they will explain to you at the beginning who they represent. Okay, so Ms. MacCallum, I think you're first.
Hello, Ms. Scanlan. My name is Sandra MacCallum. I'm a lawyer with Patterson Law. Our firm represents the majority of those participants identified as those most affected, including families of deceased victims and also a number of surviving victims and individuals. Ms. Scanlan, I have a handful of areas of question to come back to you on. And I wanted to start by speaking to you about the pre-social media era. And I understand from reviewing your materials that prior to social media, that communication would have been sent primarily to media outlets.
Yep.
Yes. And so, and before we got into electronic communications, I understand that was happening primarily by fax.
Correct.
And so you would type up a message and it would go to fax machines and come out as a printed document.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And so that eventually transitioned into email messaging. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah. So the news release distribution group, and that might have been taking place at the exact same time as the faxes. It was a little bit pre-me, but yeah.
So maybe a bit of a transition
Yeah.
period between fax and social media, email was developing during that
Correct.
interim period. Okay, and it strikes me that email at least is a good step up from a fax machine, in that it eliminates that time involved with actually using a fax machine and relying upon connection to send messages. That's fair?
Fair.
Okay, and it's also eliminates the need for someone, the recipient, to actually retype any messaging that you send to them.
Fair.
Right, so they can simply cut and paste a message into a news report or other means of dissemination. And that email list that I understand you're still using today, okay, and you would have been using in April of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And so that email list, is that automated? It's not, you don't have a list of hundreds of email addresses that you type in every time?
Yes, it's a grouping. Yeah, so it's a grouping, so you're not typing them in every time. Yeah.
Okay, so you just type in the name of a group and it automatically populates all of those email addresses?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And I understood from you today that anybody can be on that email list?
Correct.
Okay, including media outlets
Yep.
and the general public?
Yes.
And in terms of content, I appreciate it. It might take some finessing to turn something that's in a tweet or a Facebook post into an email. You may be full sentences, but generally speaking, are you duplicating the same content?
Generally speaking, yes. Yeah.
And that would be because obviously it's important that the messaging from one means to the other is consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. And I look at it as more of a formal record of it. Yeah.
How do you mean a more of a formal record?
Because we publish all of our news releases exist on our external website. So once we send out a news release, it exists until it's taken down or in infamy on the Nova Scotia RCMP external website. Yep.
Is it fair for me to take away that there's not really much additional work associated with maintaining this email group?
Maintaining the group? Not maintaining it, no.
And so the fact that that you continue to maintain it stands to reason that the public or people on that email list are expecting that you're going to continue to use it.
They expect that they may receive, yes, news releases from the RCMP if they're part of that grouping.
Okay, and is it fair also to assume that the people that are on that list, if there is important information that the RCMP has to communicate, it's fair to assume that people on that email list would expect to receive it that way?
You may expect to receive it that way, but what I can say is that since 2011, we've been providing breaking news, immediate information that needs to be known via Twitter. And then we'll go back and in certain cases, develop a news release, and in other cases, we haven't. Yeah.
And I'm not aware of any education, I guess, of that has been given to the public in relation to this transition to social media. So instructing the public as to how they should expect to receive information from the RCMP.
No, the instruction that came out would have been to the news outlets at the time when we launched social media we issued a news release that said we're going to start transitioning to Facebook as well as Twitter. And so we just began following us on those platforms and then sent an internal message. But in terms of the public, they're likely still receiving the information via the news. Yeah.
Okay, so the news release or that sort of information bulletin, if you will, to the media that said we are now transitioning to social media for our public messaging, that wasn't duplicated for the public, the general public.
We don't have access to every person in the population, so we've relied on the media or social media to communicate to the public. Correct.
Okay, so just to pick up from that, would it be fair to say that there was an expectation, or a hope at least, that the media would translate that message to the general public through the media?
100%. Yeah.
Okay. Just speaking a little bit further on this email list, Ms. Scanlan, from reviewing the statements that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission, and you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but my impression from reviewing that is that you don't find the email list particularly useful anymore.
Correct.
Okay, that's because that you believe that the social media is followed by the media outlets, and so therefore that's I guess the email list is just repetitive. It's redundant.
Yeah, and it's just in certain instances, if we're looking at reducing what people think that they should be doing or need to be doing, it's another process. So yes.
Am I correct in understanding, Ms. Scanlan, that there's no obligation on the media to do anything with the information that is relayed by the RCMP?
Absolutely correct. Yeah,
Either from a tweet or this email list or any other means that they get information.
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just a hope that the media will do what the media does.
Yeah, it's the method that we have to reach the citizens of Nova Scotia.
Ms. Scanlan, so I understand from your discussion with Mr. Burrell this morning that you would agree that regardless of how many followers there may be on the social media accounts, it's sort of, I don't want to say knowledge necessarily, but basically known that you're not going to reach every single Nova Scotian through social media.
Correct.
Okay, so individuals like Mr. Burrell, you're not going to reach him through social media because he doesn't use social media.
Correct.
Sure, and in fact, we heard from Corporal Clark yesterday and also Superintendent Rodier that neither of them use social media outside of work. And so therefore you wouldn't reach them by using social media either.
Correct.
Okay, so those are just some examples of individuals, and there's probably, you trust that there's other individuals like them that you're not going to reach through social media. And regardless of who is actually on social media that you might be able to identify as a follower on social media, there's no way of knowing who is actually active on social media at any given moment.
Correct.
That's fair. Okay. And furthermore, it's actually, there are individuals who will from time to time actually unplug or disconnect from social media to take a break from it.
Yes.
Okay, and so therefore there would be windows of time potentially where people are not actually accessing information that's coming out from the RCMP over social media.
Absolutely.
Okay. And would it be fair for me to say that it might be appropriate to assume that there are times when that's more likely to occur, such as on the weekends?
I really wouldn't know the trends. Do you mean not? My understanding is that on weekends people tend to be on social media more, but I'm not a social media expert and I can't speak to the trends.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fair. Ms. Scanlan, from reviewing your materials and other materials in the documentary record, it strikes me that there is a risk with using social media that because the public can interact with your posts, that there's a risk of misinformation being spread by the public.
Yeah.
So, for example, if the RCMP has put out a post about a suspect at large, for example, anybody could jump on that post and make a comment to say, I saw that suspect here, or I saw that suspect there, regardless of whether they're correct or not.
On Twitter, yeah, it's an interactive tool. I'll be honest, like I don't know if that was, I believe that you could do that under the Twitter thread, possibly, yeah.
Okay, yeah. But Facebook you can?
Facebook, we've turned, I morphed that actually, I want to say 2 years pre-2020, there was a lot of hatred and bigotry on the Facebook page. So I made it so that, a lot of people disagree with it because it's supposed to be a two-way tool, but that you couldn't just post any random comments, and Facebook doesn't really allow you to do that. So the workaround we came up with is that we had to ban most words in the English language. So to prevent negativity and bigotry about like missing people, But so you can, we made an adjustment to it on Facebook. With Twitter, I know that people were interacting with us. I don't know what it looked like.
So if I understand you correctly, then people can interact in terms of posting a comment on, for example, a Facebook post, but there's parameters around that there's auto filters of certain words.
Right, like, yes, with regards to hate speech and just, yes. Mhm.
Okay, so if I use a word that you have flagged as unacceptable, then my comment won't be allowed automatically.
I'll see it, anyone in the RCMP will see it, or anyone in our unit who has access to the page, but the public won't see it.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms though of just innocent misinformation, somebody who thinks that they see that
Sure.
suspect at large and posts on your original post or makes a comment to say, I saw this suspect in such and such a place, even if that information is completely wrong, that still goes up on your post.
I honestly don't know. I can't say that if, see, again, I'm one of the people that you talked about earlier. Personally, I don't use Twitter. And because I have a team of skilled people in the unit, the people that most often tweet it's not me. So I don't know if on Twitter, if you can comment underneath the actual post, but what you can do, I can say for certain is Joe Smith could write at RCMPNS, I see so-and-so on X corner. So if they can tweet at us, I don't know if they could comment underneath those individual posts. I really don't know.
Okay, and I guess you can tell by my questioning, I'm more familiar with Facebook than I am with Twitter, and I think that's where my mindset is.
Yeah, so that's me too.
Yeah, but it seems whether it's a comment attached to a Facebook post or a retweeting or reply on Twitter, the misinformation can happen. By people
Absolutely.
engaging with your posts.
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that, in fact, on April 19th, there was at least one instance of that where somebody posted a active shooter related article from 2013 that happened to bring up the word Portapic in it.
Yeah.
And that was a misinformation that the RCMP had to track and address.
Yeah, Regis corrected that. Yeah, she saw it immediately and corrected it. Yep.
And so the type of risk of misinformation that we're talking about right now, that sort of thing doesn't exist with a news release that you draft from start to finish and send out over email.
No, I mean, you mitigate risk the best that you can. And so far over the past 12 years or since 2011 and using it, the risk hasn't outweighed the benefit in terms of social media. So with regards to the news release system, fair, no one's going to be commenting on the email. But then what happens is journalists, newsrooms, they turn that around into the product that they require, and then people get the opportunity to leave comments on their web pages.
But that's not attached to something that you disseminate directly. That's something that's
Not
reproduced
attached.
with your
Correct.
content.
Mhm.
Okay. And of course, when I'm saying you, I mean the RCMP, of course. Yeah. Ms. Scanlan, I want to ask you some questions about content of some of the messages that were
Sure.
sent out on April 19th. But I just wanted to pick up on one point of clarification when you were speaking with Mr. Burrell earlier in relation to the question of authority and who is responsible for what messages get sent out. And I guess my question for you is, regardless of who has the authority to draft and click send on a Facebook post or a tweet, as the director of Stratcoms, is it fair of me to say that the buck stops with you?
Absolutely.
Right. So no matter who sends something out, you ultimately are responsible and have to answer for the content of that messaging.
Yes.
And that would have been true in April of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. So, and just to pick up on another point that Mr. Burrell was touching on this morning, this was in the context of Corporal Clark and her seeking approval from you in relation to a particular post. It was my impression that you didn't think it was inappropriate for Corporal Clark, or I guess perhaps any other member, to look to you for final approval on something before it goes out.
I can appreciate with the gravity of information she was about to release and being aware of all the considerations that it was withheld for, I can appreciate why she would want that. Mm-hmm.
And so I took away from what you were saying this morning that approval of that nature, it sounds as though it's really case by case. There's no written policy to
Correct.
guide
Yeah.
when approval, a layer of approval from you or anyone else would be required.
Right.
So that would be a direction that comes from you on a specific incident or a specific communication.
Right, and I'm not engaged in everything, but something significant in an incident like this, yes, yeah.
So aside from hearing from you directly, I want to see this before it goes out, which I think is the sort of the way we described that example earlier. How are members of the Stratcoms unit, how are they to know whether they require extra approval or not?
So in this case, even in this case, it's a good example because you'll see in one of the disclosures, we provided a timeline of tweets and who sent it and who approved it. So for example, I approved one from Regis, and I approved it because we were working on it together. She was engaging me, but do you mean more day to day?
Yes.
Okay, so day to day, it's very much incident related. So the PIOs or the communications advisors knows that the approval rests with the field or the supervisor at the field, and then it comes back to them. They're approving it for three things: officer safety, public safety, and does it compromise an investigation? If those answers are all no jeopardies identified, it comes back, and everyone knows that they're okay to hit send on that. However, there are circumstances, almost, definitely multiple times in the run of the week based on operations where there's something that it's like, okay, we haven't seen that before, or I need to run that by someone, or I need a second set of eyes, and they'll come to myself or my 2IC, Cindy Bears, and that's what they do. So, yeah.
At the end of the day, it's really a judgment call depending on the
There's a
case.
lot of judgment calls. We're in a constant state of assessment.
Okay.
Mhm.
And as I understand it, there's no written policy that helps to make that judgment call.
Not with regards to critical incidents. Yeah.
So there isn't now, and there wasn't in April 2020?
There wasn't in April 2020, and what's in place now, I can't specifically speak to, other than to say that no. I was getting that confused with us being called out with the critical incident commanders. No.
Okay.
Right.
Are there any discussions, in the sense of forward thinking? Are there any discussions
Yes.
about creating a policy
Absolutely.
that can help with that judgment call?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, between the strategic communications unit, the director, and the critical incident commanders, that is taking place, and they've already established, they've had meetings and they're meeting quarterly, and there's work being done in that area. I can't speak specifically to that, but I can say 100% that's taking place.
Ms. Scanlan, Mr. Burrell has gone through the tweet that Corporal Clark was preparing, the one in relation to the cruiser, and so I only have one more question
Sure,
in
yeah.
relation to that, and it picks up on what we've just been discussing. Corporal Clark has indicated that she felt that she needed your final approval before she clicked send on that message. If she couldn't get that authority from you, is there anyone else she could have called between the time that she asked for it and the time she finally received it? Is there anyone else she could have looked to aside from you to get that approval?
My 2IC, yeah.
And do you feel satisfied that your 2IC, so I understand that to be your second in command,
So,
or,
yeah,
or Ms. McKenzie? Yes?
Cindy Bears.
Ms. Bears, I'm sorry. Are you satisfied that Ms. Bears and Corporal Clark should know that if you can't be accessed for approval, that is between the two of them, they could sort out that approval?
I thought I was, but after putting this morning back together, it's apparent that wasn't the case.
Okay.
Yep.
Madam Registrar, I'd like it if we could please pull up the Public Communications Foundational document. So this would be the same one that you have been reviewing with Mr. Burrell this morning, Ms. Scanlan. As I indicated, and I wanted to ask you some questions about some of the content of some of the messaging that went out.
Sure.
And this is in the spirit of what you'd indicated a moment ago, that as director, you're ultimately responsible
Absolutely,
for the messaging
yes.
that comes out. Appreciate that you may not have drafted or even seen any of these messages before they went out. And so that my questions are, as I said, in the spirit of your role as director. And Madam Registrar, if we could please go to page 17 of the PDF. This is page 16 of the foundational document itself. And you'll see at number 7 there, Ms. Scanlan, this is a duplication of that tweet that eventually went out from Corporal Clark. And we heard from Corporal Clark yesterday, Ms. Scanlan, that Corporal Clark had made note of two features on the perpetrator's replica cruiser, including the push bar at the front of the car and the whip antenna at the back of the car. And neither of these items are mentioned in this tweet that describes the perpetrator's replica cruiser. And my question for you is, from the perspective of the director, do you feel that those distinguishing features warranted inclusion in a tweet to the public?
Jen indicated that she was aware of the push bar.
That's my understanding, yes, that she was aware of it.
My position is always put information in a tweet that's going to inform the public. So, yeah. Yeah, that's, if they're distinguishing factors, I wasn't aware of that.
So do I take from your response there that had you been involved in the drafting of this tweet, you would have seen that is at least worthy of consideration, if not inclusion in this tweet?
Definitely worthy of consideration. Like, I would have conversation about it. I'm not a member, so I don't even. I remember learning as part of these interviews what a whip antenna was. Like, it was said to me, and the distinguishing features of what that looks like. But yeah, there would have been a conversation. I mean, yes.
Okay. And just one more question about this. You'll see that the language of the tweet expressly says that this is the third line, quote, "There's one difference between his car and our RCMP vehicles." And I would put it to you that language is not entirely accurate. We've just discussed, and Corporal Clark had indicated her observation of two other distinguishing features. And so I would ask you if you would agree with me that that tweet identifying a single difference between the replica cruiser and a real RCMP cruiser is misleading.
Yeah, I can't dispute what. If Jen indicated that she was aware of those factors, then there's more than one.
Thank you. And I just want
But
to.
sorry, just to be clear, I guess we would get into distinguishing factors and unique factors. I mean, the evidence of the witness yesterday, if I recall, was not that the push bar was unique, whether she's right or wrong, but she described her understanding as a push bar not being unique.
Right, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I didn't mean to be careless with that language, but that it was something that would make this one stand out from most of the cruisers on the road. I guess
Right.
is what I was intending to
Sure.
convey.
Thank you.
Okay, with that clarification, Ms. Scanlan, do you have any other comment you would want to make in that respect?
No, just I think yes. So as part of the considerations, like what, I'm just imagining having that conversation because I've been asked hypothetically, you want to put in what's going to draw attention. So if something was unique. So again, I don't know, so I'm not going to offer anymore.
Okay,
I'm not
that's fine.
aware.
I just wanted to, with the clarification of the evidence, I just wanted to give you the
Yeah,
opportunity.
no,
if you wanted
sure,
to
I appreciate
correct
it.
your answer
Yeah.
at all. Ms. Scanlan, I want to take a couple of minutes to walk through some of the subsequent tweets to 10:17 a.m. not just tweets, but posts, the Facebook as well. So the very next one that we see comes out at 10:19 a.m. and that appears to be essentially a duplication of the 10:17 tweet. So taking that same information and putting it on Facebook. And is that your recollection as well, that that was done?
I can't recall specifically what was done when, but if it showed at 10:19, then is that what you're meaning? Like, so yes, then it happened at 10:19. I don't recall specifically what happened when, but the timestamp is everything, so yeah.
One thing that stood out to me in relation to this 10:19 Facebook post is that unlike the Twitter post immediately before it, it doesn't appear to include an image of the replica RCMP cruiser. And my question for you is, I appreciate that you don't have that in front of you, but my question for you is, would it have been your expectation that that image be duplicated on Facebook as well?
If we're duplicating information, yes.
So the very next post that we see is the one identified as number 9. It's a 10:21 a.m. Twitter post. And this one appears to me to give more, I guess more, at that time, more current information that the perpetrator had been seen in the central Onslow or Debert area. And you'd agree with me, it's appropriate that that more current or updated content be provided.
I think the goal with communicating is to be as real time as possible, so yes.
Well, and that helps me with my next question, because when we move to the very next post, which is a 10:26 a.m. Facebook post, that current information that was just relayed over Twitter at 10:21 a.m. doesn't appear to be duplicated here. There's merely an instruction that if there's further communication about this active shooter investigation, import a pic to start following Twitter.
Yeah.
Is that a fair way for me to read that post?
Yeah, it reads as it states, absolutely. And so what I can say is that the individuals that were working that morning, we were not all in one room. We were all in our houses, specifically 3 people in their bedrooms. And so you had to task people with doing different things. And so that is an example of that. But in the 9s, we had issued a news release and directed everyone to Twitter to follow the most current information. So, yeah.
And is that the release that you just referenced? I believe that's the one that we see at number 11 here, the 10:36 a.m. email media release.
I don't know if it was that one or if there was one. I don't know. Was there another one previous to that? I really don't.
Well, my understanding is that there's not, but I'm certainly happy to be corrected if you believe that there was another news release.
I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, it appears to me that the content in this news release, which is now 15 minutes after that more current Debert Central Onslow tweet, none of that content is referenced here at 10:36 a.m. You'd agree with me?
Yeah, if that's what yeah, I mean, that's what went out. So if that's how it's reflected there, then absolutely. That's our timeline of what we issued. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you for your opinion as director.
Sure.
From my perspective, it would be appropriate to include that up-to-date or that more current information that we saw at 10:21 to include it in these posts, which are trying to give people a real-time perspective of here's what you need to know at 10:26 and here's what you need to know at 10:36. Would you agree with me that it would have been appropriate to include that more updated content referencing Central Onslow and Debert in these communications?
Yeah, ideally in a perfect case, ideally that's what you would wish to achieve. I look at it though and think this was a surplus to Twitter and the news releases were a surplus to Twitter. So in providing information in 3 different avenues, this is what can occur. So I mean, again, or the recommendation perhaps is that you don't use Facebook, you don't use news releases, and you just use Twitter, or you just use one of them. Yeah. But
And I want to also ask you in regards to this, the 1026 Facebook post and the 1036 email release, I would put it to you that neither of these posts give any indication that there is earlier information on Twitter that people should be referencing. It just asks people to tune into Twitter for further communication. Would you agree with me that it would have been appropriate to identify the fact that there's earlier information that people would want to be aware of?
Yeah, in hindsight, that would be worthwhile to include.
And similarly, if I could bring you ahead to item number 12, it's on the next page, Madam Registrar. Thank you. So this is a further Facebook, or excuse me, a further Twitter post. It actually appears to be 2 Twitter posts back to back, which encourage people to remain tuned into Twitter for further communication about the active shooter investigation involving the perpetrator. And I would put my same question to you that I just asked, that, you know, imagining some people may just now be tuning into Twitter, would it be appropriate in a post reminding people to stay tuned to this account that there's actually earlier content that provides other information that people should be aware of?
Yes, that could be a recommendation.
Okay, in terms of this content, I just have another question in relation to posts 13 and 14, and this is kind of a discrete question that's separate and apart from the theme that we've just been walking through. And I noticed at these Twitter posts at 11:04 and 11:06, in both instances, they reference the perpetrator having been seen traveling southbound from Brookfield. And we know from earlier proceedings that at this point, the perpetrator had already been seen and was known by RCMP to be in, if not past, the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. And so my question for you is, do you have anything to offer to help us understand why that information might not be more current at 11:04 and 11:06 a.m.?
That it wouldn't have been received by us. I don't know where that who provided that information as part of these proceedings, but that's the information that we had. Yeah.
Okay, so at that point, it wouldn't have made that information wouldn't have made its way to strategic communications?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before I move on from the topic of the content of these tweets,
Sure.
I wanted to ask you about the use of hashtags in these tweets. I know when we're talking about them, we tend to sort of ignore them when we verbalize them, but I noticed that there is a use of hashtags in most all of these posts. And Ms. Scanlan, my understanding, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding that the purpose of using hashtags in social media posts is essentially to enable people to locate posts, to create search terms that people can use to find related posts. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a social media expert, but my understanding of a hashtag is that it allows you to categorize. Yes, so if you were looking for table, then you can put hashtag table, and anything that has hashtag table is going to show up, and you can search it or see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be the logic behind creating a hashtag with the word Portapic in it. Hashtag Portapic would enable people to type that in and find other posts that also have hashtag Portapic in it.
Yeah, we typically just day to day and use we hashtag the location of an incident. Yeah.
And so the idea behind that being, if somebody wanted to continue to follow what you were reporting on related to hashtag Portapic, they could punch in hashtag Portapic and all related posts would come up.
Yeah, one of the reasons, but also there's people that have a vested interest in following. So some people just follow anything hashtag Cole Harbor. So in the run of a day, they're going to see anything. So it's so they can be informed on anything taking place in Twitter related to, I'm using Cole Harbor as an example, but yeah.
Okay. And just so that I understand that, in theory, on the morning of April 19, if somebody wanted to continue to follow hashtag Portapic, are you telling me they could automatically set up something that would bring up those posts for them?
If they there's tools available, and a lot of people use something called Hootsuite. And again, I'm going to start talking out of my lane here, but there are tools available where people can set up a stream and do that. Yeah, and you can put hashtag Portapic, hashtag, well, literally anything that you'd want. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Registrar, if we could go back up to the beginning of, sorry, we were in the right place. I just wanted to go back to the first tweet, tweet number 1. And so we actually see in all of the tweets that we can see on this page, Ms. Scanlan, I see that we have hashtag Portapic in each of these posts. Do you see that as well?
Yep, I see
Okay,
it.
so that picks up on the idea that's been inserted here, so that people who want to follow this line of information, they can use that hashtag to keep up.
Well, originally at that time, I'm going to be honest, you didn't know that there was going to be more of a line of information. So that was based on the principle that we do every day, that you always hashtag the location. So it was more about, I'm just speaking on the one that I wrote at that time, 802, hashtagging the location. And it was the same location that that Lisa put out the night before. Now, in hindsight, with all the information that we have, we know that this then became an active situation again. So, yeah.
Okay. So if we go, as we've observed here, that each of these posts that we can see here, they have the hashtag Portapic. And from my impression, the hashtag Portapic continues to be used up until the 1017 tweet, and that appears on the next page, Madam Registrar, where suddenly the hashtag Portapic disappears and there's the insertion of a new hashtag. And I take from what you commented a moment ago that may be explained by the practice of hashtagging the community in which that is implicated by the information. Okay, but I want to put to you though, to individuals who are at this point now, looking to that hashtag Portapic, following from the first 6 social media posts that have been coming out from the RCMP. If they're relying upon hashtag Portapic as a social media tool to find further messaging from the RCMP, they're not going to be able to find this post at 10:17 a.m. or the post at 10:19 a.m. using hashtag Portapic.
For filtering purposes, it would have been useful to have hashtag Portapic. Ideally, that those following hashtag Portapic may have also been following the Nova Scotia RCMP Twitter.
Okay, so and rather than bringing you through and looking at the hashtags of all of the posts, perhaps I can just ask you to pick up from your last question.
Sure.
Would it be fair for me to suggest that it would have been appropriate to continue to use the same hashtag, whether it's hashtag Portapic or along with other hashtags, to continue to use that same hashtag for filtering purposes that users of social media would be relying upon, potentially relying upon?
It could have been useful, yeah.
Ms. Scanlan, I want to shift gears.
Sure.
And I want to bring you to a few questions I have about what was referenced this morning is the McNeil report.
Sure.
And Madam Registrar, if we could please pull that document up. It's identified as exhibit number 1622. And if we could go to page 73. And the portion that I'm looking at is actually toward the bottom. Section 8, Communications Media. So Ms. Scanlan, you indicated this morning that you actually had a fairly significant role in preparing this report.
Yes, absolutely.
Given your role with the RCMP, is it fair to me to assume that you would have had a considerable role in dealing with the communications or media portion of the McNeil report?
Yes.
And so I just want to ask you some general questions about the recommendations that form part of it, particularly the first 6 recommendations. So if I could, Madam Registrar, if I could move ahead to 8.1. Give me, that's roughly 2 pages ahead. And so I understand that this to be a recommendation in relation to having relief staff available during prolonged critical incidents. Are you able to elaborate on that or better describe that for me, what this recommendation is about?
Yeah, just give me 1 second here. Yes, so that's in relation to, so again, it's a different circumstance, different incident, but it's about short-term and long-term relief for support units. So communications, strategic communications is a support unit to the front line. And so it's about having availability for others to come in and surplus, supplement, relieve in both the short term to get through the incident, the aftermath, and then long term. And in something like this, I know this is unprecedented, but in something like this, that went on for many months. Another difference here is COVID was taking place, so sorry, Heidi's funeral hasn't happened yet, but again, if COVID hadn't been going on, you would have also had to manage a regimental funeral.
So my question for you was a little more general. Specifically, are you, sorry, my question was going to be more general in terms of, are you able to enlighten us about what, if anything, has been done by the RCMP to bring this recommendation to light? Have there been any protocols or policies, working groups, anything to make good on this recommendation?
No, since this, yes, there are working groups taking place. I'm not a part of those, so I can't speak to exactly the work that's going on now. But my experience, no.
Okay.
I did have people from across the country offer to come, and so I don't want to make it seem like no one came, but that was initiated by me. And in late May, Dawn Roberts showed up from British Columbia, and she has the ability and the expertise to know how to implement a relief structure for strategic communications units, leveraging all of the country. And yeah, that was the first time I exhaled.
Okay. So from a general perspective, though, your understanding is that there's probably some work or discussions being done, but there
Yes.
haven't been any concrete changes that reflect this recommendation in relation to support.
I know that work is taking place. I can't speak to it because I stepped away from work for a period of time when that work's going on, and it still continues today.
In relation to the next recommendation, this one, if I'm reviewing it correctly, it appears to relate to development, a recommendation that there be development of standard operating procedures to essentially to have communication staff as part of the rollout of the critical incident package. Do I understand? I wonder if you can confirm if that's a correct interpretation or if you have anything to elaborate on that.
No, that's a correct interpretation. Yeah, absolutely.
So similar with the last recommendation, are you aware if there have been any concrete changes, policies put in place to bring that recommendation to life?
I'm aware of today, but at that point in time, no. At the point in time of the incident, no.
Of April 2020, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to number 8.3, and this is found at page 77, Madam Registrar. And this one was probably a little more comfortable for you than it is for me to understand. But it appears to reference having a spokesperson presenting in terms of an operational perspective during an active event. Do I understand that correctly?
Hold on, I'm just going to read this here. Sorry, Are you talking about at the top, pre and post meeting? Oh, okay. You're right under 8.3?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So again, like, are you able, I'm just wondering if you can, in your words, explain to us your understanding of this recommendation. And then again, my question would be, are you aware if there have been any concrete measures to bring this particular recommendation into effect?
Well, this recommendation, I can't recall exactly, but what it has to do with is that in these types of initiatives, folks represent. In Kodiak, press conferences were taking, there was press conferences taking place while the gunman was at large. And for reassurance to the public, I think it serves the public and people to see an operational uniform up there beside either the commanding officer or whoever is decided upon. So that's what I believe that was about, because I remember having those conversations. Yeah.
Okay, and again, same question I've been asking before. Are
Sure.
you aware if there have been any concrete measures, policies, and whatnot put into place to bring effect to this particular recommendation?
Not a policy, but that would be something that you would implement at the time. So, I'm just going to say, hypothetically speaking, if there was an incident today that unfolded and that went over the course of, I believe in this one was 40 to 50 hours, and you were holding a press conference, it would certainly be my suggestion that you have an operational presence at that press conference. Again, my job is to give advice and recommendations, and people can take them or not take them, but people do often take my advice and recommendations, and that would certainly be a recommendation. Yeah.
My last question in relation to this report related to recommendations 8.4 and 8.5, and this is on the following page. And these appear to be recommendations in relation to improvements in respect of software and also hardware for communication staff, certainly in respect of the ability to access social media, but potentially other purposes. I wonder if you're able to comment on these recommendations. And again, if you're able to tell us any positive changes that have been made to bring these to effect.
The reality is that at the division level, no, we don't have the software to properly monitor social media, but what I will say is we don't have the resources to do it. In an incident like this, that's a full-time task. So no, we don't have, we have software that gets us through day to day, that we can monitor, and so we pay attention, but in a critical incident, so in like Kodiak or April 2020, no, you need teams of people that are experts and just social media experts that can decipher that information, distill it, analyze it, and give it back to me in a way that it's meaningful so that I can actually action it or do something with it. So, yeah.
So something broader than, I guess, changes of equipment, whether it's software or hardware, but there's something more broad that's implicated by these recommendations?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Sure.
Sorry.
Well, and I confess I'm trying to understand them as well.
Okay.
I'm hoping you can do that. But these recommendations, as I see them, they appear to be trying to introduce an idea of other software options or other hardware options that would make it easier for communications personnel to do their job during an active incident.
Right, okay.
And so I'm wondering if you're aware of any changes of that nature that have happened since the preparation of the McNeil report.
So yes, we don't use Blackberries. We have the ability to access social media sites on our standalone RCMP computers. We were, as well as our cell phones. But with regards to monitoring, So there has been changes in that regard, but I guess with regards to social media monitoring, that's a term loosely used, and proper monitoring from a communications perspective is not just seeing what one person said and another person said. It's critical analysis and a fulsome picture, understanding the tone, understanding what is being said. Yeah, so perhaps those changes have taken place at the headquarters level, but not at a divisional level. And then it would have to be adequately staffed.
Ms. Scanlan, I wanted to follow up on just a couple last points.
Oh, sure.
In relation to your statements that you've given to the Mass Casualty Commission prior to today. From hearing you today, my impression is that you're of the view that there are things that could have been done differently, and there are things that can be improved for the future in relation to public communications. But when I reviewed your statements that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission, you on a number of occasions spoke quite clearly to the effect of there's nothing you would change about what happened on April 18 and 19 of 2020. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to address that, what appears to me to be a discrepancy.
100%, and thank you for the opportunity. Because what I can say is that I was interviewed in September of 2020, and it was the first time I'd ever gone back to this morning and relived any of it. I had never looked at my notes. I'd never looked at my emails, and I was off pure recall. I had talked about it with psychologists, but I'd never relived that morning. And so again, I was interviewed again for many hours in February, and again, I didn't review my notes, didn't review it. I really didn't understand I didn't understand. I put it all together after. I put it all together after February, where I took everybody's notes. I had never heard of it. I didn't even hear of a foundational document. And so when I did these interviews, I didn't know what a foundational document was. So I took all the information and put it all together and put a timeline together that morning based on everyone's emails, notes, and it's been post those interviews. So now I know today, sitting here, a lot more than I knew during those interviews.
Okay.
And so, absolutely.
Okay. So do I take it then with the benefit of learning more about what actually happened
Yes.
on the morning of April 19th, you've come to the conclusion that in fact there are things that could have been done differently, and that there are things that ought to be remedied in the future.
Yeah, and we ought to learn from it. We ought to. Like, there are few things in life that we don't learn from, and this is definitely one of those. And I think we should, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlan. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. MacCallum. Ms. Scanlan, we have two more council. I understand their questions would be relatively brief. Sorry?
I'm sorry, Chief Commissioner, but I do know that answering questions that are this difficult is often best when your blood sugar is pretty good. And I don't want to intervene for Ms. Scanlan, but I'm flagging, and I suspect she is as well. I'm just concerned that that she's able to continue on under these circumstances.
I appreciate it. I actually had, with that in mind, I drank 2 apple juice, so I should be good.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, you're ahead of me.
Okay, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's where I'm going, Ms. Scanlan. I'm going to give you the choice.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
good.
so I think we have two more council, and what, 5 or 10 minutes each, maybe? All right. So those are the estimates, another 25 minutes or so. Your choice. We can break now. Or
Let's go, and if I can't, I'll
All
definitely
right,
say it.
please
yeah.
let us know then.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Russell?
Good afternoon, Ms. Scanlan. My name is James Russell. I'm a lawyer at Bertram McDougall, and along with my colleagues Stephen Topshe and Linda Hutman, we represent the Tuck Oliver family as well as the Campbell Hislop family. Yesterday, we heard from Corporal Clark, who indicated that she made the decision to omit the push bar and the whip at the antenna from the police car descriptions in the initial public releases on Twitter and Facebook. She did indicate at that time that she may have, and I understand it's in question, consulted with Cindy Bears in that decision. And I was just wondering if you recall having discussed any descriptors and whether or not they should be omitted in public communications with Cindy Bears.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were other media streams considered in informing the public during the mass casualty? I'm thinking beyond Twitter, beyond Facebook, radio, television, maybe other things.
We use the means that we have available to us are website, Twitter, Facebook, news release system. So I wouldn't have tasked Jen Clark or Corporal Croto to call a radio station, no.
Okay, so
No.
the use of radio and television is by those organizations creating their own content to post on radio or to use on radio or post on television. Is that correct?
It's just how we do business every day. Yes, we send information out, and if the radio or television show or podcast, if anyone wants to follow up on that information that they've received from our tweet or news release, then they call us and we do a clip. We generally, so we'll do a clip, yes.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Just following up on my friend Ms. McCallum's questioning on misinformation that possibly could happen by people engaging with content on Twitter or Facebook. Are you aware of any policies that exist to monitor a Twitter thread or, well, I guess it's not as relevant in Facebook, but Twitter thread or tweets that are engaged by the public of RCMP NS Twitter account by your team?
There's not a policy in place. That day it was people working, and it was I tasked Regis and said, can you please monitor social media?
Okay, so no formal policy, but there is that tasking.
Yes.
Okay. Before the events of April 2020, were you aware of any studies or statistics around the percentage of users of Twitter and Facebook, in particular, maybe the dichotomy between rural communities and urban communities?
We've certainly done them over the years. Since its inception in 2011, we've done different breakdowns, and the platforms evolved over time to allow you to do different types of statistical analysis. So yes, we've done them. I couldn't recite any of them today, no.
Okay. And would those have been more on a provincial level or more local than that?
They would be from our provincial account, yes.
Okay.
And so but as one of your analytics, you might say, I can't speak to whether it be rural or urban, but yeah, I couldn't speak to it beyond that. But yeah.
Yeah, my follow-up question would have been whether rural communities in Colchester and Cumberland counties were considered rather than Nova Scotia rural communities in general. But you don't.
I really couldn't speak to the analytics that we've pulled over.
No, that's helpful. This morning, you indicated to Mr. Burrell that one of the goals of strategic communications is to reach to as many Nova Scotians as possible. Is that
correct?
Yeah, okay. Would you agree that it would be helpful to have information and studies on a go-forward basis as to the usage of Twitter and Facebook by different demographics in Nova Scotia to ensure the most Nova Scotians as possible are being reached?
I think it's useful to continue to try to expand your followers on any platform. And what I think is most useful is that we continue to explore new communications methods that may be developed. So to my understanding and my knowledge today, there isn't anything since the development of Twitter that provides us with that opportunity.
Okay, yeah, I see maybe two different parts. Is one is
Okay.
expanding the following on
Right.
those platforms, Twitter and Facebook, but other is using those demographics and studies to look at other areas of reaching out to the public. Whether radio is still relevant, whether television is still relevant. Do you believe that it would
Oh,
be
yeah.
helpful to have those studies and the demographic information to be able to make informed decisions on whether to broaden what strategic comms does with their reaching out to the public?
Oh, I think radio is very relevant, and I think newspapers are relevant, and I think broadcast television is very relevant. I wouldn't discount any of them, and that's why we've always accessed them, and they've received their information from us through Twitter. So in an incident like this, or in an ongoing policing incident, I don't know that I've ever tasked, or that we should task a public information officer to make a one-off phone call to a radio. I don't.
Okay. Some of these next questions may seem rudimentary, and we're wanting just to establish clearly what it takes for a user to access a tweet.
Sure.
So when a tweet is issued, does everyone that has access to a smart device get notified of that tweet?
No.
When a tweet is issued, does everyone that has access to the internet get notified of that tweet?
No.
Okay. Is everyone with the Twitter app, the Twitter application on a smart device, do they get notified of that tweet?
Not everyone.
Okay. Does every follower of an account, does every follower of RCMP Nova Scotia of Twitter get notified of that tweet?
So notifications in Twitter occur via your homepage, and again, I'm probably not using the appropriate term for Twitter, but it's your homepage. So if you follow at RCMPNS, you're making a conscious decision to hit the follow button or the like, whatever it is, and that means that when you are on your device of any sort, tweets from the organization's people, whoever you follow, show up on your home screen that you can scroll. Yes. So that's Twitter's version of notifying. Yeah.
Okay, so every follower of RCMP Nova Scotia, is it my understanding that they wouldn't get a notification of a tweet? They would have to be on the app? Is that my understanding?
You'd be accessing the app if you were going to read information in the app, correct?
Is it correct that for a person to receive or to read a tweet from a particular account, like we were just talking about, they must either directly go to that account or it shows up on their homepage like you were describing, and that is impacted by a number of other things? So I'm thinking of if I was a Twitter user and I follow 1,000 different accounts,
Yeah.
that those 1,000 people that I follow or organizations impact how quickly I'm going to see a tweet from RCMP
Oh,
Nova
absolutely.
Scotia. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I might have to scroll a significant amount of time on my homepage before I see the tweet from RCMP Nova Scotia.
Yes.
Yeah. And does recency come into play? So, if I'm on Twitter at X amount of time, and just the minute prior to me opening the Twitter app, a tweet was posted, does recency of that tweet have an impact on when I'm going to see that tweet?
Okay. That'd be out of my lane.
So last couple of questions. Do you know who made the decision, and you noted this being 8 or 9 years ago, to start using social media as the RCMP's primary means of communication with the public?
It was under then CO Assistant Commissioner Alphonse McNeil, and he took the recommendation of myself and Paula Sibley Fox, who was the director at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And since April 2020, has this policy or approach, has it been reconsidered, whether or not that Twitter and Facebook should be the primary engager with the public?
It hasn't been reconsidered. It's been adopted throughout the country.
Okay, no, those are my questions. Thank you, Ms. Scanlan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. McDonald?
Good afternoon, Ms. Scanlan. My name is Tom MacDonald. I'm counsel to Tara Long, who's lost her brother Aaron Tuck in Portapique on the 18th, and to Scott McLeod, who lost his brother Sean McLeod in Wentworth on the 19th. I first wanted to just follow up a little bit on Mr. Russell's question. Registrar, if we could turn please to Exhibit 2001, which is the foundation document, Ms. Scanlan, that you've been referred to earlier this morning, paragraph 29. Page 12, sorry. And I'm not, if you need to read it, Ms. Scanlan, you can, but the part I'm going to refer you to is the first part of paragraph 29. You say, and I'll read this part to you.
Okay.
I went right back to Kodiak, to be honest, because it was very similar for me in what my function is, and then it continues. Now, for the purposes of people who aren't in the room with us, by Kodiak, you mean Moncton, right?
Yep.
And you're referring to the Moncton incident in 2014?
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me, though, that Moncton is very dissimilar to Portapique in the sense that it's a densely populated, somewhat densely populated urban area versus a very rural area, right?
They're complete opposites,
Yes.
absolutely.
So was there any thought in your mind when you engaged here in paragraph 29, when you came to this mass casualty incident, about specific changes to the Kodiak policy, if I can put it that way, because it was a rural area you were dealing with and not an urban area?
No, I appreciate the question. And what I was referring to there is the initial conversation that I had with Steve Halliday, and when there was no new information to share, it was 7:20 in the morning, and there was nothing new to share. So that was the tweet that I put out at 8:02 that called it an active shooter situation. So I changed the wording of some of what was used, but I remembered in Kodiak when we had nothing new to share, it was reassurance. It was a reassurance message. So I remember saying to Steve Halliday, "What's bothering you right now?" And he said that we're all through the area and those sheltering in place don't know that we're here. So that's what I meant when I was referring back to Kodiak. Because in Kodiak, the entire, Moncton, the entire city had been shut down for such a period of time that we had asked people to shelter in place with their phones. And post-incident, they'd indicated that it was reassuring to know that although they couldn't see us, we were there with them. So that's what I meant by that.
Okay. Just following up on Mr. Russell's line of questioning, are you aware of anything post the mass casualty that the RCMP strategic communications people are doing to ensure that if something like a Portapique specifically was to happen again in Nova Scotia, how to reach rural residents in terms of communications changes or enhancements?
Beyond the tools that we have available, so I'm just speaking about communications. I know
Yes.
that there's conversations taking place about the Alert Ready, and that's not for me, but with regards to communications tools, we only have the tools that are available. And the tools that are available from I'm not talking about we, the RCMP, I mean from the communications discipline, and the tools that we have available are telephones, email, Twitter, Facebook. Again, I could keep going, Instagram, TikTok. We haven't entered into those realms. So we are continuing to use the tools that we have. And our goal and objective as part of our strategy that we develop in the unit is to always try to increase our followers, but there's no guarantee that a certain area or a certain demographic or a certain location is going to follow you.
Right. I know you said towards the end of your evidence as Ms. McCullough was asking you questions,
Mhm.
that in relation to your duties, you were discussing some of the policies and things like that, but you also mentioned you had been interviewed twice by the commission in September of 2020, I believe in February of 2022.
Correct.
Right. In that February 2022 statement, I'm going to paraphrase it. to
Sure.
you. There was a statement attributed to you, a portion of a statement, where you said you were glad a public alert hadn't gone out because it was rural policing in Nova Scotia, and you thought that there may be more dead police officers. Do you remember that
Yep.
portion of your statement?
Mhm.
What did you mean by that?
So what I meant by that, and I think it's important, and thank you for asking me, that I provide some context, because the information that I'm going off of at the time of my interview is the information that I had with relation to Alert Ready when I stepped away from the RCMP for a period of time. So January of 2020. And that is, what I meant by that is, when I left in January of 2020, what I understood about the Alert Ready system is that, well, it's what I knew about it, but I understood also that throughout the course of this incident, individuals were hiding in areas where the suspect may have been, as well as there was significant concern for officer safety that was being considered, as I mentioned earlier, from the critical incident commander. So when I left in January in 2020, the notion of hiding in the woods, police officers and civilians were, and the perpetrator being in the area, and then an alert goes off, there's that risk or that reality has to be considered. That's what I meant by that.
So do I take it then from the statement, you weren't saying that you were concerned that Nova Scotians were going to start to shoot police officers, taking matters into their own hands?
Sorry, in relation to the...
In your statement, did you mean that you had concern that Nova Scotians would take matters into their own hands and shoot police officers?
I believe I said that, yes.
Yeah, and you stand by that this morning?
Yeah, I'm picturing my grandfather, who's rural Nova Scotia, had hunter access to guns, and I can tell you that he likely would have, so that's what yeah.
Right. Beyond the anecdotal version of your grandfather and what he may or may not do,
Yeah.
do you have any evidence this morning that Nova Scotians would have done that based on details, facts?
I believe that exists, but I'm not going to speak to it.
You don't have any evidence?
I
this
don't,
morning?
no.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Chief Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Burrow?
Would appear no further questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you very much, Ms. Scanlan, for sharing with us today. I only have one question for you, as all of my questions have been asked and answered. I understand that the criteria that you folks have set out in consideration of public safety, officer safety, and not to interfere with an ongoing investigation is criteria for communication. And I understand that you've got a number of audiences that you are speaking to when you are considering public communications, both internal and external audiences, I would expect. Could you just explain to us how you navigate that? I guess I would refer to it almost as a tug and pull. How, as the Director of Strategic Communications, you navigate that decision-making.
With regards to communicating externally and the impact it might have internally also?
Yeah. You have a number of different stakeholder groups that you
Yeah.
speak to. You have your, the public at large, you have media, you have government, you have officer safety to consider, the institution of the RCMP to consider. Those could potentially be competing demands, and I'm just
I see what
wondering,
you're
you as strategic communications director, how you navigate that tug and pull.
Yeah, so thank you for that clarification. It depends on what it is that we're communicating. When it relates to operations, the tug and pull is simply just the public, officer safety, public safety. And no, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying it in any particular order. So with regards to ops, it's exactly that. It's public safety, officer safety, investigation. I'm not necessarily considering the employees or what they're thinking about what that is. So me as the director, I'm not really also considering about political pressure. That's not something that I'm factoring in at all. Post-incident, like when you're not involved in something that's ongoing or even related to operations, there's a lot more tug and pull.
Just in follow-up to your response, at one point you mentioned today that the buck stops with you in terms of, the communication strategic, and that you provide advice and it's either taken or it's not, based on your role. Where does the buck stop on what gets released if it's not with you?
During the incident, the buck's going to stop at the critical incident commander. Post-incident, when we're talking about, I'll call it the aftermath or the post-incident press conferences, I have to say the commissioner of the RCMP.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Stan?
Thanks. Just one question about I'm trying to be clear on what was the point in the morning on the 19th at which you became aware of the mock cruiser or the replica cruiser?
What time?
Yeah.
I believe it was around 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay. And so that conversation with Staff Sergeant Halliday at 7:20, there was no mention of he might have been driving a police car or an old police car or
Not that I recall.
Nothing like that.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. All right. That's helpful.
And it's not reflected in my notes. I've really tried to decipher when I learned what, but I believe it was the conversations with Addie at 8 o'clock.
Addie at 8 o'clock.
Around the 8-ish time.
Okay. Thanks very much. That's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scanlan. I have no further questions for you. They've all been asked. Mr. Burrow?
I have been advised by the Department of Justice that maybe Ms. Scanlan had one final remark that she wanted to make and wanted the opportunity at least to have that.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Burrow. Ms. Scanlan, did you have a final remark?
Oh, thanks. And here I'm going to get emotional. I just want to apologize for my delivery and my transcripts. As I stated earlier, it's the first time I went back to these days. It's clearly impacted all aspects of my life. And I just want people to know that not a day goes by that I don't wake up and think about the victims and their families and their kids. So know that the delivery or how I came across in my transcript or in my interviews, it was just raw emotion and I didn't even understand where this was going to end up. I wouldn't have changed the facts. I definitely would have been more considerate in my delivery. And thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Scanlan. It's a difficult day for you, a long morning and into the afternoon, and we're grateful
I appreciate it. Thank
for
you.
you coming here and helping us. Greatly appreciate it. And you're now free to go. So thank you again.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And we will break until 2:30. We'll break until 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:30.
What in the hell kind of an apology was that? I wouldn't have changed a thing. What did she say? I typed it out, kind of. What did she say? She would have not changed it. She would not have changed it. What the fuck kind of an apology is that? So proud, doesn't have to fight at the beginning of a table. Just got a phone call that perhaps that's the end of her career. She may think that she's going back. Maybe not. She threw herself under that bus and chose it. But they're falling on swords, cucumbers, like. And you know, a lot of the things that she was talking about, you know, as much as it's all drivel because of the delayed and it's clearly planned and all that bullshit, everybody was getting screwed. All Nova Scotians, including her own members, by the way. She who knows all about Moncton wins awards for Moncton. Because how well she handled that. Her own members. I mean, I know that they were informing each other and stuff, a lot of them, and kind of knew things that the rest of us didn't know, weren't supposed to know till later. But that's the problem also, is that civilians, you know, they asked her things like about the whip antenna and this and that. She doesn't know. She's a civilian. She has a psych degree. She's not a cop. She doesn't know. You don't have people doing cop stuff who aren't cops, who put their hair in buns so that they look better. That's all, and that's all a fucking psyop, man. They're all running it. Lawyers do it all the time. You know, your head's covered in tattoos and you're going to court. Well, just grow your hair before we get to court. Then you'll look fine. The jury won't look at you funny. Dress like a librarian. Wear glasses when you don't need them. Here, what was it yesterday? Danceroony. I'll have to take my glasses off to read. That makes a lot of sense. Don't think I've seen photos of her with glasses. But the hair back, you know, looks with a big folder that she never even opened, that probably had nothing in it. Today, same thing. Let's just tie the hair up. Look like a librarian. You know, I've got my stones. I'm squeezing them. I'm looking over. Oh God, they're looking at me, man. They're gonna fucking get me. No, what's gonna get you is upstairs. He's gonna be judging you. All right. And, you know, you could have done yourself a real service here. A real service to yourself. First and foremost, I agree. You know, people got to take care of themselves. But she's going to be carrying around a big fucking bag. And I don't think she's going back to the RCMP. She's already on leave. Why would she be on leave? If she felt she did everything by the textbook? Or would it be the stuff like, I had to push Chris? They were telling me, no, strategic releases, stagger that dropping of the picture. The one from Addie. Heavy rocks. Yep. And the media will fucking wash this one. That's why it's so important. More gets out. You know, Peter's right. And that's up to you guys. That's your responsibility to spread the message, because I don't think it's coming out anywhere else that I know of. I just don't. I would more than happy say that. Between a small group of us, that's where it's coming from. So we have to get more eyes drawn to it, because be honest with yourselves. You guys are the ones who know, right? You know far more. I may know some. Than your average bear. You know, right? It's incumbent upon you. This is your responsibility. You've got to help people. How you can help people is you bring attention to it. How can you bring attention to it? You tell them, hey, there's a group of us. I don't do this. I don't fly solo. I've always been very careful to include, thank, stand corrected where need be. This is a group thing, but it's a small group. More people have to come. We have to bring them here, right? It's not because anybody's looking for glory. I don't like getting up at 6:30 in the morning or 6 or whatever. And I'm sure Julie doesn't like staying up all night. Or any of you. Right? So let's get this one done by bringing eyes to the story, because the media is going to bring you the sob story. The media is going to bring you the Lia Scanlan. The media is going to shit all over Chief McNeil. And they did. We have to hold all of them to account. The media, we have to push. We may even, in fact, have to help/push lawyers, families' lawyers on this one. So let's do it. Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, probably. But I don't think she'll be going back to the RCMP. Civilian. How would a civilian know? But it's all again back to their dirty ops. What are they doing? What are you doing? You wouldn't need to stagger an email. The proof is right there. I know I yarn on about it and people are like, oh no, I think people think I'm a bit off. No, think about it. If they knew about the car, okay, and it was just some rando car that he built in his garage, why would you need to wait to tell people about that? Why would it require a lot of pushing? No, that would just be really easy. Hey, there's a cop car out there. They didn't want anybody to know. I mean, what was I reading even last night? Said to something about the fellow RCMP down in Halifax. sergeant, forget his name. He messaged and said that he was aware that late in the morning, I think it was 9 something in the morning, that he became aware of the fact that the real cruiser was burned, I believe, at the warehouse. That's probably cruiser number 2, because they've been iffy on that one too. Well, they like to just say, yeah, it was burned. No, if you go through and read their notes, they're not so clear about it. They're a bit fuzzy. Lady just needs to be honest. I know what a strange concept that is for RCMP. RCMP, government, media. A lot of people are struggling with this one. Seems to be a real problem. Other people, wolves in sheep's clothing. It's all I've seen in BC. Wow. You see, like, we need to get people going on this one. Otherwise, they're just going to be like, yep, like Burl and McDonald. Are we done? Can we just move along? And it will happen again. It's in an RCMP statement, funnily enough. And he says, well, God forbid it won't be as bad as this time, but it will, because there's nothing to fix it. There's no real intent to fix anything. I'm going to read that person's statements. Very interesting. So, there are very good officers, but then what happens to them? They leave because they can't work in that atmosphere. They can't. They get pushed out. She needed more edibles, gummies. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what was going on over there? Obviously, she has a reason. Help. To not tell the truth. Don't think it's currently right now for her career advancement. Perhaps, they hope things will just die down and she can get some lofty job somewhere else. We also need to stand up for the few cops who did the right thing. There were a lot. I think, vast majority of people weren't read in. They had no idea what the hell they were doing, and they were getting sent all over Hell's Half Acre chasing rainbows. Wild goose chases was the words, right? Wild goose chase. I'm tired of it. Quit sending me everywhere where I don't need to be. Certain people. 3 amigos. Well, more than that, but people care about this as much as they care about freedoms. They don't care. Well, who do you think it was that wasn't ready? I can't say who wasn't. Well, I can say certain people. Yeah, you can read statements from certain officers who are highly critical. They kind of just say it the way it is, right? They're out there in the documents that they've issued. Because that's like McNeil. Hey, listen, I'm just going to say it the way it is. Sorry. There are things more valuable in this lifetime than maybe my paycheck or whatever, my soul, my integrity. What did they say about Onslow? I missed that one. I missed that too. They did say it. It's very hard to follow everything, at least for me. I can only speak for myself. I think my mind works in very different ways than other people's do. I'm very hyper focused. So I miss a lot sometimes if I get stuck on a point. Because they throw a lot of data at you really fast. And, you know, lots of people can absorb lots of data. I can absorb some. I can look far more deeply and critical at the little bit I can absorb, maybe than other people, but I miss a lot too. So that's why, you know, having good people like you guys here in the chat, the ones that are watching and paying attention, spreading the word, people over in the Discord, the ones that are doing the good stuff, yeah, perverted bots. That's because truth. They don't like truth. It's not because they're randomly advertising. Go over to, I don't know, DIY your house. That's not happening. Only happens in places that are threatening to them. Many need to be fired. Whole RCMP should be fired. I agree with that. There's no way you can fix it. Looking at this one, it's sad. It's a national institution. It has a history. I think a lot of it has been built up in us, kind of brainwashed into us. And it's a part of the Canadian identity. But it is garbage now. So you have to get rid of it all and then just start anew and start small. You know, local policing, none of this dirty business, undercover, Five Eyes, balls, spying, psyops on their own citizens. I mean, it's fucking loony, man. Loony. Yeah, you don't like that? Oh, drop some more porn bots. That's going to be effective. Not like my ego is as bruised as an 8-day banana, but I will not stop holding my line. Have to hold the line. Not a, you know, these ones that they see because, and then as soon as you say anything, you're an extremist, you're a radical, you're this, you're that. I'm not a radical. My family would have my balls if I was a radical. They're busy posting now. Let them do musical ride. At least the horses can be trained properly. Yeah, the musical ride. I've always loved the musical ride. I think it's beautiful. Remember the old $50 bill? I love the $50 bill, the old one. I like the old money, period. Maybe I'm just old. But the $50 bill was awesome, especially with the farting horse. I think it was actually it was doing something else. Tail up. It's kind of an indicator of certain things. Some care more about money than family. I don't know what motivations they're coming from. I honestly don't. I think they've got files on everybody. Who knows if that's part of it? I would think that's part of it. Yeah. Well, I mean, RCMP members say that. They use their own psychological profiles against them, you know, run them out as crazies. You don't think they do this to citizens and stuff, blackmail them? For sure. Politicians. Probably. Yeah. This is what we have for our employees. We're blackmailing. Our employees are blackmailing us, allowing us to die. We're fodder, lying to us, running deception shams like this, taking all of our money, laughing about it. What a joke. When are we going to wake up? Mounties, they're trying to bury the story. Mounties are probably using Twitter. Probably? Do you mean that that's Project Wide Awake? Oh, they're all over like social media. I don't know that comments can be left on the Twitters. $50 bill with the musical ride. It was awesome. Yeah. That was an awesome picture. We do have our own community policing here now. in Nova Scotia. Oh, I guess I must have missed the memo. Certainly missed it out here in Alberta, because even though we have sheriffs here, we certainly have RCMP. RCMP are everywhere, even in Surrey, where they're booted out. No. Federal ops running all the time. And with Trudeau's handy-dandy changing of his legislation at the beginning, he enacted a couple of really interesting bills. And one of them was that RCMP, he has a panel which is basically ruled by him. I think there's 5 on it, if I'm recalling correctly. Todd might know, or a couple of you, so help me with it. It's quite some time back. He enacted it almost right away, and it allowed for basically the RCMP, any federal agency, to come in and take any case that they want on anything locally. Just remove it. So even though they're gone, they're not technically gone, because the RCMP can just take any case from a local police department. I don't know. Maybe Albino is somewhere the RCMP don't operate. I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. But perhaps she can enlighten us as to where they are, because I'm not aware of anywhere in Canada that doesn't have the RCMP, but that's very possible. And if it's in Nova Scotia, I think, being that this mass casualty omission is here, that Truro is trying to get the contract from Colchester. Yeah, I think the RCMP are still operating in Nova Scotia. But again, maybe I can be corrected on that one. They will try everything to discredit this channel. Oh, they've been working diligently, I assure you. I'd love to see that blacklist. The blacklist that exists on YouTube. This channel was way gone before, but 2017, I don't remember when I started this channel. But I'll tell you, it doesn't grow. They let me have what they let me have. That's okay, and they fuck with my comments and unsubscribe. Whatever. Do what you want. It's fine. Still have a voice. Now, I'm going to be very interested in reading through your comments here, but as I'm thinking, I want to know where that picture came from. Now, I know, we've got Maureen and David. Even Lia said there, she contradicted herself. She's like, well, the photo came from Lisa in the woods. Well, it came from down and we got it from Maureen. The most I can trace it back to is Addie MacCallum, who is the next witness. And he's got some very interesting emails going on. And he's texting pictures. So is that on a personal phone? Don't have phone records for anybody. Celebrate anybody. But he's certainly using personal email addresses, which cannot be ATIP'd. So there's technically no record. There is, but that's why, like, what is it? That's all they give you. Unnamed attachment. They don't put the actual attachment in or say, this is the file number. Here's where you can find it. Nobody sends a picture to themselves from their own personal email address to their work address. Gmail, O drives, moratorium of destruction. That was a pretty bad video for them. They didn't like that one. I have a recommendation that RCMP not be permitted to have personal work. Absolutely. Anybody who has, no, I don't think we can even go here with these recommendations anymore, because that's how they just worm out of stuff. They have to be disbanded now. It's too late. They've dug themselves a hole. But whatever comes out of that, absolutely. Anybody who uses personal phones, be fired immediately. Anybody who's using Gmail addresses or non-atypical, not that that's really a word, but email addresses that can't be atyped should be fired immediately. Anybody who is drunk, hungover on the job, fired immediately. If you're on call, there's no drinking. Everybody has, if you're not logged into your MWS, fired immediately. So we know where you are all the time. And as a policeman, of course, you have no problem with that because you're doing the honest thing, like Chief McNeil. Fired, loss of pension. Yep. Get rid of that too, the pension shield. Oh, our pensions aren't touchable. No. If you're in the wrong, we go after you personally. Take your pension and your home. That's the way it works in the real world. You do something, somebody slips and falls on ice, and you have homeowner insurance, and let's say you have, I don't know, $5 million liability. Somebody slips and falls and they sue you for $7 million and win. Guess who gets to pay the $2 million? Not the insurance company. Personal liability keeps people in check. Drunky O'Brien. Well, this is how sad that they're willing to go. This is how far they're willing to go. They will throw everything down to protect this op. They think that, people will be like, oh, yeah, put breath locks on vehicles then, too. That'd be another one. Fire them if you can't do the job. I mean, this is what they've done. They've destroyed all trust in them. All because they want to have cars running around doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Weird. We need to go after their pensions. Yep. These are the people who come to work intoxicating that are having peers allow it? Do they allow that for you? Once upon a time, in the old days, anybody remember that show? What was it? We had it here in Western Canada. I don't know if you guys ever got it down East Coast. What the hell was it called? Serve and Protect. Serve and Protect. And it followed around. It was like Canada's cops. But those days, I mean, things were a little different. Cops were, I'm not saying that they were clean, but cops behaved differently. And they were a lot more lenient. Not saying, I'm not defending anything, but, say somebody had, maybe had a little too much to drink. They would say, okay, tell you what, we'll drive your car home for you. You shouldn't be driving. Next time I see you doing something like that, you're getting in trouble. Oh, now it's if you have just a 0.01, if you have anything in your system, oh my God. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't drink. So I don't know. It's different, and then it became this us versus them mentality, which it never was before. I don't really think that kind of crept into that cancer. Policemen, look at some of those text messages. Wherever you stand, down in Ottawa, the secret groups, and they're like, oh yeah, lining up to, hey, save some for us. We want to beat them up too. I'm like, wow, that's not real nice. Hey, that's a fancy trick that you learned about horse riding. I want to know how to do that so we can ride over people. What? Where are you coming from, man? Whether you agree with the COVID or you don't agree with the COVID, that's irrespective. Riding horses over people is probably not a great thing to do. And bragging about it and trying to get your friends on. Hey, I saved some for you. Those messages were atrocious. And that's coming from who? Oh, that's right. Our beloved RCMP. But don't worry. They said they're going to look into it. They'll do something about it. Right. Never happened. Literally referring to themselves as jackboots. You were able to converse with them when they were pulled over. Now, not many. Many of them seem like bullies. Yes. I mean, I can't say I've had a recent run-in. I've certainly had some run-ins that weren't good, and I've had some, but not saying that necessarily wasn't without cause. But I've also had some very good police officers. Very good. Caring, compassionate, really went way above. I remember even back then, and I was like, maybe I wasn't the most pro-police, but I was like, wow, you guys really went above and beyond. Amazing. Amazing. And to this day, it stays with me. I can still remember. And that was a hazy day, I'll tell you. But really good. Serve and protect, truth and valor, truth, duty, valor. The things on the sides of cars. I noticed that a few years ago. I did a video about it. And I was like, we got new police cars here in Calgary. And the new slogan on the cars, I'm not going to recall. Cars went the way of the dodo. Everybody had to have big trucks and SUVs. We don't really have cars anymore. It's all about image of big, bulky, big vests and all kinds of other things. And courage, vigilance. What was the third one? Courage, vigilance, and something else. Nothing to do with people. And I was like, wow, that's all about you. How great and big and powerful you are. It's not about integrity and community service to serve you and protect you, to watch over you, to the reason that supposedly you may have signed up for this job, which only a very select few people can do because they both have the bravery, they're really brave, the honesty, the integrity, because they got to be at a higher level than the rest of us, because they have to be able to enforce that without people coming back and saying, well, look at you, like we are now. Starlight tours. Yeah, I've dug into the Starlight tours some. It's a mix of both, I think. There's some hype behind it, and there's absolute appalling, terrible stuff to do with that. was glad nobody ever took me on a Starlight tour. That would be, well, bad. Lots of times I was drunk. But usually I always had friends and tried to keep control of myself somewhat. Didn't drive. Anyone who doesn't enforce the recommendation rules say thing, fire and lose pension. I really don't think this one can be, you know, as much as I've thought about it, I definitely started with that. I'm like, well, this could be fixed, you know. But the more I've been brought up to speed by RCMP, former, current, and it wasn't as though I was completely ignorant, that's for sure. But I just was like, no, I mean, it's just never ending. It's a behemoth, totally out of control. They don't even know anything about anything. I don't think they ever know who's doing what. They just invent a new title. More, we need more, say they. You used to watch the show, Cops? Oh, I used to love the show Cops. Yeah, Cops was pretty good, but I mean, they were, you know, Canada's version was Canada's version, right? You know, it was like a lot more peaceful because we're more polite. Hood popped. Anyway, all ends with us standing around cruiser with a cop showing new car, the 351 Cleveland, priceless memory to me. Hood popped. Oh, wow. 351 Cleveland. A good engine. I rebuilt a 400. That had some balls. I really put a lot into that. Now, of course, and then I got rid of it. Now, of course, I want it back. Good luck. Can't seem to find nice 78 Ford F-150 4x4. I'll rebuild it up again, but it'll cost me. Oh, the porns again. Sorry, I'm missing porn. Bye. Oh, it's casino bots. Oh, okay. I wonder if that's the same ones that's the washing cash, laundering cash out in BC. Gosh, that made me think of Piggy Farm there for a moment. Casinos. Politicians. I was once in the newspaper in New Glasgow with the RCMP for a dare when I was 7 years old. Yes, that brings back memories, eh? How many people had, what is it, heard of those? I definitely knew a couple women who got married way back, and on their bridal shower or whatever, they, you know, go and do fun things or whatever. Stagette, I don't know what they call it, right? And add some dares on there to do things with police, things that might get you in trouble. No, you know, police complied and they loved it. They had fun with it. And everybody was happy. I don't think you could do the same things today. Way more good than not. Yeah, I think there's way more good cops, but we're just losing them. They're dropping like flies. And it's terrible. It's terrible to see. And there is, honestly, within the RCMP, they don't talk about that at all. And it will not make the media. But there is, across the country, there is a revolt. There are a lot of officers who are really upset. And it's like good versus bad going on. And those people are good. And funnily enough, you know, we can build it back and take the good ones, and the bad ones, well, you can go scrub toilets. That's what you earned. Not just RCMP. with drinking issues. Oh no, drinking is part of, like, that's it. It's a very stressful job, but it's also become something that's accepted. Oh, that's the way we deal with things. They used to have a bar here in town. What the hell was it called? The Pig and Whistle. Pig and Whistle, I think it was called. Downtown. They had their own private bar. There was a lot of drinking and driving going on. You could drive out of there and drive around that area, and you could see drunk cops driving. And they would get let off. Vulgar murder stories, celebrities. Oh yeah, how about the people who are getting married at the drop of a dime without meeting each other? And what does it, sleep around and try everybody out? These shows, I don't know. We've just gone in the toilet. Someone broke into our car once. My boyfriend has had a few drinks and when the cops came, they told him to move the vehicle. Hey, he's like, I'm drinking. They kept telling him to do it. He was like, no. You need to be able to converse with them when you're pulled over. I liked a lot of the older ones who lived and shopped in the community. Community-based policing. I hear some stories, and I've read some stories about like officers who just, what's the saying? I know this person will be watching too. Well, they're going to be upset at me. Basically, though, what it was is like, sometimes you just got to do things that even, might get you in trouble. Possibly. RCMP. And, well, you just do it anyway. Ask questions later. Very good. Good man. One day. Drinking with my friends behind Sobeys, Warehouse 16. Bunch of my friends. Cops showed up and bust us. Tell us not to run, and they will only find one of us. So we did. $13.20. Not so big a deal. Oh, we were all kids. But you see, like, then we grow up and we become responsible. Some of us. Some of us just sell our souls. Those boots on the RCMP telling us, those bots are the RCMP telling us what their plans are for later today. Is that porn? Are they dropping porn at that point? Or are they gambling? I guess it must have been porn bots. So it ended with us standing around. Oh, yes, okay. The Cleveland. That builds trust. Yeah. And that's going to be the people who help out the police when they're in. I've read some stories recently where civilians just stood by and watched a female cop get beat up. And I was like, what the fuck, man? No. If I saw a cop getting beaten up, I'm definitely going to step in. If I saw a woman getting beat up, I'm going to step in. No, not happening. It's, but if you do the us versus them thing, which they like, certain people do, they like that because then it destroys society. Then people are just like, oh yeah, I'll film it. It's funny. Ha ha ha. Can I put it on social media? Maybe I'll get a bunch of likes. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You help out an officer if they're in need. We're not superheroes. That's why we pay them big bucks to do that for us. But if they're in need, you got to step in and do the right thing too. Because hopefully they'll do the right thing for us. Hopefully. childhood friend of mine, met her at Picton Farm, but that's for another time. Met her in, yeah. It is for another time. There's lots of issues on the table. This is about 1819. And even though I kind of digress and go into different things and philosophical things, it still boils down to the same thing. Police behaving with integrity, honesty, protecting civilians, and whatever went on here was wrong. And families, 22 families, have had to pay the price on this one. Ultimate price. Not something that Ms. Scanlan has to deal with. Not something that Ms. Fitch has to deal with. Judge McDonald. Judge McDonald. Some have, funnily enough. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I can't say that I know that definitively. But I'm not aware of anybody. But certainly some people in this one have. RCMP that have perished in their family in the line of duty. Real stand-up people, aren't they? A friend of mine followed an RCMP this morning, and he was throwing trash out of his window. That's nice. My hometown is best bootlegger prices, and he was a cop family 45 years ago. The good old times. Good and bad. That's kind of a mixed bag, but once upon a time, people could have fun too. Did I miss anything? Hello, Anita. How's it going? And how? Do people say that anymore? Anita Butts, and how? Do people say that anymore? Anita Butts. Anita Butts? Is that a play on words? 23 angels. Absolutely. Oh, the cop stories. I've heard so many good cop stories, and I know I've only heard like a smidge. Really good officers, good stories, heroic stories. So I want to know, where did the photo come from? Really? I did scrub around a bunch. Sergeant Pierre Bourdage. He's sending the picture apparently off to Addie, I think. Let's see here. He says, it's an interesting one though. If you do dig into it a little bit, I can't figure it out. And of course, if you think about it, you do have both. Well, we didn't get the information until Lisa came out, in its totality or whatever. Okay. Well, it was actually Dave McGrath and Maureen. Oh, okay. Or how about it was just like 10, 12? You knew. Because it's all over your fucking own records, even though they're operating on Ontario time. It's all over it. Magic. It just came. The picture magically appeared. There is people who are like, I don't know where the picture really came from. I'm not sure. Cops will say that. They're like, I'm not really sure where the picture came from. It just kind of appeared. That was, let's see, I wonder if I still have that report open. Here's one. There was a photo of the police car that came out and that was disseminated. And to be honest, I don't know if it came from I know Sergeant Bry or Staff Sergeant Bryers had sent me the photo, But I think that our members already had it. And I'm not sure where they got it from. So anyway, the info that I got, any of the photos that I got from Staff Sergeant Briers, I sent out to members as well. So I sent it out to them, and they were able to view it and also sent it to their cars. Okay, who's that said that? Wayne Sutherland, Sergeant, RCMP Halifax. A lot of confusion on where the photo is coming from. The best I can trace it is that it comes from MacCallum first. MacCallum sends it. It could be MacCallum sends himself a photo. Don't know who sent it to him. And then MacCallum distributes that to Briers. Briers then sends it back to MacCallum on his official account, because it didn't maybe come from the official account. It came from the personal email. And he also had one text to him. And there was references to photos from police, a member down in Halifax. Yeah, but not unspecified beyond that. And what the photo was of. Very, very, honestly, dig around a little bit and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a rabbit hole. I was up this morning, probably from about 1, and this isn't the first night, probably 1 until about 4, tracking it. And I'm like, going through the foundational documents, going through all the different interviews, trying to trace it back through emails. It's a confusing one. It is a really confusing one. Back then, no one knew the differences on the car. Which one? I believe the car was marked front, back. Yes, it was my personal opinion. And I don't know if I've shared that. I'm being facetious, but sometimes I don't think what I'm saying is making a lot of sense. It's a covert op car with full knowledge of certain people. It's marked. The bars, I believe that was you, in fact, that found the bars first, right? And so the bars, you got the bars on the back end, and then on the front you have the push bar, which again, where does this information emerge from? Think about it. Where is all this coming from, by and large? You guys in the Discord, the people on the YouTube, myself, family members, that's where it comes from, and then kind of bleeds its way forward. So it's a marked car. It's one that's easily identifiable to other police officers. And what if they're just told, hey, don't mess around with that car. It's doing its own thing. That's an operation we're running. Officers aren't going to question that. They're going to be like, yeah, okay, of course. We don't want to interfere with you. You don't go in and interfere with an undercover operation or covert op. You just leave it alone. So it goes about and does its own thing or things, because I think you're talking about more than one car. Pretty sure there's, again, multiple places that's been determined. Or I would say is a lot of evidence that leads to that. Had to get the picture from Ops Drive, from the Oops Drive, the O Drive. I don't know. And that message that MacCallum has, strange. The time zone is not the right time zone. So I'm wondering if somebody had access to this account over in Ontario, sent the email to MacCallum's real address, his government one, And then, but because it's got his governmental address, it can be ATIP'd. I believe. They may try and exercise privilege, but 4-hour GMT versus 3-hour GMT. It's I guess you have to include the top part here. See? Ontario time is 4-hour GMT. Greenwich Mean Time versus East Coast, which is 3-hour. And Addie does seem to be the one that everybody comes back to. Even Leo was talking about it this morning. And then she was confused too. She's like, well, I'm not sure where it's coming from. Okay. So maybe ask Mr. MacCallum, where did the photo come from? Point blank. Where did you get the photo to send to everybody else? Because it seems to go back to your doorstep first and foremost. Then you can have it on the record. And if it's Maureen, if it's David, if it's Lisa, if it's whatever, then it'll be on the record. I'm sure all the records will prove that. All the emails and all the celebrates and the texts, unless they were on personal phones. Two phones. Chad had 2 phones. 2 bloody phones in his car. Cert didn't even seem to know that Chad was at the fire hall. 2 hours later. They just kind of stumbled into that accidentally. Interesting. And it's not even a cert investigation. Yet they went and checked it out. Because he didn't fire any bullets. Did he? Rear stripe looks screwed in. I agree. Truth. Gabriel Wortman doesn't make a mistake in detail. No. Doesn't. Whoever this character is, I'll tell you, he's a fucking superstar. He's sending out thousands of fucking emails. He's building spaceships perfectly, running dental businesses that are dummies. Dummy. Do you like the dummy clinic? Those of you familiar with the dummy clinic? The one that they bought and then was just sending business back to the business that they bought it from? That's interesting. That seems like a profitable business. Plus, you got to pay. It's almost like giving a second set of keys or 2 sets of keys to a person you don't even know the name of as you hire them. Don't even really see them for 5 years. One of those sets of keys is your home. Interesting. I know that's what most bosses do. Hey, you just walked off the street. You want to make some money? Here's my house keys. I don't even know your name. I won't see you probably for the next 5 years. That makes sense. Who's that? Olu, I think it is. Even she's like, this is really fucked up, man. I know it sounds totally unbelievable. Well, it certainly does. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I'm rambling. Okay, sorry. Should go back here. I like to hear your guys' comments. I'm dropping lots of things. I do that. There's a lot of statements I read. So you can go and verify them. Or if I'm wrong, please come along and correct me. But these are things that I read and come across. Very, very doesn't fit, doesn't work. They will replace them with more baddies if we don't watch out. They certainly will, I believe. And sadly, I've had that conversation many times. I do not wish to be a part of, have any role, my little insignificant tiny role in dismantling an institution only to have something come back that's worse. But I've been assured that that's probably just going to happen anyway, but it's better at least that it comes forward. So I did think about that for a long time, and I was like, that makes sense. More people will be aware. So I know officers who have walked away from RCMP due to corruption. They're the ones that we actually need. And now we have the ones who are good still in there just quitting all over the country. Good. How do you wrestle and beat an ideology? Don't know. 40-minute break. Okay. Thank you for keeping time, Julia. Appreciate it. Friend of mine, the throwing trash. Sorry, Jamie, I'm being repetitive. Liverpool came up, by the way. Liverpool. Archie, so interesting. Archie's in the mix now, eh? Talking about Archie the other day. Archie comes up yesterday. Paul Thompson. Or is it Paul? Who is it? I was talking about him yesterday. And I know, Terry, you know about Liverpool. Some stuff about Liverpool. And he used to be the head of Liverpool. And he's now the officer in charge of Northeast Nova, which encompasses like Pictou, Colchester, a bunch of counties. He got bumps, fast bumps. Nova Scotia to BC for a short period of time, came back up into April 1819. He was operations officer, Northeast Nova, and inspector, then took a bump to superintendent, and now is overseeing all of Northeast Nova. So he's the Danko, like he's the real man in charge up there, white shirt wise. What is his name? I went through him the other day. Paul, was it yesterday I did that? I forget. Here, I can find it. I went through him a little bit. Oh, okay, I got an article to read. Who was that? Give me a second here. I had a very difficult time tracking this fellow down originally. Anybody who's involved with Northeast Nova, very hard to find. Paul McDougall. And Paul McDougall used to be Liverpool back in the day before, I think he headed Liverpool detachment. Just like Addie used to be Bible Hill before moving out to Pictou and Danko at Pictou. Let's see, messages here. Oh, right. And sorry. I want to get to all your messages too if I can. I want to read this article that was sent to me, new article on CBC. So let's do that. Head Nova Scotia RCMP testifies communications are in, lessons learned. Is this the new one? Yeah, I believe so. 6:25 in the morning. Well, this was written this morning. The other one I read was from yesterday or a few days ago. Oh, yes, and there was a comment in there. there was a comment in there from Grund, and it was a comment directed towards you and me, I believe. What did he say? This is in an article about Scanlan. He emerged out of in his interview, in his MCC interview, he said, it reads in the article, MCC investigators asked Constable Grund, one of the two officers who retrieved the 4 children sheltering in the basement of Lisa McCauley's home, whether he felt the information about the 4 children, about the role of first responders that had been properly provided by to the public. Quote, obviously, the victims and their families looking for some sort of understanding on this. And unfortunately, it's turned into some sort of, like, in some followings, you know, the huge conspiracy theory stuff. Who do you think they're talking about? Mr. Grund's talking about. Would that happen to be you? Me? The Discord? Maybe. I guess you're on the tip of everybody's tongues. Let's go back to this article. Lia Scanlan provided, because, I mean, that's very odd. He just kind of, they throw that part in there. Grund is not really in the picture right now, but put it in with the Scanlan part. Lia Scanlan previously said that she wouldn't change a thing, but was most reflective during testimony. I'm not sure how this is getting written at 6:25. I guess it's updated. Oh, okay. So this is yesterday's article, the one that I was reading part of. I never finished it. Funnily enough, that conspiracy stuff is in there. I wonder if they left it in. And Elizabeth has now jumped on board and updated it an hour ago. The former director of communications for the RCMP, who previously told...
Got too many things going on here.
Ooh, hot mic.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Devices are turned to silent mode.
Sorry if that's a bit loud. Okay, so I got to blaze through this if I can. I don't think I'll be able to. The former director of communications at RCMP, who previously told the public inquiry that, quote, she wouldn't change a thing about the way that communications were handled during the mass shooting April 2020, testified about a room for improvement now. Oh, you know, change the Roonies, while reflecting on how long it took for the tweet of the gunman to get out. I hope they do talk about how that it was intentionally sat on. The cruiser. We'll just leave it at cruiser. Lia Scanlan was the director of strategic communication in the Mounties until Nova Scotia, April 18 and 19, 2020. Scanlan told investigators with the Mass Casualty Commission in an interview about she was super proud. Walked in that table. No problems. About the way that her team had handled communications. I didn't see super proud on her face, but maybe I missed that part. The public at the 13-hour rampage, the gunman in a cruiser killed 23, including a Mountie and a pregnant woman. I guess then it would be 22, and that's correct. In the September 2021 interview, she said that she's thinking extensively about, quote, wouldn't do anything differently. September 2021. I've got the links for a lot of this stuff down below in the description. Her tone appeared more restrained, and at times she became tearful. And she answered questions posed by the Commission Council during the public hearing in Truro. I'm sure those were very tough questions to ask and compose. Wednesday morning, the previous day, one of her team members, now retired Corporal Jen Clark, who I was a bit hard on because she is the face of it all, but still, testified about waiting nearly half an hour for Scanlan's approval to post a message 24/7.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would move to call Staff Sergeant MacCallum to the stand.
Okay, we'll ask Mr. MacCallum to come in.
This one should be an interesting one. Give me one moment. I'm just getting the video lined up.
You are Staff Sergeant MacCallum?
I am.
And Madam Registrar, the Staff Sergeant is asked to be sworn.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Often the first part of questioning is the hardest. It's actually Alan James MacCallum, am I correct?
It is.
And you're otherwise known and better known as Addie MacCallum.
That's right.
And MacCallum is spelled M-A-C, capital C-A-L-L-U-M?
Yes.
Got it right. Okay. Staff Sergeant, the proceedings have gone on to this point have involved questioning of witnesses, usually using as a guide a foundational document that has been prepared. And in this case, there was a document prepared on May 17th and presented on May 17th, 2022, entitled euphemistically the Command Decisions document. It's a big document with many pages and paragraphs. Have you had a chance to see that and review that?
I have.
Okay. We're going to use that as a guide in terms of what's going on here today, okay? All right, first we'll start out with an introduction so that people will know who Staff Sergeant MacCallum is. I'm going to discuss your background and your experience with the RCMP. Please correct me if I state anything incorrectly. I understand that you graduated Depot in 1997, is that correct?
Yes.
And I understand that from 1997 to 2003, you were posted to Kelowna, BC in general duties?
Yes.
And from 2003 to 2006, you actually attained a relatively interesting posting in Caledonia in Queens County in Nova Scotia.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and just 2 seconds on that. Why would we call that a unique posting?
I guess probably the thing that made it the most interesting is that it was truly a community policing position. I was the only police officer there. My family and I, we had a house. I had a police car, no mobile workstation, and backup was quite far away. Mm-hmm. But it was very interesting because I grew up in Prince Edward Island. Rural living was how I grew up, and this was exactly going back to it. Mm-hmm. So it was very interesting because I had just come from a very fast-paced, large municipal detachment, a city of about 250,000 people, and where there's police officers everywhere. And now I was working by myself on call for the first time ever in my 7-year career. So it was interesting that way. It was quite a change.
Great. So I understand in 2006 you transferred to the Colchester district in general duty. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were there for a period of time in general duty, then transferred to general investigative section there as well?
That's right.
All right. 2009 you were promoted to corporal?
Yes.
And I understand at that time you took on the community action team in Colchester County, is that correct?
Yes.
2 seconds explanation about what that is.
So the community action team, CAT team, it basically took all the proactive units and positions within Colchester, and it fell underneath my supervision. So school safety officers, media releases, community policing, court liaison, and I also wore a bit of 2 hats because I also had a 3-person plainclothes GIS section, general investigation, and I had an integrated street crime team with Bible Hill RCMP and Truro Police that I was supervising. So we were more of the proactive approach as opposed to the reactive approach of policing.
Okay. I understand you acted periodically filling in as the ops NCO also in Colchester around this time?
Yes.
All right. 2015, you were promoted to sergeant?
Yes, I was.
And I understand you were posted to the Guysborough district in eastern Nova Scotia. Is that right?
Correct.
You acted as district commander there?
Yes.
I also understand that in that position, you acted as the scene commander at the Desmond fatality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. 2017, you were promoted to a staff sergeant and district commander in the Pictou district. Is that right?
Yes.
And then January, May of 2020, you were acting as a district advisory non-commissioned officer, that which we've come to know as the DANCO.
That's right.
All right. And that was for Northeast Nova District?
That's right. I was filling one of two positions that was in Northeast Nova.
Okay, very good. And the Danco, just for quick explanation and refreshment for us, is what?
So as you said, district advisory NCO, non-commissioned officer. Usually it's a person in a senior NCO role that has much experience in administrative, operational, and human resources. And we support a certain amount of units. And that particular time I was supporting 6 units. And what I would help the commanders and the management with is if they were having any difficulties with an investigation, moving forward, provincial policing priorities, human resources, even some difficult things such as maybe there might be some conflict within the office. So I was constantly on the go. That position it's very hectic, and the people that do it full time, I tip my hat to it. I only did it for 6 months, and that was sufficient for me.
June of 2020, you returned to the district commander role in Pictou County. Is that right? Pictou
That's
District?
correct.
Okay. So in April of 2020, you were acting as the district advisory non-commissioned officer in Northeast Nova. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now some questions about training because that's become focus and of interest in these proceedings. I understand that you have ground search and rescue incident commander training in 2003.
That and the search manager training as well. Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you update and or recertify on relatively regularly, or is that a status that you attain and continue to attain it?
So it was something that it was the same as many things, perishable skill. And I was recertified in it and went to training just to keep skills fresh. I would say it was every 3 years, perhaps 4 years. But as the program matured, it became more of, there was more of a syllabus to it. And towards the last few years that I performed the roles, it was such that there was an incident commander on call. There was a lot more oversight and support given from our emergency measures service within the RCMP and EMO, because it does fall underneath EMO. So it was something that, I actually have kind of petered myself out of it just with other roles. But when I did stop, and that was around 2017, 2018, it was a robust system.
Okay. Yes. Tell me about critical incident training. Have you any yourself?
So I'm not a critical incident commander. However, I have been exposed to many critical incident training scenarios and several courses. The most basic one, which most RCMP and municipal police officers would talk about, would be Allred.
Right.
And I was part of I believe it was the pilot Allred in Pictou County back in like 2004, 2005. And so every 2 to 3 years, I would recertify on that. And I've held every single position on the team and also the ad hoc commander, so got experience with that.
Okay.
But, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. With respect to the Allred training, I just wanted to ask you a few questions about that. In particular, can you make any comment with respect to Allred training in an outdoor location? Would you have received any of that, or would you be familiar with that?
Yes, I actually was part of one of the pilots for that as well in Aldershot, and I can't remember the year, but it would have been 2015, around there.
Can you make any comment on Allred training in darkness or at night? Would you have had any training in that regard?
Yes, we did several low light scenarios inside where whatever environment we had, the lights would be turned down. And then we did a dusk setting during a localized Allred scenario at the old Colchester Hospital here.
We've heard much in these proceedings about the importance of an Allred team going in and the avoidance of a blue on blue scenario. I'm going to ask you, can you tell us about any training you may have received with respect to 2 teams engaged in an Allred situation?
Sure. So I have been an ad hoc commander during training where the scenario became such that there wasn't just one active threat, that there was multiple, and or the contact team, the team that you'd first send in, became immobilized. And the decision was upon the commander then, do you send in another contact team or do you start sending in rescue teams? So I can tell you I had, during the training, I had successes and I had failures. Some of the failures were that I sent the teams in on top of each other and they became basically funneled into a hallway. I've also had good success where I knew that they were pinned down and I was able to give them directions to say we knew exactly where the team was, like they were waving out a window. So we knew exactly where that team was.
Okay.
So we were able to send a team to another area and then start their maneuvers.
All right, thank you. I'm wondering whether you can make any comment with respect to training since the Moncton incident, the June 2014 incident, wherein the implementation of an initial critical incident response program was either recommended or put into effect. Have you been able to take advantage of that programming?
So as in, when you mean the program, are you talking about like a formal training scenario?
Yeah, sure. I'm talking about anything in terms of the initial critical incident response program.
Okay, so
What do you know?
formally, no. Informally, what had happened was we had a number of officers of the commissioned rank take the recommendations and start making localized planning and response and training within Nova Scotia for H Division. And I remember speaking with the inspector of the day, and he would bring out the tabletop, in which I utilized 3 times in my command in Guysborough and Pictou. And the ERT also came out, and we would do tabletop scenarios with all the employees, including our district assistants. So we went through day-long exercises, and it all came from the response and the recommendations of Cody Moncton. And then once we went off through tabletops, because I had the luxury of having the command of my own unit, I then went and put on scenario-based training with simunition and actors.
Okay, thank you. In terms of this training, would that have been organized at the district level, or would it have been organized at the HDiv level, or would it have been a national type of program that you would have experienced in this regard?
So it was twofold. One, it was Northeast Nova.
Yeah.
So Northeast Nova being that district.
Yeah.
That was where the tabletops and the responses mostly came from. But then secondly, on top of that, the fact that we do severe scenario-based training right afterwards, that was something that our unit took on itself, and just to augment the tabletops.
Okay. And would that be something mandated of you as the district commander, or is that something that you took on?
No, it wasn't really mandated per se, but it was a recommendation that, as soon as possible, it would be good to get the inspector, who was a critical incident commander himself, and the ERT team, the presenters there, to your unit to get as many people trained as possible.
As the district commander, either in Pictou or Guysborough, what efforts would you make to ensure that your members had adequate training, in particular with respect to IARD? Is that something that you would have been involved in?
Well, partially, yes. So we recertify here through our training branch every 2 years, usually instead of 3. And so I know that that is happening, and I get the training syllabus. So my job is to make sure that we have our employees trained, and they have the ability, they're freed up off the schedule. We have backfills, and they have basically a car and able to travel to the training. Localized though, we do a lot of things, such as I just mentioned, the tabletop scenarios. And one thing that I'm kind of happy that we're doing right now is that I'm in cooperation with the 3 municipal chiefs of police in Pictou, and we've started a 3-prong approach for a coordinated response, just as knowing what each other's capacities are if we ever had to respond to a critical incident, because we have the 3 municipal police forces, and myself with the RCMP, we are only minutes away from each other. So we're very integrated.
So what's your view with respect to the level of training in Northeast Nova for general duty members? Have you any comment?
I do actually, and I was thinking about this. At the time that I gave my statement to the commission investigators, I believed we were at like 95% compliance. And just seeing the comfort on the faces of the officers that I have seen, the critical incidents that I've been part of, they know what they're doing. They know they may not like the fact that they're not getting any commands and they have to sit still for a period of time because everybody wants to run towards the threat. But I think everybody has a very good understanding of what critical incident is, Allred is, and the roles that are given to you.
All right, let me move on to another level of area of training, and that is with respect to some of the communications and methods of learning and distributing information systems, in particular the KIDS system and the CAD system and the MWS. Are you able to say or make any comment for us about whether you ensure members have training in those particular skill areas?
Yes, so depending where a new member may come from, they may not have been exposed to pros. They may work on Versadex or they might work on another records management system. So when they come to Pictou or anywhere in H division outside of Halifax district, one of the first things is what training does this person need? And so we make sure that they get scheduled for end user course for pros. Kids is talked about somewhat in there, but kids is a little bit different. It's more of a supervisory and dispatch thing that it morphs into what shows up on the MWS.
Right, tell me about the MWS training.
Okay, so the MWS training, which utilizes SAM, that's the software, that's done when the initial pros training is done. There's usually a day or two that's taken for that. There's also a number of online courses that usually we have to take prior to going to any classroom, or, well, we've really kind of moved a lot now to webinar-based training due to the pandemic.
Right, okay. Anything further you would wish to say about the MWS KIDS or CAD training?
No.
Okay, tell me then about next of kin notifications. Is that something that it would provide or the service would provide for members?
And I'm sorry, provide for members?
Training with respect to next of kin notification? Yeah.
So I can only go back to my dated times in depot, 96, 97, and we had an entire syllabus, part of the syllabus about next to kin notification, and we had counselors, victim services, clergy to tell us how to do it, best practices, and then we actually did a number of scenarios where we would do that. It was one of those skills, though, that I know not everybody's comfortable doing, and so sometimes when it's next to kin notifications, you sometimes handpick the person who's going to do it.
Yeah. Would there be training in this particular skill at the district level that you could comment on, or is this just something that goes back to your depot days?
No, nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. Tell me then about, and this is my final question on training in terms of areas of training, crime scene management. Would there be ongoing and continued training with respect to crime scene management?
So there's a number of actual classroom week-long courses on crime scene management. That typically goes to more specialized sections, plainclothes sections, forensic ident. They're the ones who usually have that. But if you back up and say, okay, frontline general duty policing, typically what you have is you have best practices rolled out by forensic ident, and they'll roll out these best practices. I know for training online for our Agora, there's a number of courses on crime scene management in different levels.
Right. In this situation, there has been concern expressed over the manner in which general duty members dealt with crime scene management after the mass casualty. And I'm just interested in what level of training or experience general duty members would be given at the district level in terms of how they respond to crime scene management.
Well, that's so typically depending on the investigation, this is obviously a major case management situation. They would be following the business case, the business lines of MCU, major crime. And there should be some instructions to, if you were guarding a scene, if you were transporting a prisoner, whatever role that a frontline police officer may have, there should be some type of SOPs, standard operation procedures that should be handed out to the members.
Right. And as a district commander and as a DANCO, would you ensure that that type of SOPs, or those SOPs became known to your general duty members?
So they change sometimes. So it's usually if you look at the command triangle of major case management, there would be a file coordinator, a team lead, and a supervisor. One of them should be giving one of those roles out and those SOPs out.
Okay, and I'm gonna, just in order to wrap this up, I'm gonna ask you, as your role as a district commander, would you be ensuring that your members had some training or access to those SOPs in order to guide their behavior in the future or as they act?
So the best I can explain to you is this: whenever one of my members have been asked to assist in a major case or another unit or another police force, what I first said, whoever was making the request, I said, whatever documentation or whatever instructions you have for my member, can you please make sure they have it and they understand it before they do the role?
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's move on then to the sort of issue at hand, that is April 18th and 19th. I want to ask you about your role initially, because I understand that you actually were at home. Is that right?
That's right. And Mr. Burrell, if you don't mind, and if commissioners don't mind, I was just wondering if I could take a moment to address the families.
Of course.
I know it's been over 2 years since the events took place, and I can tell you, I know that it's never left my mind, those days, and how difficult it must be for family who lost people. I can just tell you that myself and my family, everyone's in our thoughts, and I hope whatever I can add to these proceedings today will give even the smallest iota of comfort. Thank you.
Need a minute? You okay?
No, I'm good.
All right, let's go to April 18th. I understand that, and I could isolate it in the foundational document, but around 10:38, you were at home. You received a telephone call from someone. Is that
That's
right?
Yes.
Who was that? Be careful in your answer here. Who was that?
That was the dispatcher and supervisor at OCC that night, Jennifer MacCallum.
Okay. And why would you be called in that instance? Have you any insight in that?
So as I got the information from Jennifer, I realized this was obviously a critical incident unfolding, major case management. And whenever these matters start, it's usually very good to notify people up through the chain of command in order to make sure the right people are aware, the right resources are moving. And in my particular case, because I support 6 districts, and one of them at the time was Colchester, I knew from experience that I would be able to assist in some fashion and find out, basically what else I could do to make sure that this came to a successful conclusion.
Right. So we've learned through these proceedings that the critical incident package became engaged relatively quickly. Was that your understanding as well?
Yes.
But you're not a member of the critical incident package.
No.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. Why is it that the DANCO would be involved when the critical incident package and all the support system associated therewith would feel that it was necessary to become engaged? Can you give us some insight in that regard?
I can.
Thank you.
So if one looks at the critical incident triangle, and it has legs off it, and one of the legs that come off it talks about district or detachment resources. And that's where usually the unit commander, so in this case, Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, would come out underneath that leg. If one of the units that I'm supporting is in dealing with a major incident such as this, it's incumbent on me to go and provide as much support as necessary.
Okay. Now, incumbent upon you to go and provide support, what kind of support would the DANCO provide at that time? Would there be a described or a prescribed area of service that you would provide?
So Depending on who is there at the district level, the unit level, it may be incumbent on me to actually start providing operational guidance to the members. I might have to fill in and take certain roles, depending on the comfort level and the knowledge level. But the main thing that I'm there for is that I don't want to call it quality assurance. That's the wrong terminology. But if things are happening, one of my roles would be, all right, I'm going to go through and I'm going to check the boxes. All these are making place. Two heads are better than one, as far as I'm concerned, in a situation like that, because there's a lot of doing, and sometimes you have to take a little bit of a step back and have a look at that. So once again, there's not really a prescribed, but once I got there, I did realize that there was a number of major tasks that needed attention, and so I took it upon myself to start them.
Okay, so you get the call at 10:38 and you went into the detachment?
I did.
Okay. Is that the normal detachment you worked out of?
No. So my normal detachment is in Pictou County, the Stellarton.
Right.
However, because in the role of a Danco, I guess I really don't have a home per se, and I was on the road a lot. But Colchester Bible Detachment, I was very familiar with working there almost 10 years, and it was very close to my home.
Okay, so when you attended there, I understand that Staff Sergeant Carroll was also there?
That's right.
I think we heard evidence from Staff Sergeant Carroll, if I'm not mistaken, that he actually let you in the back door. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you get to the detachment, what is it that your purpose is at that point?
So the first thing I was trying to establish was what was the full scope of what was going on, the resources that were being utilized, what else we might need as resources. And so that was also so that I would be able to provide a situational awareness up the chain to the ops officer and the district policing officer, because within their realm, typically they're the ones that make the calls for CIC, air support, and to get all the other approvals needed to get a lot of resources moving.
All right. So I wanted to ask you specifically about a comment in paragraph 106 of the foundational document, and the registrar will bring that up so we can have a look at it. In particular, paragraph 106 says, according to the member report of Staff Sergeant Halliday, he called Staff Sergeant MacCallum at 10:46 on April 18th. Staff Sergeant Halliday's report states, and this is what I'm interested in, called Staff Sergeant Addie MacCallum, advised him of the situation. He advised he was just made aware himself. I asked him to head to Bible Hill and see if he could establish the location of all our cars in Bible Hill to, and this is the comment that strikes me as interesting, to rule out the credibility of the info that a PC could be involved, and to meet me at Bible Hill. That strikes me as an unusual expression, to rule out the credibility of info that a PC could be involved. Do you have any comment on that?
I do.
Thank you.
So in the initial conversation that I had with Jennifer, some of the information was that a police car was involved. And through my conversations in the next half an hour while I was getting ready to go to the detachment, one of them was talking with Staff Halliday. Actually, it was pretty much when I was heading out the door. And he had told me that information had arisen that possibly a marked police vehicle and a name of one of our regular members had surfaced. And he wanted that ruled out as that it wasn't involved. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting to me. He wanted it ruled out as opposed to confirmed. Did it make any difference to you in your mind in terms of what was going on at that point?
So in one aspect, yes. You want to rule out that it is a police officer, and because the police officer would have obviously certain training, certain knowledge, certain equipment, and heaven forbid that ever happened, they would be able to perhaps keep a step up. They might have portable radio, they might have MWS capability, they may have weapons, hard body armor, and certain training that would, in my mind, that would be a very difficult situation to deal with.
Right. And I guess finalizing this area of questioning, it seems like the manner in which the question was asked of to rule out the credibility that a PC could be involved almost seems like presumptively Staff Halliday was thinking this couldn't be, and he wanted you to confirm that it couldn't be. Any remarks that you would have in that regard?
So I don't remember the conversation being like that. The conversation that I had, and basically it was, there was 2 points in there, was that to find out, to make sure all the Colchester cars and all the Cumberland cars were accounted for.
Okay.
So in my mind, it was the fact that we want to make sure that our equipment, our assets were where they're supposed to be, and it wasn't a police officer that had gone rogue.
Okay, all right, I understand. Thank you. I'm interested in when you got to the Bible Hill detachment, we know that Staff Carroll was there. Anyone else there?
No.
Any administrative staff or assistants in that regard?
No.
Okay. And there was some communication with Staff Sergeant Halliday, obviously. We've just reviewed it here at paragraph 106. Was that over the phone with Staff Sergeant Halliday?
Yes.
Okay. I need to get a better sense in my mind of what the structure of command is at that early point between you, Halliday, and Carroll. Are you able to comment on that?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So within Northeast Nova, there's a structure, a rank structure. And so Steve Halliday, Staff Sergeant, is normally the Danko. There was a vacancy in the inspector's role, which is a commissioned officer. Staff Halliday was filling that role for some time.
Yeah.
And with him moving up, they wanted somebody to obviously take the Danko role. And it was requested of me, and I accepted. So as in a hierarchy, Steve Halliday was in the position of an inspector. I was in the position of a staff sergeant, so I was reporting up to him. And Staff Carroll, also being a staff sergeant, he was reporting up to Steve.
Okay.
Myself, though, I said, I'm there to support. I'm not there to give orders to a district commander of the same rank that I am. Things would have to be going astray.
Okay. But from what you've just described to me, I'm getting the sense that Staff Halliday was the person in charge at that stage with respect to your command or your line officer. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you arrived there, are you able to comment on Staff Sergeant Carroll's activities? What was he engaged in at that point?
So he came in, let me in. As we're walking back, I basically asked him the 5 W's, what's happening, who's involved, where is it? And he was able to provide me certain updates on that. Went into his office, and he was looking at, I believe it was Pros on his computer, and he was also on a radio. I think it was a portable radio, and he was giving certain commands, directions to members that were just reaching the scene, and it was mostly to do with containment.
Okay.
I believe he was also on the cell phone trying to bring in more resources, local resources to fill certain.
So that containment issue is of interest to me at this point. Was that the appropriate role for Staff Sergeant Carroll at that point from the detachment?
So in my opinion, it was. And the reason why it was is that the person that normally would handle a containment would be somebody that has a really good situational awareness. And that's typically the risk manager. The risk manager, Staff Rehill in this position, had taken on the ad hoc command role for the contact team and the inner perimeter on how to deal with the threat. So, until other people got there, if there had been a whole bunch of people available, I'm sure Al would have tasked that down and said, okay, I need you to help with containment, do this, 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 and this. But Al was doing that when I got there. And because, to be honest, there really wasn't another person to do that up to that point.
Okay. So did you have any difficulty with his role in terms of containment at that point, Staff Sergeant MacCallum?
No.
Okay. Sergeant O'Brien, you know him.
I do.
Yeah. Any idea of his involvement at this point?
So at that point, no, I had no knowledge of him.
Okay. All right. So your role then was to do what at that point, given the fact that Carol was involved in containment? What were you doing?
So when I look at critical incident, and as I said before, and find a way to support it, I was going through all the information I've just been provided, whether it be on the radio or with from staff Carol or staff Halliday. And I was going through a critical incident check sheet to make sure all the things that we need to do in an initial response were being done. And when I got to certain ones, I might have questions. And then I'd go back to Al, or once I called staff Rehill, and once I called Jennifer, and to get an update on that particular thing.
Did you get assigned to anything at this point then, Staff Sergeant?
Well, after checking on the cars, which I was almost immediately upon I arrived there, I inquired on that, and I was told that both Cumberland and Colchester cars were all accounted for. I was assigned, I think staff Halliday called me back and asked me about, I think the first thing he asked me about was to liaise with one of the other police forces. I think it was Halifax.
Okay.
Because some information had come out. We knew who the perpetrator was, and that's where he was from. So I believe that's the first thing I was actually tasked with.
Okay, before we get to that task, I want to just draw your attention to paragraph 132 in the document. And this 132 will talk about Constable Basalt, whom you will know was the team leader on the contact team. And Constable Basalt was inquiring about any way to warn residents in the area to shelter in place. And you'll see the brief description from the transmission there. And Rehill's response saying they're using a 911 map to call as many as they can. Did you have any knowledge of this process of contacting residents in Portapique to provide them information with respect to the active shooter event?
So the only part that I knew about it is I knew that calls were being made to residents only as we know their information was being able to be brought up.
Yeah.
And I believe that was through PROS, through the OCC.
Yeah.
I knew that was ongoing because I heard it dispatched on the radio.
Yeah.
So that was my awareness of that.
Okay, I guess my question is that if we have a contact team member asking about an emergency notification system, did you put your mind at all to that and how we might communicate with the public from this point with respect to the active shooter or the dangerous situation going on there?
So at that time, our tried and true method was actually to reach out and call people. I know I've done it myself and had it done in countless situations to let people know to shelter in place.
Yeah.
And I knew that was ongoing. So that's what I thought was the response that was being done at that time. So that I felt that was being taken care of.
Right. Any thought to anything broader than the callback system?
At that time, no.
Okay, thank you. Then let me ask you about whether you had any involvement in efforts made to obtain a comfort center or something of that nature. Have you any comment on that?
Yes, for a comfort center, well, it was twofold. One is initially we're trying to make an evacuation center. So when people were leaving within the first few hours or being sent out, we wanted a rally point for them to go where they could get information and feel secure. And that was the Great Village Fire Hall. So I was speaking with Sergeant Lilly and Sergeant Pinoy, I believe it was. And when I spoke with them briefly, it was, could you please make sure that the evacuation center is up and running and that you canvass the people who came there, see where they're going, get their information, if there's any potential witnesses, to make sure we have that information so we could provide to the major crime team.
Okay, so you're taking on a number of tasks here, Staff Sergeant. This is all at the detachment.
Yes.
Okay, what about command post discernment or command post location? Any comment on that? Did you have a role in that?
I did. I knew that we were going to need a command post. We had a command post temporarily at the Bible Hill detachment, but a command post usually needs to be in close proximity to the event for a number of reasons. So we needed to get one. And typically we look at things such as fire halls, ground search and rescue bases. We try to stay away from schools, but we've used a lot of different community halls. So I made a phone call to, I can't think of the name. Anyway, I called the fire dispatch, which is in Kentville, and I can't remember their name right at the moment. And I asked to speak with the fire chief for Bass River.
Right.
When Sergeant Carroll and I looked on the map, Bass River Fire Hall looked to be a good choice.
Yeah.
And I spoke with the chief, asked about the use of the fire hall for a command post, and I believe it was Fire Chief, surname of Grue. He said, absolutely no problem. And during that time when I was speaking with him, I actually found out that they were very close to the scene. He had his volunteer department was only a kilometer from the end of Porter Peak Beach Road. So I had to move back to the fire hall. And I also found out what they had for equipment. They also had some FLIR capabilities.
Right.
And I said, if you could please have that ready, because we may need that until the ERT teams arrive with their night vision and FLIR capabilities.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you a little bit more on follow-up, but I get a sense that you were very busy at that point in terms of the chores or tasks that you were undertaking.
Yes.
I am curious about the FLIR issue, though. That is, we would have the RCMP Staff Sergeant Danko calling a volunteer fire department in Bass River and requesting access to FLIR capability. That doesn't seem entirely right to me, and I wonder if you could give me some insight into why I might have that feeling. I would think that the RCMP should be well equipped for a critical incident and not rely on a volunteer fire department in a rural western Colchester County. Am I wrong that way?
So my conversation was an organic one. At first thing I was talking about a command post. That was the initial reason why I called.
Yeah.
And then where like he said, the fire hall was empty, and it's like, well, where are you? And then he told me where he was at. And so that became, okay, you guys need to get out of there. You need to go for your safety. And I don't know if he brought it up or I brought it up, but on the FLIR, I found out that they had 3 to 4, that they have them there. And I wasn't 100% sure what capacities were around the outer perimeter and that the contact team had. I didn't believe that they had FLIR at that time. But because I didn't hear it being utilized. So that's why I asked if they could have it ready.
Any follow-up on that, as far as you know, Staff Sergeant?
As in to utilize their FLIR?
Yeah.
So their FLIR weren't utilized, and there was 2 reasons. One, the ERT team, the very first IA response, they were there very shortly after I spoke with Chief Grue.
All right. Very good. Let's talk then about containment efforts at paragraph 157 of the foundational document. These are notes from Staff Sergeant Halliday again. He indicated that he met with Carol and MacCallum at the detachment, and the final line in his report is, I asked them to see if they could pull maps of the area so we could assess our response, our resources, and our containment. Does that ring a bell with you?
It does.
Yeah, okay. You got a direction in that regard for mapping?
So I got a direction, but I had already started that.
All right, and we'll get to that in a minute. But I want to make sure I clearly understand this. When Staff Sergeant Carroll was involved on the radio with respect to containment efforts initially when you first attended,
yes.
Are you able to comment about whether he had access to mapping at that point?
The mapping that I saw, Staff Carroll utilizing was a paper one.
Yeah.
And so he had a paper map. When he had pros up, I didn't see that didn't see if he had kids up and a mapping. I didn't notice a map on his computer monitors.
Yeah.
But the map that he had presented to me was one that was a photocopy of, I think it was a road atlas.
All right. Well, let's get to that in a minute, because I understand that you experienced some difficulties accessing the technology and the mapping at the detachment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So for purposes of the foundational document, paragraph 206 basically talks about an inability, this is coming from you, according to your notes, and thereon later, there was an inability for you to access kids. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds right, yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So any member of the RCMP should be able to go and take their security credentials and log on to a general duty workstation, as in a computer.
Yeah.
And that computer usually contains a certain standardized suite of software. When I got to Bible Hill, I was once again very familiar with the layout. The bullpen was empty. There's like 14 computers there. I know typically that the detachment assistance ones are locked down because they do other tasks, but I knew all the general duty computers, they're all the same. So I started logging on to the computers, one after another, and none had kids. There was no software. I was going through the drop down where all the programs were. I thought maybe just the icon was missing. There was none. I was through, I think, 6 or 7 computers. And while I was doing that, I was also looking for other mapping, because I know kids will show me a 2-dimensional map of where the police cars are based on GPS. But that's not lay of the land. So I was looking for, the standby is Google Earth.
Yeah.
So I went to Google Earth.
Before you get to Google Earth, though, the document at paragraph 206, the final line says, after approximately half an hour, you were able to gain entry to the KIDS system and review containment information. It looks like there was a half-hour delay there, Staff Sergeant. Am I right there?
It was closer to 25 minutes, but yes.
Okay, 25 minutes. Still a significant time at that front end, you would agree?
It was very frustrating.
Yeah, tell me about the frustration you had, and can you give us any insight into why Staff Sergeant Danko, in this case, could not access those mapping facilities?
I can't really explain it except for I finally found a computer in a side office that had one.
Yeah.
I guess maybe if I had started there, I would have been fortunate enough to get kids up and running instantly. I was going through also looking for pictometry as well. I know that'll be another topic, but on the computers that I was going through, I found them very limited in what I was looking for.
Okay. Do you have or did you obtain any insight thereafter as to why that was the case, or just that's what happened?
I never really got a formal explanation.
Okay.
My digging basically found out that there's only so many kids workstations and each one of them are numbered. And I think for just a logistics purpose perhaps, or I don't know if it's an infrastructure issue, but it seems to be that only perhaps a supervisor's computer or analyst computers or district assistants computers have kids on them outside of the OCC.
Right. Okay. All right. After that 25-minute frustration that you've described, you then accessed the kids mapping?
I did.
2-dimensional?
Yes.
Was that suitable to you in terms of your role at this stage to assist in containment?
Partially. It showed where police cars were.
Yeah.
So where the police cars were, I would assume that police officers would be nearby, or at least geographically, in that area.
Yeah.
So that was good. I was able to see where cars were situated for containment. So that part of it was good. The other aspect was, well, what do we need for containment? Because what is the environment? What is the terrain? And I knew pictometry was an excellent tool. I'd utilized it in the past on several major projects, and I went looking for it. It hadn't been on any of the computers that I had seen previously. And when I did try to go and even bring it up through Explorer, a browser, it wouldn't let me through to it. It was either blocked by our firewall. We get a message saying that the your gateway is unaccessible.
This may be implied in your comments, but was pictometry something you were familiar with in terms of your experience?
Yes.
Yeah. And was this a second source of frustration to Staff Sergeant MacCallum with respect to mapping?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, at the Bible Hill Detachment, access the pictometry program?
No, I asked if, 'cause sometimes it'll be on a dedicated computer.
Yeah.
I even had my passwords from Picto,
Yeah.
that if I could find a computer
Yeah.
that I could get the software, I could punch in even my passwords.
Mhm.
But no, I wasn't able to find out where it was.
Did you get any assistance from Staff Sergeant Carroll in terms of his ability to access the pictometry program at his detachment, Bible Hill?
I just asked if he knew where it was. I couldn't find it, and he didn't know where I could find it either.
Okay. And then you mentioned, and I cut you off, something about Google Earth. You attempted to locate that. Was that an alternative to the pictometry efforts you made?
Yes, and to be honest, I probably would have looked at both anyway, just to get
Okay.
a fulsome picture.
All right. And I'm looking at paragraph 159. Just for purposes of context, but this is a document, or sorry, a quote with your interview, and it talks mid paragraph about, so I start trying to go and find pictometry and so on. But it talks also about, I get Google Earth fired up. It's okay, but it's not very good. Yeah, you have some comments on that?
For the type of detail and accuracy that I was looking for,
Yeah.
It's great to get you from point A to B.
Yeah.
You know, it's not what you need for a major situation when you're trying to fine tune containment and close access routes. I know that right off the bat, and I kept shutting it off and turning it on and changing all the filters, but there was roads put over top of houses that went right to another road. And I know that that didn't exist, and
Yeah.
things were connected where they weren't.
Yeah.
And the resolution was, as soon as I tried to bring up the resolution, it distorted. And I could, at the bottom, I believe, it even had the, I think it might even said 2016 image taken sort of
Yeah.
thing. So I knew it was dated as well.
Yeah. So it sounds to me, at least with respect to the technology, that this is not a very satisfactory experience once you're tasked to do containment.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So you must have moved to some alternatives if the technology doesn't work. What did you do?
So basically, I found 2 maps. Staff Carroll and I took a topographical map off the wall. It had been there since I'd been stationed there.
How long had you been stationed there, or when were you stationed there?
I was there from 2006 to 2015.
So it goes back to 2006?
Newer than that. I believe it was closer
Okay.
to the 2015.
Okay, fine.
But a road map and a topographical map.
Yeah.
And then I grabbed a road atlas that I usually carry in my duty bag. And with those, I was pieced together the best that I could with terrain and roads.
Yeah.
I was confident what I was looking at showed that was the best material that I had at the time.
Right.
And from that, that's where I made my conclusions.
Okay, and we'll get to your conclusions in a moment, but the map off the wall, you say, was dated back to closer 2015 than 2006.
Yeah, when I say it's definitely an older map.
Yeah.
It was, I believe it was underneath a pane of plexiglass, because that's typically how we will keep maps, so we can use grease pencils and write on them if we have to.
Yeah.
I didn't see the year on it,
Okay.
but it wasn't an ancient map by any means.
Right. And this, what's the purpose of the map? I mean, it's on the wall in the detachment, right?
Right.
Right. Would it be decorative? Does it have a functional use at that stage?
It does. So any map will same as in all my offices, I have hard copy maps that are updated every couple of years with the new roads. And basically, technology is good, but technology can fail. You could have power go down and have no computers, cell phone signal go down and not have any cell coverage. And at the end of the day, being able to know that you're heading to the community of Seafoam in Pictou, there it is right there. Here I am. I'm driving up the number 6 along the coast.
Was the map a map of the full Colchester County that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay. Big area.
Yeah, fairly big.
I wonder if you could comment on the amount of detail it had with respect to the Portapique five houses area.
So, I mean, when you look at it, it's only a small segment. Typically what these maps will do is they'll take communities that are clustered together or more significant ones, and they blow them up on the side in a enhanced scale.
Okay. The atlas you took from your duty bag, I'm not sure what that is. Is that a Department of Tourism type of atlas, or what are we talking about
It's
there?
the Nova Scotia Road Atlas.
Yeah.
I've always kept it from my days of ground search and rescue, because I've noticed that when you get out into the rural areas, you can sometimes just forget that you're going to have technology working.
This is the multiple map coil back atlas that we're talking about that's on sale at the Government of Nova Scotia bookstore?
I don't know if it's for sale there, but I can tell you it's a Nova Scotia road
Yeah, no,
atlas.
I hear you. Okay. How was that a professional thing you had or a personal thing you had?
No, that was a professional.
Okay. And how long or how dated was that?
It's a good question. I think it was in my last recert from ground search and rescue in Aldershot, somewhere around 2015, 16.
Okay. So after you reviewed these sources and had some difficulties, did you come to a conclusion with respect to a person's ability to get in and get out of the Portapique area?
I did.
And what was that, please, Staff Sergeant?
So in my opinion was that if somebody wanted to leave that area in a vehicle, they would have to go back out Portapique Beach Road, the main road out to Highway 2/4. That was the only way that I saw that a regular vehicle, automobile, would be able to transverse.
Okay. We've heard much discussion, and you have, I'm sure, as well, over the last 2 years about the existence of the Blueberry Field Road or the Blueberry Road. Did you have any idea about the existence of the Blueberry Road at that time you were making these conclusions?
No.
Okay. I understand that perhaps a couple days later, you had the opportunity to review the pictometry program for purposes of looking at the topography and the geography of the Portapique area.
Yes, it was late on Sunday. I forget how long I'd been up for. And we were having a debrief, and Major Crime had brought in, it was just something for us to look at. And it was a print off of pictometry of the Portapique Bass River area. And even though it was in black and white, the detail was significant. And along a hedgerow on the east side of the community, there was obviously some sort of trail that ran down close from, I call it the Bay of Fundy, the Cobequid Bay, up north to close to, it looked like it went towards Brown's Loop. I couldn't really see because it was a black and white, but there was obviously something there that I had not noticed before.
Okay. If you had had that image on April 18th in the evening, late evening, would that have made any impact upon your decisions with respect to containment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Once you made the conclusion with respect to access and egress from and to the Portapique, did you communicate that to anybody?
Yes, the meeting that I had with Staff Carroll and Staff Halliday, I said I'd looked at the maps, I'd shown the paper ones that I had in the road atlas, and I still had kids in Google Map up, and I said, unless they has a boat or leaves on foot, this looks like the only place you can get a car is right back out the way in.
Once that information was passed on and that decision was made, was it ever reviewed from your point of view throughout the operation?
So I can say that I reviewed the containment later on tonight around 4 o'clock. at the command post that was in Great Village. And the reason why I don't know if I just had taken a moment, even though it wasn't my role then, but I was just looking at the map, the electronic map that was up in front of the CIC. And at that point, the indications was that the threat was still within the Portapique area. And I think it was shortly after ERT broadcast that there was gunfire being heard. And that was it was between 3 and 4. Shortly after that, I started having a look, and it's like, okay, so if a car can't get out, what about a person getting out on foot? And one of the things that did worry me was I knew that there was a campground to the east, and my family and I have spent time down that area. I knew that people had gone down on the beach quite often, and I didn't know if someone would have been able to drive down at low tide or even on high tide and get back up the other side. So I was trying to look at that. And when I looked at that, I also saw that, I said, well, if somebody's walking, the distance between where we had main roadblock on Highway 2 and Portapique Beach Road, and to the east at Clark's Lane, perhaps, there's a curvature in the road, Highway 2, and I, in my opinion, the officers wouldn't be able to see each other, or there'd be a dead spot in between. And so I asked the CIC, I said, do you mind if I close this up, because I don't like this gap here? And Staff West said, absolutely. So I got on the radio, like sometimes around between 4 and 5, and radioed to the members that were there. I think it was Dorrington and
Lafferty.
Lafferty.
Right.
Thank you.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess what I want to ask you about that sounds a bit happenstance to me, that Addie MacCallum just decided to take a look at the map, and because he had some familiarity about the beach because his family had been there in the past. Am I right or am I wrong in that assessment?
So, it's a little bit both. You need to have familiarization with the area.
Right.
I had that to a certain degree. I mean, I didn't live in that area, but I live in Bible Hill. I've been out there. And so I just happened to, I picked up on that, like, the containment looked sound as far as a vehicle was concerned. And then, so it's he's still in there. Well, we've tightened down things pretty well for a vehicle trying to get out. But what if he tries to get out now on foot? And a theory that I had talked to Staff Carroll and Staff Halliday was, I said, these fires are being set. What if they're potentially a distraction so that he can escape on foot?
Right.
So that had kind of all played throughout the discussions we had as a command team throughout the evening, because things changed, and this was just reevaluation.
I'm getting a sense, however, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this containment decision that you made around 4 o'clock in the morning was just something extra that MacCallum decided after he looked into this issue, but that it wasn't technically directly assigned to you. Am I right or am I wrong in that regard?
So I can say I picked up on it. I did. I picked up on it, but then I had that discussion with the command team and the CIC, and that's why we're there as a team, to pick up on some of these things.
Okay.
So
and that kind of leads me to my next question. I'm trying to discern or ascertain roles here. For what was Staff Sergeant Addie MacCallum's role here? We talked about the hierarchy. What is it that you're doing or assigned to be doing?
So, to be honest, I knew that Major Crime was working on getting up to speed. Like they're a fairly robust team that needs to get up and running. They would be doing investigational tasks. We were in the midst of getting our plainclothes members to come out. To be honest, I saw that there was a number of field tasks that were sitting there. The priority ones, I talked about it with Staff Halliday, and I said, I know I got a little bit on my plate here, but I said, I know a lot of the people that I'm going to be contacting, and so I said, I can handle that. So I took on a number of those roles.
Right. So am I right that the Danko and the district commander in Pictou, whatever your situation was, actually took on a field investigator's role in the response at this time?
At a high level though, but yeah,
Right.
it wasn't like as in a tasking, but it was at a higher level, yes.
Sure, but you were taking on roles or tasks like contacting a command post, contacting for a comfort center, and making inquiries into containment. I'm just getting a sense that there seems to be a lot going on for Staff Sergeant MacCallum in that time.
It was, however, with some of the things that I had done, like the task had ended. So getting the command post,
Okay.
so that was over.
Yeah.
So if it was that there was outstanding tasks or things had come up through command team reevaluating things,
Yeah.
it's like, there was things that I just would volunteer for. So I'll take care of that.
Okay. But I understand that you actually took on another role entirely that we haven't discussed, and that was obtaining information with respect to the perpetrator or making a profile of the perpetrator. Is that right?
That's right.
So you took on that role as well?
Yes.
Was that tasked to you, Staff Sergeant MacCallum?
No.
Okay. And I also understand that you took on a further role of communicating with another police agency entirely with respect to the perpetrator's vehicle. Is that right?
That's right.
That's the Halifax Regional Police.
Yes.
Okay. And you had some contact with them with respect to information sharing?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Sure. So somewhere, I was still at the Bible Hill detachment. It was somewhere around 1 o'clock. The amount of vehicles that were accessible to the perpetrator, we had been passed down to the command team through OCC. I'd also, when I was building the profile, had also come across a number of the cars and vehicles, and also a residence and business location, which was located within Halifax. So at that time, fair to say that we really didn't know where the perpetrator was. Obviously, he had the ability to be mobile, and so one of the main things that would come out would be, where would a person go, if they had just committed a whole bunch of heinous crimes. And one thing is usually, they return home or a place that's familiar, or maybe where there's family. So I contacted Halifax Regional Police. I think I spoke with Sergeant Barr, one of the watch commanders, and I updated him on what was transpiring. I had mentioned that the perpetrator had a residence and a business. I believe it was on Portland Street.
Yeah.
And I said my request was that could you put up covert surveillance on that residence, look for certain vehicles. We're also looking for the spouse of the perpetrator. And I also let them know that I said that the perpetrator was arrestable for homicide, and that if you encountered him, he was armed and dangerous.
Okay, and without getting into a great deal of detail about that interaction, how would you describe your interaction with other with other police forces, in particular Halifax Regional Police? Satisfactory in terms of communication and response?
Above that, well above that. This was everybody working towards a common goal.
Okay.
And even though that they were a distant response to this, I spoke to, I think, 6 or 7 different staff sergeants and sergeants throughout the evening, and they were flooding me with phone calls, with information, and they were nothing but helpful and professional.
Okay. You left the detachment, I understand, after obtaining a profile and making the efforts to inquire into Halifax Regional Police and their efforts there. Is that right?
Yes.
Why would you leave the detachment, Staff Sergeant? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the command post for the situation for the CIC had been established by that point at Great Village Fire Hall.
Yeah.
The CIC had, which is normal practice, had requested the attendance of myself, Staff Halliday, and Staff Carroll because of that leg underneath what the CIC triangle is. And what that really does is that, if you're together in, in the same area, it's much easier to communicate. It's much easier to discuss knowledge in the same room, as opposed to being, technology is great, but there's no replacement for being in the same room and talking to people.
All right. I want to ask you about your knowledge as you were attending at the command post, your knowledge about the fully marked police car. We've had much discussion about that throughout these proceedings. You would have been aware of the original complaint from Ms. Blair, Jamie Blair, and I assume that you would have been aware of the children's complaints that were made on the 911 call with the call taker, the extensive call.
Yes.
You would have been aware that there were complaints about the fact that there was a fully marked police vehicle or a vehicle that looked like an RCMP vehicle, right?
Yes.
And did you make any efforts to follow up with respect to these complaints in terms of actioning, searching for a fully marked police vehicle?
So the information that came in about the police vehicle, the car that the suspect was using, varied. And it varied as in the description. I read a couple of the on kids, some of the updates specifically about the car, and some of it described it as an old police car. Some were saying it had markings on it. There was one comment there about it looked like a police car. It didn't have any lights on top. And there was one other one that struck me that made it, in my mind, I wasn't looking for a fully marked police car, RCMP police car. I was looking for something that was between A and Z of what a car would be with no markings on it, and a car that would be fully marked. It was something between, but I'm not sure what that was.
Okay. All right. Then we'll go back to your attendance at the command post, and just so that I get it clear here, when you attended there, Critical Incident Commander West was in charge on the triangle.
Yes.
Right? And we've got the leg coming out of the uniform members that you've talked about in terms of the triangle. Where did you fit in terms of your ability to be involved in decision-making at the command post, if anywhere at all?
At that leg. So where that leg is, that has not just general duty, but it has the unit commander. So the unit commander, I'm there supporting the unit commander. So when there's Staff Carroll, Staff Halliday, I'm there as well to support them and provide any insight that I know as the DANCO.
In terms of supporting, I understand that to a certain extent, but did you have an actual decision-making role in terms of what was to be done at that point?
Input. There was a lot of input. And at the end of the day, the CIC made the calls on certain decisions, and other things that were being done that fell more towards the unit resources, that was more towards the fact of Steve Halliday.
I've had the occasion to ask a number of people in command at that time whether they were concerned about this idea of too many cooks in the kitchen. And I'm going to ask you the same question. Were there too many cooks in the kitchen at the command post at that time?
No.
Okay, why do you say that, Staff Sergeant?
So the amount of activity going on, there's no way to explain it unless you were there. One person would be swamped. Two people probably would have drowned in the information. As it was, you know, I recognize that information was missed, and that's with all of us there. I can't imagine what could have gotten missed if there was only a couple.
Okay. All right. In terms of your knowledge of, and just change the topic a little bit, of air support, did you have any role in the provision or securing of air support that night?
No, I just became aware of the attempts.
Okay. All right. You did talk about a comfort center earlier and the efforts you made. Did you make arrangements ever to finalize that arrangement?
Yes.
And how would that go?
So somewhere around between 6 and 7, Staff Halliday asked me to arrange for a comfort center.
Yeah, 6 and 7 seems, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but it seems a little late from the layperson's point of view. This started at 10 o'clock, 6 or 7 in the morning, a significant period of time down the road. Are you able to comment on that?
Well, I can, is in that there really wasn't many people to comfort. The people that had left originally and went to the evacuation center, they all had places to go.
Yeah.
Nobody was, to my knowledge, when I talked with staff, Sergeant Lilly, that nobody had anywhere that needed somewhere to go. They all had family or they were going to find their own accommodations. And then between that period of time and starting to become closer to daylight, we were turning our minds to making the evacuation process continue, jumping back into the evacuation process. And if we were doing that, now we had people that had to have a place to go. And so that's why, and it might have been a bit earlier, but in my memory, it was between 6 and 7 that I was asked to do that. And I started making the inquiries to make it happen.
Yeah, okay. And you actually arranged for 2 members from Pictou to attend there?
I did.
Yeah, and how'd that turn out?
So after I had confirmed that the site was set up at the Onslow Fire Hall, I knew that, these were people that potentially be going there could have been victims or targets of the perpetrator, and that a level of security was going to be required. So I originally had contacted 2 of my members from Pictou.
Right.
Given that it was becoming daylight the next day, I had to draw on fresh resources, and I knew where I had some fresh resources. So I had 3 members actually coming to do different tasks, and I had Constable Gagnon and Constable Arsenault tasked to go to the Comfort Center to provide security and canvas.
Is that normal to have 2 members go as opposed to 1?
So given the magnitude, that's why I felt 2 was necessary.
Yeah.
Normal, like we try to pair off
Right.
on any situation. Like if you're doing any sort of scene security, you're trying to pair off so that you have backup per se.
Right.
But we have done it depending on the risk on one member as well.
Right. So we've heard much information with respect to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall and what took place, the Fire Brigade Hall and what took place there. And there was only 1 member that was at security. That was Constable Gagnon at that time. What happened to Constable Arsenault?
So summer's around 6:45, I believe it was. Lisa Banfield was discovered to be alive and down in the Portapic area. After she was evacuated out, we had a chance to have our field investigators that were there at the time interviewed her, I believe in the back of the ambulance, and was given some startling information, revelations. At that point, it was one of our only live witnesses that I was aware of, and I diverted Constable Arsenault to accompany Banfield to the hospital, not just for protection, but in case any more spontaneous utterances or information came forward that he could relay it back to us.
So had Lisa Banfield not come out at that time, you would have been 2 members at the Comfort Center?
Yes.
I see. Okay. In terms of your efforts of obtaining profiles, information about the cars, engagement with HRP, we've heard much in these proceedings about the access to PROS and the management information system. But we also have heard some difficulties accessing another data management system called Versadex. Do you know about that?
I know about Versadex.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you access Versadex at all at that time during your efforts to obtain profile information or information about the cars?
So I had tried, it's called PIP, Police Information Portal.
Yeah.
It's another window that's on the PROS, can't think what it's called, but basically the start menu of it.
Yeah.
And I tried to access that to run the perpetrator's name, and it wasn't working in a timely fashion.
Okay.
So I stopped work. That's the gateway for PROS users to search any other records management systems that police officers use across Canada.
Would this be another unsatisfactory experience you had with respect to technological access to information?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you able to inform us about whether you made any efforts with respect to evacuating persons and creating lists of evacuated persons for provision of information to the command post?
Yes. I did.
Yeah, and I'm getting the sense that there was efforts made by you to contact Donnelly Williston at the OCC and obtain some information. How did that go, Staff Sergeant?
So I believe it was between 2:30 and 3.
Yeah.
One of the important things with critical incident is to try to know where people are. So that community has, I forget, approximately 40 homes.
Yeah.
And it would be, where are the occupants of these homes?
Yeah.
Where do we have, do we have other witnesses who are sheltering in place, who've evacuated?
Did you have a good way of finding that out, Staff Sergeant?
So I didn't have the best way of finding it out, no, but I was able to, in my mind, piece it together through a number of different sources.
Yeah.
The first one was when I contacted Donnelly Williston, was a request. I said, for the 911 calls that were made, and the tracking of radio dispatch that the contact team had said that we're at this residence, they would announce where over the radio what address they were at.
Yeah.
I said, could you please give me that information?
Yeah.
And I believe she got it to me within probably, it was very quick, about 45 minutes to a half an hour.
Yeah.
And then I supplemented it when I spoke to the contact team.
Right. Was this an effective way of determining who was in the community and who might have left the community from your point of view?
Given the size of the community, it wasn't as effective as it could have been, but I did get a fairly good sense of what houses we'd been to, what houses we hadn't been to, and then from that we're able to figure out which of those homes people had left.
Right. And getting a good sense is different than being accurate, and accurate would be relatively important in this type of operation. I'm just wondering whether you felt that there might have been a more accurate way of obtaining information with respect to people who were at risk in the community.
I guess the only thing that I could say is if there was an ability, somebody to register that I've departed or I've left, and if that could be done somehow through a cellular service, or that would be the only thing. But there'd be an awful lot of onus then on the people to put that on them as well. But I mean, that would be something that, if you could self-identify that I've departed in a way that we wouldn't have to go and you spend a lot of time doing it.
Is this the information that eventually made its way up onto the sheets of paper on the wall in the command post, the boards, so to speak?
So some of it did. A scribe or the CIC are the only ones that touch those boards.
Yeah.
So I don't believe I touched the boards at any time, but I provided the information to Staff Sergeant West and the scribe, and I believe that was transposed right up on the board.
Okay, I want to ask you another question with respect to information gaps, perhaps, that were experienced by the command team. I'm given to understand that you and Staff Sergeant Halliday and the Staff Sergeant Carroll actually involved yourself in a debrief of the contact team when they emerged from Portapique. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you would have met with Constables Basselt, Merchant, and Patton and discussed where they were, how they moved through the community, and then there was some additional surprising information that came to your attention.
That's right.
Yeah, what was that, please, Staff Sergeant MacCallum?
So basically, the brief was over, and was just making sure that they were all right and about to send them home. And I think it was Constable Patton. He hands me a bullet, a spent bullet. And I'm like, what is this? He said, well, that's from Andrew. And it's like, okay, well, who's Andrew? Well, he was shot in the head. It's like, okay, well, he's dead. Where is he? He goes, no, he's at the hospital. I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, well, no, the McDonald's were one of the first people we encountered when we came in. And they went to the hospital. He suffered multiple gunshots. And I'm like, who are these people? And I come to know that I actually know Andrew McDonald. Up to that point, and I believe that was around 3:30, I had no idea that these victims and witnesses were actually alive, because at that point, there was very few people that were alive to what they'd seen.
course, in hindsight, we've had the opportunity to listen to the Colchester comms and know that around 10:25 there was transmissions with respect to Kate MacDonald and Andrew MacDonald and the complaint that they were engaged in while they were being shot. My question to you is, as a member of the command team, how is it that this fundamentally important information could have been missed such that you're not getting it until 3:30 in the morning, some 4 hours later? Any insight for us?
I have no real explanation.
Okay.
The amount of information and material that was in like the CAD messaging was immense. Updates were coming from multiple callers. I don't know. And I heard just organically through this process about, some recommendations, and one of them in my mind, and I can't see how it wouldn't be a great idea, would be to have some sort of a review ongoing of information that came in to make sure that nothing got missed. Typically on an average file, even if it's major, a NCO, a lead investigator, can skim through that material. A dispatcher, a risk manager can skim through that material and see salient points fairly quickly. If something gets missed, this was voluminous. And I mean, I got there obviously after, I get there around 11 o'clock, so over a half an hour after the McDonald's had that encounter. I didn't hear it on the radio. I didn't know that they were around. I don't know how it got lost.
Okay. All right. How would you comment with respect to communications that night between members and decision makers? Would you say good, bad, indifferent? Any remarks?
What I heard was good.
Okay.
They're and the same as everything. The first thing that goes is your comms during any sort of time where there's contact. I heard busy signals with the TMR system, and that's just plain and simply capacity. There's only 4 channels on the TMR, and if people are talking at the same time, and that can be anybody from EHS, DNR, municipal police force, whoever's using it at that time, and they get bonked out. So the capacity thing, that I noticed.
Okay.
But the communication back and forth, I thought it was good.
All right. Let me move specifically into an area from the foundational document, in particular, Madam Registrar, paragraph 358. And this is the incident of Maureen Banfield contacting the OCC. And I think it is an instance perhaps of where some important information would also have been lost and or missed. I want to make sure I'm correct in that regard. I understand that around 5:51 a.m., Maureen Banfield, the sister of Lisa Banfield, called looking for Addie MacCallum.
Yes.
And it would appear from the engagement between Jen MacCallum, Maureen Banfield, and Staff Sergeant Addie MacCallum that you weren't able to speak to her. You were asked to have a number taken so that you could call her back. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And if we could just slide down a little bit, Madam Registrar, the transcript will depict that there was the request for you to call her back. I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you ever did have the opportunity or did call Maureen Banfield back. Am I right there?
That's right.
Okay. Now, how could that be? This is Maureen Banfield, who's got some important information with respect to her sister and her sister's spouse, but you didn't get a chance to call her back. Is this information overload again, Staff Sergeant MacCallum?
No, it was, to be honest, it was prioritizing at that time.
Okay.
I remember when Maureen Banfield called.
Yes.
And my recollection of the conversation was that she was concerned about her sister.
Yeah.
She was aware of what was transpiring, and she wanted a call back.
Yeah.
Not that she had critical information or anything of that nature. That was my recollection.
Yeah.
I took her number and I was about to call her back when Halifax Regional contacted me and said they were just speaking with Maureen.
Yeah.
And then gave me this information, and then it's that time that I was trying to close that loop, and I'm like, well, is that what Maureen wanted to tell me?
Okay.
So when we do things and there's locations are more remote from where you are, we constantly ask other units, whether it be RCMP or municipal, to assist. And at that point, I think it was Clark, Staff Sergeant Clark, might have been who called me at that time. The request was, can you get a statement from?
Right. But my concern in this case is going back to the top of the quote is that it's actually at 5:46 a.m. when that call came. We know that Ms. Banfield, Lisa Banfield, emerged from the wooded area and around Portapique shortly after 6:30, around 6:30. So we're about 3/4 of an hour earlier. There's a contact from Maureen Banfield who may have been able to provide the command as decision makers important information with respect to that marked replica vehicle. And it looks like this is a missed opportunity for that to occur. Am I right or am I wrong in that regard?
So I didn't feel with that. From what I talked with Staff Clark, was that they were interviewing and speaking with Maureen and getting that information.
Okay.
And that's where the first picture came from. The only thing that came forward at that time was the information from the anniversary dinner or get together the night before, and the selfie shot of the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield.
Okay. So paragraph 430, you at around 7:04 to 7:06 were tasked with updating HRP about risk to Maureen Banfield at around 4:30. Paragraph 430, Madam Registrar. Oh yeah, page 209. It looks like Staff Sergeant MacCallum spoke with Sergeant Bordage of HRP at approximately 7:24. And at that time, it also appears that you received shortly thereafter some photographs of the vehicle. Does that sound about right?
That's right.
Okay, so I'm looking at 7 o'clock and I'm comparing it to 5:46 that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
There's some significant time period differential there that you might have had the information. Am I mistaken in that regard?
So my understanding in speaking with the staff sergeants in HRP that were dealing with Miss Banfield, Maureen Banfield, was that Maureen had the photo of the couple from the night before.
Right.
Her significant other had the photos of the car. So it wasn't until he became in the picture closer to 7 o'clock that this photo ever emerged.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. When the photos came, you received the photo of the 28B vehicle around this time period. And would you have had any awareness or familiarity with the exchange of this information between Watch Commander Sergeant Sutherland and Risk Manager Briers simultaneously when this information is going on?
No, I had no idea, but I think it's a simple case of duplication, just trying to make sure the information gets out.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good. So when you got the photographs, your action was to do what, please?
Well, the first thing I knew I was getting, these photos were going to show up.
Yeah. And
when I got them, I mean, I was stunned. And I was only feet away from the command team and CIC. And I said, guys, this is what we're looking for.
Okay.
This is the car that everybody's been talking about.
Okay.
And I emailed it to Glenn Byrne, who was sending it up to OCC. And so Glenn Byrne, part of the CIC package, everything I have, everything that I come in contact with, give to the CIC. Glenn was accepting it.
Yeah.
He was kind of like the focal point of information.
Right.
So gave to him. I was emailing it to people, and I don't know how, except for maybe that HRP had spoken with other RCMP officers. I was getting phone calls and texts that, do you have a picture of the car?
Yeah.
And I was texting it to as many people, employees within the RCMP that I could.
Doesn't sound all that productive a way of distributing information at this point, Staff Sergeant.
I think it was redundant.
Yeah.
But I know that what I had done was I'd send it right through the right channel.
Okay.
Staff Briers had already had it anyway, so it was redundant that way.
Yep.
But when people were asking me for it, I was sending it out real time.
What about an actual specific, clear decision by the Staff Sergeant MacCallum to instruct somebody to send that photograph immediately out to the public for distribution. Did you do that?
So no, I had no part of that initially. My role was to obtain the information and pass it on through CIC.
Yeah, but could you have made the input suggestion perhaps to get this out to the public immediately?
So at that time, Staff Halliday was speaking with our comms.
Yeah.
And for my understanding of the situation is that that was what was being discussed, because I was tasked with doing certain things with those photos immediately after that.
Yeah. So we understand, or correct me if I'm wrong, that you at 7:45 or thereabout sent those photographs to Stratcoms?
No.
Okay.
At around 7:45, I had a conversation with comms, and it was going to either be Cindy McKenzie or Lia Scanlan, and it was Lia who called me. We had a discussion that Steve Halliday had mentioned to Lia that I would provide the context and the information so that a social media release would be done to warn the public about the perpetrator in the vehicle. And I asked, what she had. I said, do you have a picture of the vehicle? And she says, I believe she said no, or send it again. And then it was, do you have a picture of the perpetrator? And it was, better send it to me again. And I said, I'll be sending it to you shortly. We did have a short conversation about that if that car had been located yet. And it might be another vein of questioning, but at that particular time, just around 8 o'clock, the confirmation wasn't received yet that the two burnt out Tauruses that were in Portapique could be the fully marked car.
Right.
And closer examination had to be done to them. And I know that the CIC tasked the ERT team to go back in. So I was awaiting that confirmation before I.
Did you ever request or intimate that there be a wait for the release of that information through public comms, or a holdback on that in any way?
No, the only thing was that I know that comms was crafting the message. And the only thing that I said that could possibly change is that that car could be one of the two that are burnt out. And we should know that shortly. And if that's the case, you wouldn't need to put the car out because we have located it.
Yeah. Did you ever have any communications with Stratcoms about directing them to send it out, or never, or not to send it out?
No.
Okay. We know that the tweet, and we've discussed this over the last 2 days, of the photograph of 28B11 actually went out at around 10:17 a.m. You have any insight into why there was the delay between the time you sent the photographs to her at around 8:02 or 8:10 until 10:17, Staff Sergeant?
Of all that time, I can account for like about 5 or 6 minutes. Why? I thought that the information that I provided was going out as soon as the media release was ready. So it would be part of the first one. I know that when I left the command post to go after the threat with others, that I was being phone called or emailed for approval. And I never got that call. We were going very dedicated. So for 5 or 6 minutes, I can explain that delay because I didn't get it. And then it moved on to Steve Halliday.
Okay. All right. And do you have any idea of the approval process, given the fact that you were 10-6 or busy, how that came about?
Later on, I did see that Staff Halliday was the approval.
Right, but would you have had any idea at that stage?
I thought that it was a done. I thought it was a done deal when I gave the information that it was going out.
It is interesting to me, and we had asked some witnesses earlier about the fact that Addie MacCallum, who was assigned as the liaison between Stratcoms and the command post with respect to crafting tweets and information for public dissemination, actually became involved at 9:42 in the manhunt, so to speak, such that he wouldn't be available. Does that strike you as being a problem in terms of follow-up and continuity of your role?
So I guess the only thing I can say is that knowledge of what that role was.
Yeah.
My task was to provide the information to create that initial media release to warn the public,
Yeah.
which I did.
Yeah.
And at that point, I felt that my task was completely done.
Okay. All right. I am almost to the end. You'll be relieved to know of my questions, but there are two more areas that I was wanting to ask you about. We talked about 942 when you left the command post to join the manhunt, that is joined with Constable Hubley and left to proceed towards the Wentworth call. That sound about right? Have I characterized that right?
Yeah.
Okay. But shortly before that, when you were at the command post, there was an incident involving Constable McDonald and the Blair children's dog and a vehicle. And the vehicle was 5 Bravo 11 that Constable McDonald was operating.
That's right.
Are you able to describe for us what happened there and the significance to the narrative that we have?
Sure. So I had been up at the roadblock right leading into Portapic, and Constable McDonald was there, and he had asked me about one of the victim's family dog that needed to get to a vet. And I said, like, I'm sorry, but right now we can't spare anybody to take the dog. So I had gone back to the command post, and this was around 9:15, 9:20. And I had just parked, and I was talking with Constable McEwen, who was doing scene security at the command post. And I got a radio call that, we have the dog now. Can we bring it down and see if we can transport the vet's waiting?
Yeah.
And I was like, we can't spare anybody. And then there was the volunteer firefighters were there, and I went and asked them, I said, is anyone heading into Truro that might be able to help with this? And one person said, yeah, actually, that they were leaving.
Right.
So I told Rodney, I said, okay, Rodney, bring the dog.
This is Constable McDonald.
Constable McDonald,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes.
No.
Bring the dog, and we'll get it figured out. And so he said he was on the way. So I'm standing out in front of the command post with Constable McEwen, and I hear a motor, fairly high RPMs coming, and here comes a fully marked police car around the corner. And if you know Great Village, there's the fire hall and the church, and it's a fairly sharp corner heading west. And the front end is all destroyed. The bumper's hanging off it. There's damage to the grill, and it's coming. And both Constable McEwen and I thought, this is the perpetrator, because nobody knew where he was. He obviously had a marked car, and all of a sudden this car came out of nowhere. We thought it was him. And we got pretty close to drawing our weapons. And I recognized it was Rodney. And it's like, no, I told Constable McEwen, I said, no, it's our guys. And he came up, and it was the first time I noticed. But Rodney's car was Bravo 11 for Colchester, 5 Bravo 11, I believe is what the Colchester calls. And I just made that mental note of how I knew that Rodney, Constable McDonald was coming. I knew I was anticipating him. I recognized him, and even such, the level of deceit that the perpetrator was using, that here was something that we could easily have had a blue on blue, just like that.
Yeah. So Rodney McDonald's vehicle was a Bravo 11. What was done with that vehicle then?
So, it was heavily damaged, and Rodney and...
And did you know how it got heavily damaged?
Yeah, well, actually, when I got closer, I could tell there was blood on it, and he told me he hit a deer on the way, just halfway between his post and the command post.
Okay. And did you do anything with the Bravo 11 vehicle, any other similar vehicles?
Well, it really wasn't drivable, so I told him, go park that and find another police car. There were some other police cars around. And then I realized the Bravo 11, that may be a common sign call for actual cars. I knew from Radio Workshop that 28 Bravo 11 didn't exist, but that obviously we just had a Bravo 11.
Yeah.
So I went up to the command post, talked to Glenn Byrne, and I said, is there any other Bravo 11s that are active on the board right now? And he found one. And he said, tell him to park it and get another vehicle.
Okay, very good. Last topic. We had discussed the fact that at 9:42 things changed and that you responded with Constable Hubley to proceed north towards Glenholm. I want to bring up the Glenholm foundational document, please, Madam Registrar, in particular paragraph 75. And that's with respect to an incident of attendance of a number of vehicles at the overpass of the 4 and the 104 that was not near the 2896 Fisher residence. And in particular, paragraph 75 in the foundational document, Glenholm, indicates that you arrived at the initial stopping point after a number of other members. And then there was something attributed to you in terms of your interview. And that is, so we're turning off and everybody stops, all the everybody stops soon as you get off the ramp on Highway 4. And I'm like, why are we stopping? And because I knew it was further up the road. And so everybody was spilling out, and I said, and somebody said, like, where is he? Where is he? I said, why are we stopping, guys? It's 2 kilometers. It's 2 kilometers up the road. And then it was like, what the fuck are we here for? Let's go, let's go. And so everybody piled back in and went up the road. Looks to me like another sort of mishap in terms of the police response to the Glenholm and/or Wentworth address, excuse me, the Glenholm address. Do you have any comment on that for us, Staff Sergeant?
So when Craig and I were leaving the command post, I knew that we had a lot of police officers, specialized units, air services. I knew that we were heading towards Wentworth, and we got what I thought was a break by the dispatch. Coming over, said that he was at the certain address on Highway 4. And I knew exactly where it was. I knew this driveway. I knew that Civic only because go up that road often, camped nearby. And in my mind, it's like, we finally know exactly where he is. And we were minutes out, and Constable Hubley was saying, okay, where do we want to go? And I said, go take this road and get on here. And we're going to take this exit. And I thought we were just going to keep going.
It's okay, man. Take a minute. Take a minute. Staff Sergeant, we can take a break if we want. We're almost, this is my last area of questioning.
No, I'm all right.
But if you need a break, we're happy to do that.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. It indicated that you knew the area and that you were heading that way.
Yeah, so I thought we were going to keep going, and then I saw other cars, marked cars and unmarked cars, pulled off the side of the road on the Wentworth Highway, just off the exit. And we stopped, and I thought we were stopping maybe for formation, and at that point, ERT is the tip of the spear. They're the ones that we're going to be doing this. And so we stop, and then more cars started coming up because we had quite a response coming. And as we came out, there was, I don't want to say it was momentary confusion, but it was like, okay, where's the driveway? Where is he? And many people there weren't familiar with the neighborhood. And it's like, guys, why are we stopping? It's up there.
Yeah.
And so that was it. Everybody was, let's go. Everybody wanted to be in the fight. Everybody wanted to get there. And to this day, it's just a very hard thing that if I just didn't tell Craig just to keep going, that we wouldn't saw him in the distance, or I just don't know that.
Yeah, of course we don't know that, but you're concerned, I guess, over the issue of the delay that it may have been experienced at that time.
Yes.
All right. Staff Sergeant, I understand that after the Fisher residence and the ERT involvement that you actually then attended to the Glen Holmes scene and secured that location, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then eventually you left the Glen Holmes scene and headed south down towards and took up a position at Brookfield when the incidents took place or on and around the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. Is that about right?
That's right. We stopped at several strategic spots along the way in case the perpetrator doubled back, but eventually that's where we ended up.
Okay. And I understand that you had some additional administrative involvement in terms of the completion of this involvement return to the Bible Hill detachment, and then eventually ended your very, very long day.
So while there was this horrible incidents that had happened and an investigation was undergoing, my role is to support service delivery and policing. And at that time, we were decimated. People had been up for, day and a half. Your resources to call in were now there on top of, so everybody's there, and we still have to provide policing service. There's still calls coming in. So my goal was the welfare, mainly talking to the unit commanders that were involved, of the members involved, and then to provide basically a plan to keep policing going in the 6 districts that I was responsible for the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Well, we've been at it a long time. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions for Staff Sergeant MacCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Burl, and thank you, Staff Sergeant MacCallum. The process we follow now is that we will take a break, and Mr. Burl will speak with council for the participants and discuss what further questions may be asked of you and who will ask them. So I'm thinking, Mr. Burl, 20 minutes.
Yes,
but
please.
Of course, more time if you need it.
Thank you.
Staff Sergeant MacCallum, is that enough time for you, 20 minutes?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Oh, wow. There is a ton, a ton there. A ton of things that he was saying. The strategic stops that he took, let me see if I can pull them up. I found them very strange. You know how Rodney Peterson has been very maligned, and I would sadly say I was amongst one of them. Interesting. Given what data I had, but subsequent looking through things, I don't know about things. I had questions, and I was going to talk about it before because it starts to open up a whole bunch of other things, and I wanted to hear what he had to say first. According to Rodney Peterson's interview, I don't even know how to start this stuff. There were 3 people. There are 3 people underneath Rodney Peterson at Bible Hill. Corporal Rodney Peterson. You know, the one who saw him on the highway outside the Fishers. Well, the 3 people underneath him are Dorrington, Lafferty, and McDonald. They weren't scheduled to work. They circumnavigated Corporal Peterson. They didn't inform him. Constable McDonald, Rodney McDonald, got a brief phone call from a sergeant of Amherst Police. He then phoned, who did he phone first? Lafferty, and then Dorrington. The three of them did not inform their superior officer, being Rodney Peterson, that they were going into work. They went into work. They just did their own thing. They got off at 7 o'clock, and then we're back in work right away. Dorrington, of course, lots of questions. Their statements don't quite line up. At the Fishers, Sergeant MacCallum, I hope I'm getting this all right. I'm doing it by memory. Sergeant MacCallum jumped in with Peterson. He then instructed him to go up the road. Peterson's like, I didn't hear anything. The radio was really quiet. I don't know what was going on. His interview is really, really interesting. And then Sergeant MacCallum, he's like, he doesn't mention anything about hearing Hunter Road. I don't know. I think it's subsequent. It makes it sound like it's subsequent to them leaving. And MacCallum is like, oh, just drive up the road there on number 4, go up to a little bit further. Now, he doesn't indicate, the GPS log does indicate that he went to Lillian's site. However, he never mentions it in his interview. He just says that they stopped at the corner of 4 and Hunter Road and just sat there. And then the call came over the radio that Hunter Road had happened, according to, if I'm reading Peterson's statement right. And they waited there. They didn't go. And then the Dorrington call came over the radio. The Dorrington Brookfield stuff came over the radio. That was why Carol, sorry, to digress for a second, that was why, who was it that got upset with him in the, the staff sergeant was like, what the hell are you guys doing here? What are your guys doing here? And he's like, I have no idea. Nobody even informed me. He got a couple of texts on his phone the next morning when he woke up that something might have happened from the 4th team member that he has underneath him, Corporal Peters. So he had no idea what was going on, according to his statement. I'm just going by his statement. And so after the call for Dorrington sighting in Brookfield came through, MacCallum instructed Peterson to go down there, and that does line up with the GPS logs, and sit. Heidi's call came over the radio, and they sat there. He doesn't indicate anything about Chad. He's like, I don't even know. I don't remember hearing anything about Chad. He has some lines. I wish I had, maybe do I still have his statement open? Hold on one moment. Dorrington supplementary report. There's so much there. And the passwords, I didn't understand that he was Danko that night for Northeast Nova. I wonder it was... Oh. Saw I got 3 missed messages on my personal cell phone from Constable Patrick McNeil. Called him back, and he told me that there were several shootings and fires in Portapique. He said members from our team were there. I met Sergeant O'Brien, but in the parking lot. He briefly told me about the shootings and the concerns that my team had. He's downplaying it here a little bit in his statement. It sounds like Sergeant O'Brien was like, what the hell are your guys doing out there? You don't even know? And he's like, I had no idea what the hell's going on. Spoke with two of my team members separately. The part in the statement, see, this is going to take way too long to go through. But I'm hoping that maybe some of the lawyers might be watching and may have some questions about some of this stuff. I knew the photo was going to be a problem. Does he know Maureen? Maureen's calling him. He knows that area. He used to work GIS, Brown Melanson. Not saying that they worked together, I don't know. When he was in Bible Hill, did he respond to anything down there in Portapique at any time? Gabriel Wortman, Lisa Banfield? Is he aware of any of that? Seems to be a lot more going on than we're being told. Saw the police vehicle description. I saw be on the lookout. I checked my mobile workstation. I saw a Volo. Could not download the description of the vehicle. He didn't know it had. I don't think he ever did end up getting a picture, as best as I can tell. His stuff is very different. Let's see if I can find the statement. And I tried to line it up with the Colchester logs. It doesn't all jive completely. The GPS logs, because he says I had to stop alongside Brown and Melanson because they came rushing up right away. Brown and Melanson, by the way, who know the Fishers. There's so much more to this than it meets the eye. Let's see, McFarland. Bernard. McNeil. I don't have enough time to go through this. It's going to take a long time. And then it bleeds over into somewhat into Cobequid. And it's a lot more. Nick Dorrington, cert report. And then after they're sitting down at Brookfield, and he doesn't say anything. He just says, like, it made sense to me because I thought he might double back. That doesn't make a lot of sense. If you just heard about murders somewhere else. I think he's just, you have to read it. Read his statement. And I get a real impression that I could be wrong, but Corporal Peterson doesn't get a lot of respect. And anyway, so after Heidi happens, they sat in Brookfield for a while. And then they went down to Heidi's scene, where Bernard was sitting. And MacCallum, Peterson's the one who phones the fire department, I believe. And he has to tell the fire department to please stop using high pressure hoses because they're going to damage evidence. There's a lot of stuff. And I frankly, as soon as he said that he was Danko that night for Northeast Nova, I'm like, when did that happen exactly? So So he was formerly Danko, then becomes district commander for, so he's GIS, Danko, district commander Pictou, then appointed shortly before all this, Danko Northeast Nova, because Halliday's, what? And yet we're never told about this before? Really? He's the guy who gets all the photos from phone calls? Maureen seems to know. Are you guys not seeing something like questions here? A lot of questions. I suppose maybe you guys haven't read the statement, so, or some of you haven't. I shouldn't be presumptuous. I'm trying to find the Wayne Sutherland. Bruce Byers. The paper map. Where is it? Peterson interview. This is the one I have highlighted. This one. It's a very strange read, and it made me think a lot more about this business about Peterson being, trashed right away. We drove by him and he missed him. That's bullshit. You can calculate it out. He turned right around. He said, like, in his call logs, he's like, I told them exactly where I was gonna, like, where I was in case I got killed. Like, I'm gonna turn around right now. And at that point, I don't think there was any finger pointing at him because it was just this interview. And it reads way something different. And I'm like, why would you be sitting up in Brookfield and just telling him to wait? Just wait. There's terms like that. Just stay here. MacCallum is saying to him, just stay here. And I'm like, why would you stay somewhere that nothing is even happening? You go through his notes, MacCallum's notes. There's carbine casings down in at Heidi's scene. Sounds like a larger handgun may have also been used down there, plus the 9mm, which means it's an automatic cert report. Yet that never happened. Building. No, just stop here in Brookfield. Do you want to go there? What do you want to do? He keeps asking, what do you want to do? Bernard said Heidi was shot. I don't know if I knew Heidi was shot or Chad was shot at that point either. So I asked Addie, what do you want to do? Do you want to go there? And he said, no, just stop in Brookfield. So right by the train tracks, there's a little building. So we park beside that and I get out. I have my carbine. He didn't have his carbine at that point. So we stayed there basically just, and I had to agree with that because, in case this guy backtracks, this is Brookfield. and you just heard about Heidi being murdered. I had to agree with that because this guy backtracks. At least one road is covered, and I think updates about stuff, and they say, oh, they got him. The word, like, so that gives you an idea. In Enfield, he's in custody. That gives you an idea of how long they sat there. And Heidi is just down the road. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know. I'm just saying. Hunter Road. Type that. Or do you want to go and find Chad? I mean, it's a strange interview. So after Enfield, do you want to stop to go and find Chad? Let's go. Or what do you want to do, Peterson? Let's go find Chad where he must have known, because I think that's what he said. Let's go try to find. So how is it that they're sitting in the same car? And MacCallum seems to know about Chad being shot, but he doesn't. I don't know if at that point, this is after Heidi. I don't know if Chad was shot. And so I'm like, after they sit there after Enfield. So I'm like, what do you want to do? Let's go find Chad. Yeah, he must have known, because I think that's what he said. Let's go try. I think that's what we're try and find where Chad was, because he's the member that got shot. So we head towards Dewaggy. We couldn't find Chad anywhere, but that's 6 minutes away from where he got shot. And then we kept going, and then eventually we came to Shuby, where the intersection where Heidi was shot, and you could see the cars burning, and I pulled up and I saw Heidi blank. Darren Bernard, which is quite an interview, sat next to her, sitting at the guardrail. He's a tall guy. I mean, and I'm just like, this stuff is crazy. So I called the fire department, had them come, met them when they got out, had them put the fire out, or the car's fires at first. I said, there might be evidence here if you can avoid using high pressure hoses. He didn't know about a bumper. I don't think he even ever got a picture. He kept asking for it. His computer went down. We know the place, I think. Staff Sergeant MacCallum. Okay, he's in charge. He's the staff sergeant. I'm the corporal. So if he comes up, give me a quick briefing. And I think Terry and Terry Dave. Well, wait a second here. No, that's before. That's after. Okay, like here. I can't remember 100% clarity how the call came in. It's speaking about the Fishers. No MacCallum in the picture at this point. And I can't remember 100% clarity, but he was at a residence, and the complainant said that if he comes in, he's going to shoot him. So I stopped the vehicle, so I stopped. I had to turn around anyways, which is south of 104. I had to turn around because I know it was, I don't know if they gave the address over the air or not, but I wanted to map it on my computer. So he stopped. If you take the call, you can press the map and you can see exactly where on the GPS mapping system. But what happened was the computer went offline again. So for me, I need this information because that's going to help me form how I'm going to encounter this guy again or come up with a plan. So while I'm trying to log on or reboot the computer, and that takes a little bit of time, his GPS log doesn't indicate this at all, I see an unmarked car coming very fast towards me. And so it ended up being one of our cars. It was a black Nissan Altima. I think, Altima. They pulled up to where I was. So I was pulled off the road, stopped, trying to log on to the computer, trying to get the map, and it was on the car had pulled up on the side of the road, and on their own side of the road. So that's heading northbound. So we're a distance apart, and we're not right next to each other. And so so I saw it was Terry Brown and Dave Melanson. They were two plainclothes officers, and I said, Terry Brown, Dave Melanson, always at every scene. And I said, I'm trying to get on the damn computer working here so I can map it out. And he said, it's just up here. We're going to go. And then they take off. There's no conversation that I can remember. It's like, so they're in a rush. And as we're like vroom going, I said, hold on. They must have heard because they let off the gas. So I turned around, does the U-turn. And so on the radio, I think on the radio, which isn't on the logs, I think they're still traveling. I said, just pull over. I got to pull over right here. And they did. So I said, where is this place? It's this place up here. And Terry knew the place, I guess. He goes, oh, I know the place. It's right up here. Drive, the driveway goes up like this. So he's describing the driveway. They know them. And I said, okay, part of your training, da-da-da-da-da. I could just continue to read on. It's very strange. He talks about the Suburbans. Remember how I talked about the Suburbans the other day? He talks about two Suburbans before the TAV. He talks about Brown and Melanson going to the house before the TAV. How he's just sitting at the end of the road. Then MacCallum jumps in. MacCallum's like, I don't even, doesn't even know what really is going on. As in, there's no call. He doesn't seem to indicate about the nurses. That's when the call of the nurses came in. I think he said something like that. Nurses. Nurses. Yeah. I mean, I want to read the entire statement aloud to you guys and Bernard's statements. And I'm just like, why would you have him stop in Brookfield? It seems almost like he's not supposed to be anywhere, just waiting on the side of the road. Don't go down to, what's going on over in DeBird. Don't worry about that. He literally says something to that effect. He doesn't say it quite like that. Just go straight. Addie and I. So the people just scatter. He keeps talking about how he has no idea what's going on. So just everybody dispersed. They all sort of went their own directions. This is at Fisher's. I don't remember, though, all of this. I didn't hear the command post or the command center give any instructions at all. I was not privy to any of that. Huh? It's on the radio. I didn't hear any instructions. So I figure at that point, everything was, what was happening right now is the way it should be happening. So after they broadcast that the suspect wasn't up here anymore, then we hear Addie jumped in with me, Staff Sergeant Addie MacCallum. And he said, I'll jump in with you. Danko. Border. So people just scatter. I don't know where everybody went. But Addie and I said, what do you want to do? And he said, just go straight. And he said, Plains Road comes up here and intersects Highway 4, and we'll park there. And I said, okay. So I was pulled over, and he said, no, not here. Up further, he said. Up further. So we went up further to another road, and we parked there. I don't know. The GPS log shows that he goes to Lillian, but he doesn't mention anything about that. So I went, I think it was at this point that we were up there that I heard over the radio at this point. So everybody's already gone, right? But I thought they told us everybody went to go to Hunter Road. Chaotic voice saying, don't shoot, it's Ganon. Hold on a second here. Now we have the fire hall happening first. I think it was, I don't know what that was all about, but I don't know, somebody broadcast, okay, it's nobody's hurt or anything like that. Then after that, it was the call that we got about the shooting in DeBert. I think there were 2 ladies that got shot in DeBert. So there just happened to be sitting right around the corner from that. Everybody left. Now he gets the call after the fire hall about Lillian, or sorry, about Heather and Kristen. And I think the 2 ladies got shot. So from there, I think we stayed. We still stayed. I think we were at our location for quite a while. And me and Addie, because, he said, just stay here, which makes sense. Because if the guy is backtracking, he was going to come towards us, or he'd be out where we were posted. So it's quite a while afterwards. We're still there, and I don't know where anybody was. I didn't hear much traffic on the radio. I didn't hear any direction from the command post. And you might hear a few things here and there between the members, but, generally, we didn't have a handle on, I don't know where everybody was or whatnot. So I think we were there basically until Nick Dorrington says that there's a police car headed south, I think, in the Brookfield area. How long were they sitting up there? And I don't know if the members were directed to head that way or whatever, which was totally not where he was. Dorrington, who maligned him in the media. That's why I was pissed about that article that came out, because I'm like, oh, I'm seeing something going on here. Nick Dorrington, who serves underneath him, Corporal Rodney Peterson, the 3 amigos, say the police car is headed south. I think it's in the Brookfield area. And I don't know if the members were directed to head that way or whatnot. They decided on their own. I remember Addie said, no, let's go now. Okay. So I remember going down the highway, and my vehicle's slower than others. So people were and passing police cars. They were passing us, right? And so we were passed, and then we went to Highway 10. So we're on Highway 104. 104 intersects with Highway 102. Now we're heading towards Halifax. So just all these police cars are passing us and whatnot. And so he said, because it's a Tahoe, so it's a lot slower, just turn the lights off. Just turn the lights off, he said, because we had our lights and sirens, and it's just a highway, so there's no point. What? And I said, well, what do you want to do? And he said, park in Brook. Let's go stop at the exit. I thought he meant Millbrook. And he said, no. The next one. He said, Brookfield. I said, okay. And we went there. And so I'm like, do you want to just, I think there was at some point, maybe before that, we learned that Heidi was shot. Darren Bernard and Heidi was shot. And Darren Bernard said Heidi was shot. And I don't know if Chad was even shot at that point either. So I asked Addie, what do you want to do? Do you see what I'm seeing? Oh, they're fucking messing with this. I mean, I'm just like, what in the hell is with this statement? Was it Peterson that Nick blew by and gave the finger to going too slow? I have no idea. Brown and Melanson and Dorrington seem to be everywhere. Well, and through this interview, you learn that Corporal Rodney Peterson, who didn't drive really far down the road, it doesn't work that way. He did turn around like fairly quickly. And he said, like, I just wanted to inform. Everything he talks about is logical. I talked it through with somebody who knows. And they're like, yeah, no, that seems all logical. He's going through his checklist. He's getting his stuff organized. He's ready to go mentally. He's like, and he turned around and he's like, I just want to let you guys know where I am in case something happens. Why? Because he was going to go in solo. And then the computer isn't functioning. They won't tell him over the air. Things aren't lining up at all. Now, I don't know if that's just because time has gone by, but it's very different.
Will resume in 2 minutes.
And clearly, that is most apparent. Rodney Peterson, Corporal Rodney Peterson, was circumnavigated by his subordinates, who were Constable Dorrington, Lafferty, and McDonald, Rodney McDonald, who MacCallum was referring to. And they just happened to come in, even though they just basically got off shift and didn't tell their superior. And were told by somebody from Amherst Police Department. They were just like, well, you know, nobody called us in, but we'll just go. It's not the way things work. Dorrington, who then stayed working until 5 p.m. Dorrington, who was down on Cobequid before, in his notes, he records that he had a wellness check. And he didn't go back and do it. Screwy stuff, man. Real screwy. And it gets even screwier because there is something very interesting I learned through all this. And the world is a small place, I'll tell you. I thought they were never break the chain of command. No. They're not supposed to do that. They weren't on call. So they weren't supposed to be in until the next morning. The next morning at 7 o'clock. But somehow the three amigos, because some sergeant, Joby, over in Amherst Police Department said something to a brief conversation, as it was referred to McDonald, I believe, who then called Lafferty. Who then and also called Dorrington, but didn't call their superior and say, "Hey, do you think we should go in?"
The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. Yes, thank you, commissioners. With the return of the witness, I understand that.
Give me one moment, please.
Lawyers, counsel to speak, ask questions. Mr. Bryson, Mr. McCullen, and then Ms. McPhee. That's acceptable.
A lot of questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Burrow.
That they should be asking right now. Lots.
We'll have the witness come back. Okay. Thank you again, Staff Sergeant MacCallum. The three counsel will be asking you some questions, and the first counsel is Mr. Josh Bryson, and each counsel will kindly let the witness know their retainer. Thank you. So they'll let you know who they're representing each time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant.
Oh, Mr. Bryson.
I was going to introduce myself. You know my name. There we go. But I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided in Cobequid Court within Portapique. So my question is, I just have a few questions, and it's around Cobequid Court within Portapique. Now, do you recall making any decisions with respect to Cobequid Court at all during your tenure in command?
No, I don't remember anything specific to Cobequid Court.
Okay, so I just want to take a look at one of these boards that I think you indicated you saw these boards that were at the command post. This is just one. This is the one for Cobequid Court. Commissioners, this is an exhibit already. It's COM 10705. Do you recognize this board here? There's several of them. There's another one, and they're all exhibited now. There's one for Orchard Beach Drive with some addresses on it, Portapique Beach Road with some addresses on it. So this one is blank. Do you recall seeing this board at the command post at any time?
Not that one specifically, no.
Okay, so do you have any information about its creation at all?
All I can tell you is that the boards that would go up on the wall would be done either by the CIC or the scribe to fill in the data. I don't remember those ones specific. The ones I remember were the ones that I had a little bit more of a part to play in, and not these ones.
Okay. And did you return to Portapique or make any decisions with respect to Portapique after you left for Wentworth at 9:42?
I'm sorry?
Did you make any decisions in regards to Portapique after leaving for Wentworth at roughly 9:42?
No.
So you didn't return?
No, I did not.
Okay. And do you recall any discussions about Cobequid Court upon your commencement at roughly 10:40 to 9:42 a.m.?
The only, and this is just a recollection, was that when I was gathering the information about houses that had either been evacuated or visited by officers, that Cobequid Court was one on the list. I couldn't tell you how many there were or the civic number, but that strikes me as that was one of the addresses that I was given.
Okay. And the hand-drawn map that you had referenced in your direct evidence, what use were you making of the hand-drawn map, the photocopy? Sorry, this is not the photocopy. This was the hand-drawn map that was found in the command post. Do you recall that particular map?
No, everything I had was printed or photocopied off of an actual published book of the sorts. I don't remember ever there being a hand-drawn map.
Okay, so you don't recall seeing one or because there are officer names by it to indicate where certain officers were at various points in time, but no.
No, I had nothing to do with that.
Okay, great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. MacCallum?
Good evening, Staff Sergeant MacCallum. My name is Matt McClellan, and along with my colleagues at Patterson Law, we represent the families of the majority of the families of the victims and those individuals most affected by this tragedy. I have a few questions. I don't think we'll be too long this evening. My first area is really a clarification on something that was mentioned earlier. And I'm going to be paraphrasing what I understand some of your evidence to be, or to have been from earlier. So please correct me if I'm misstating anything you had previously said. I understood that it was, I'm going to say Sunday, April 19th, when you had first had an opportunity to look at some pictometry imagery of Portapique. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And even in the black and white image, you saw what appeared to be a trail or some kind of path, which we now know to be the Blueberry Field Road. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And when asked if that would have impacted your containment efforts or your containment-related decisions overnight on the 19th, you had said that it would. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so my question is a fairly broad but important one. How do you think having that information more contemporaneous to the 19th would have impacted your containment related decisions?
So if I knew, or if I had more information to show that there was another way to exit with a vehicle realistically from the area, I would have mentioned or pointed out to our command team while making containment that we should have containment where it exits. And like in that specific situation, I know now that that Blueberry Field Road connects to Browns Loop. So we would have some containment tighter up to Browns Loop so that if a vehicle came out of there, we would be able to respond and stop it.
Were you aware of what containment points were already set up around Portapique by the time you would have came on duty?
Yes, I was shown basically on a photocopy map. And then when I got kids running, I was able to see where the cars were. A number of those cars were now longer occupied by the members because they were on foot. But yes, I did have an idea where containment was.
Were you aware that containment points east of Portapique were not set up until roughly midnight that night, or early the morning of the 19th?
I can't say when I knew that. When I looked at the mapping, I saw that there were members there. So I guess that could spell to the point that that was maybe close to midnight.
And so it's fair to say then, and I'm not going to throw hypotheticals at you for the remainder of this, but one additional one, had you known two additional things, one had that image from pictometry and had been aware that the east was uncontained for up until midnight, would those two pieces of information combined have affected your containment decisions into the evening?
Yes.
So you were, and I think you had touched on this, you were tasked with the evacuation efforts, or some of the tasks related to evacuation of the residents of Portapique, correct?
So my task was to build a list of what houses we knew to be occupied, which ones that we knew possibly were crime scenes, and also which ones that people had already left. So just trying to build of where people were in the community.
Did you interact with any of the residents as they were being evacuated?
No, I did not.
And you weren't tasked with gathering intelligence from residents?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware if anybody was speaking with residents? I know you weren't tasked with it. You weren't aware if anybody had spoken to residents about alternate routes or possible trails that individuals could travel on in and out of Portapique?
No, and I guess to clarify, do you mean immediately, or because they were interviewed later on and I'm not sure what was in the body of all their interviews?
Sorry, I mean immediately.
Pardon?
Immediately. So contemporaneous to the 19th, whether anybody was tasked with interviewing residents or speaking with residents about alternate routes, understanding that there were some mapping difficulties overnight.
No, the only thing that I was aware of is that anyone that needed to go to the evacuation station, that the two sergeants that were there were canvassing for any potential witnesses and identification so we could reach them for statements later.
You had an opportunity to speak with the Blair and McCulley children, correct?
No.
Am I mistaken? Okay. So you did not see the Blair and McCulley children at the command post in Great Village?
No.
You had said previously that you had become aware of Andrew and Kate McDonald's presence in Portapique and their what had happened to them, say 3:30 a.m. on the 19th, right?
Yes.
So once you had learned that the McDonalds had encountered the perpetrator, what did you do with that information?
So that information went through Steve Halliday and CIC towards MCU, and MCU was tasked to conduct interviews, and I believe they did approximately an hour later at the hospital.
Were you aware if the critical incident commanders were knew about Andrew and Kate McDonald prior to you, or prior to 3:30 a.m., I should say?
No, that first that I ever heard about them was when I had the debriefing with the members. So if anybody else had that knowledge, I never heard it from them.
And you didn't delegate anybody to follow up with them at the hospital?
I didn't personally, because my understanding was MCU had been tasked with the interviews when they were at the hospital, and my understanding was shot and he suffered fairly serious injuries, so I didn't know when they'd be able to interview them, but MCU was tasked with that.
I'd like to transition now to, you had discussed your understanding of what your role was as, potentially for lack of a better term, the liaison with strategic communications. We understand from Ms. Scanlan's evidence this morning, you may or may not be aware, that in such an instance or incident, there is a requirement for somebody with Stratcoms to liaise with and get approvals from CIC or a commander in the field. Is that your understanding of what's required in these incidents?
So with most media releases, even as a district commander, comms will come back and say, you know, is this accurate? Is this what you wanted to say? Is this, you know, with translation? So typically there is somebody for approval, yes.
And so you had mentioned earlier that you understood that once you had relayed information about the mock cruiser and provided the photo, and again, correct me if I'm mistaken on this, that your involvement with strategic communications had ended once you had provided that information and directions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you were tasked to liaise with Stratcoms by Staff Sergeant Halliday.
Yes.
And were you provided any instructions as to what that role entailed?
Yes, just to make sure that the information that I possessed was relayed to Stratcoms, and that to help with the wording of what the media release would be. And that basically that was it, and that's what I did.
And so it was limited to that. You were not instructed to, say, monitor social media to ensure that messaging was accurate or anything to that effect?
No.
I'd just like to look at what, you know, approximately around 8 a.m., give or take, this is a pretty crucial time in terms of your communications with Stratcom. So I just want to go through what was known at that time.
Sure.
So you would have known that it had been a long time since anybody had put eyes on the perpetrator.
Yes.
I don't know if at that time you would have known it was approximately 10:25 and that was Andrew and Kate McDonald.
Yeah, I don't know if I know the exact timing of it, but it obviously had been a while.
And you had known that Lisa Banfield had stated that the perpetrator had loaded his vehicle with guns.
Yes.
And that she stated he was going to Dartmouth to potentially kill her sister.
Yes.
And you were aware that there was no silent patrolman or firearms in the cruisers that were found burnt out in Portapique.
Right, approximately at 8 o'clock.
Yes. I think it was around 6:45 or 7 a.m. you had called Halifax Regional and said, and this is from your interview, quote, "We don't know where he is. There's a strong possibility he's out," unquote. That's saying that. And that there was a bolo that had gone out about 8:07 stating that he could, quote, "be anywhere in the province." And you're aware of these things?
Yes.
So I suppose with all that in mind, at 8 a.m., you were aware of the importance of having the information about the mock cruiser go out to the public in fairly short order.
So around 8 o'clock, so, and I'm going to just break that time period down. And I don't remember exactly in the chronological order, but when I had my conversation with Ms. Scanlan, I didn't have the information yet that neither one of the burnt Tauruses was not the fully marked cruiser that had a silent patrolman in it. That information hadn't reached me yet. So that information, I think Ms. Scanlan and I left the conversation saying that I'm not sure if this car's been recovered yet. It may be. I'm waiting for that information. So that's what I knew around then. It wasn't until our next conversation that we were able to clarify that.
Right. But that was clarified.
Yes, yes, it was.
And could you, estimate around what time that would have been made clear?
When she called me back with a draft of a media release, and I think that was around 8:35, 8:40.
And so is it fair to say that after 8:35, 8:40, you had assumed that information had gone out to the public?
Yes.
And so you wouldn't have had any reason to check back to double check that it had gone out. That was your understanding.
That's right. That mine was to help craft it and provide them the photos. And I never had any indication that any follow-up was needed for my behalf.
And part of your understanding was that it was important that this go out fairly soon.
Absolutely.
Just a few more questions. It might not even be that many. So it was sometime after about 9:40. It was just before that you went to you got in Constable Hubley's vehicle to attend the scene in Wentworth, correct?
Yes.
Or sorry, Glenholm.
Yes.
And we're aware, I'm not going to bring it up, that there was an email that was sent to approve content of a tweet. At that time, you hadn't reassigned or assigned anybody else or delegated anybody else to be the communications liaison with Stratcoms, correct?
Well, no, because I'll be honest, I never realized that I was, to be honest. I was asked to do a certain task to help formulate that. When I'm done, no different than some of my other tasks. When I was done, I understood that I was done with that.
So you wouldn't have been checking your phone or email because you weren't thinking, I'm going to get emails about
No,
tweets.
no, I noticed the email after everything had settled later on. And I did get a phone call from comms when I was laying in a ditch with a number of other members. And I think one of the tweets that went out might have been me verbatim. But that was the only other contact I had with comms after I left the command post.
Right, because at no point were you told that this is now your role in perpetuity throughout, or that is
Correct.
the role. That's all my questions. Staff Sergeant MacCallum, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MacCallum. Ms. McPhee?
Good afternoon. It's Patricia McPhee representing the Attorney General of Canada. I just have one question for you today. Given your experience in policing and given the Commissioner's forward-looking mandate, do you have any thoughts or opinions or suggestions that you'd like the Commissioners to take into consideration with respect to perhaps some of the challenges that face policing agencies today, or improvements that could be made in that regard on a broader scale?
So something that I don't think any police officer would not say they haven't noticed over the last several decades, but it's something that I thought about a lot in the years afterwards, after Portapique. But like, policing is, we are the community. We are an extension of the community, and to do that, we have to have communication, we have to have interaction. And the role of police officer has become so muddled in the last decade that we're losing focus on that. And if there's one thing that I could ask or even try to have any input on, is that police officers are asked to be something to everyone. We're going to calls for service that are probably better suited for non-police officers. And some of the training that we're asked to do it's extremely time consuming. I think the last stat I saw was that the average police officer in North America spends between 300 and 350 hours a year in training. And to me, some of that training is critical. So if you looked at our mandate of public safety and the primacy of duty, maybe if we could spend our time working on that, training for that annually, instead of every 2 years, every 3 years. And I know I can just speak for my officers, is that they want to be out in the public. They want to be driving around to River John and Blue Mountain and areas that are deep into the rural area, but they're crushed beneath tasks and paperwork and requests and files for assistance, where it's obviously that's just not I don't think it's a good use of police officers' time. And I don't think there'd be a RCMP or a municipal police officer anywhere that wouldn't agree with that. We've just kind of become muddled. And if we could have that time, we really don't need any more police officers. We really don't need any more money. We just need more time to do the job that we're supposed to be doing. And if there was anything I could do, if we could unshackle our officers to be able to do that, I think we would we'd get back to where we need to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee. Mr. Burrow?
And that would appear to be all the questions from council today, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. Commissioner Fitch?
Staff Sergeant, thank you very much for all that you've shared with us so far. And thank you to Participant Council and to Commission Council Burrow for asking very good questions. So I don't have a lot for you. One I do have is more, I think, there's actually a couple, but I think they've been pretty well asked. So I think second thought, I'm gonna park a couple of those. But one I do have is, you had mentioned at one point that there were times in the command post that you had that you were having discussions about potential theories, which is a good thing to do, right? Looking at different theories to contemplate. So my question is that during your time in the command post, did you have regular touch base with the critical incident commander, your fellow staff sergeants, to have those discussions? And stemming from any of those discussions, was there time taken to put any potential actions on the boards so that they were tasked and followed up on and actioned?
So yes, there were a number of times. The command post wasn't very big, so we were always within earshot of each other. And we would routinely, look at what's changed. Has anything changed? And if we have to do a certain action, is it necessary? Is it required? Do we have to do it now? And we would look at that. And some things did get put up on the board. So one topic that got parked earlier, and I'm sorry if I missed this with Participants Council, when they asked about evacuation, because I never saw that particular document, but one was always, do we continue to have shelter in place? Do we start evacuation? And we would go back to that every hour, and it was like, we don't know where he is, and there's still some activity. So we can't bring them out there just as safe as they are now. So things like that were being put on the board, but that was the scribe and the CIC that were doing the writing, so I can't say that I know exactly what was written on the board.
We've had a lot of experience over the years and have been involved in some very serious critical incidents, and I expect have had some, even though you're not a critical incident commander, have been in command posts at some of these previous events. In your estimation, the command post operations, was it organized in such a way that there was space for regular briefs between the people that were there?
Yes, so there was, I mean, it was one big room, and then there's one side office, and there would be routine, like a breakout to have those conferences. And down below, we had converted a kitchen to a tasking area. So whoever we were bringing in for tasks, we would have that quiet area to be able to do that. I hope that answers your question.
It did, thank you. Key decisions, key decision points, were they being captured on the boards for anybody in the command post to see?
I don't remember them being put on the board, to be honest. I remember the scribe that was there whenever there was a key decision point, making notes on it. And if I'm not mistaken, in one of the documents afterwards, I did see that there was a list of decision points. I assume that came from the scribe's notes.
Okay, but they weren't, to your recollection, posted anywhere in the command post for others to see?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, so it's basically a situational update.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that. You know, I believe there was some SMEAC up on the board, but I don't remember what was being put for updates.
Would something like the McDonald's presence at the head of Portapique Beach Road and their trip to the hospital and the recovery of the shell casing be something that would be typically shared as significant information that should be posted and shared within the command post?
I would say that it would. The fact that we would have witnesses, victims, and you know, something would have to be done. They would have to be escorted to the hospital. If they weren't escorted to the hospital, we'd meet them there, and you know, we would be trying to get information from them. A gap happened from the time that they had that tragic incident till they were recognized, that information came out. So yeah, I believe that would be a good thing.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one last question, is building on Ms. McPhee's question about the forward-looking. Recognizing that you had a few areas of frustration, as you've expressed today, specifically around the use of technology and trying to get into kids and pictometry, et cetera. Were you invited to, at any point in time, an after-action debrief, not to be mistaken for a critical incident stress debriefing,
Right.
but one specifically around operations that is forward-looking in terms of kind of analyzing things that could have gone a little bit better during the incident?
No, I don't believe I was part of that. I believe I was mainly the stress debriefs, and then other members of the command team and CIC, I believe, were involved in that one, and I returned to my substantive role.
Great, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you. Just a couple questions as well about containment, and I appreciate it's before you got to the detachment around 11. But I know you were looking at the maps once you were able to look at good ones. There's a radio transmission at 10:44 where Staff Sergeant Rehill tasked Constable Carroll with containment at Hillview Lane. Do you recall knowing anything about someone being tasked to be at Hillview Lane?
No, because when I became first aware, I believe Constable Carroll was on the west side of the scene and two other officers had taken up the east side. So if there had been anything prior to that, I wasn't aware of it.
And you don't recall knowing about something called Hillview Lane on the eastern side of Portapique along Highway 2?
So, and I may have my terminology mixed up, but Constable Dorrington and it's terrible, I cannot think of his name.
Lafferty?
Lafferty, I should know, he was my neighbor. When I saw them where they were parked, I thought it was a different name, and it could very well have been Hillside Lane, but the one that sticks in my mind was, I said it earlier, I just can't pull it up right now.
That's okay. And there was also the radio transmission of Constable Colford at 10:48, alerting people coming from the east, from Milford, that there was another way out. And that radio transmission seems to not have registered with anybody. And I just wondered if you were made aware of it at any point.
I never heard it. I didn't know about that.
I appreciate, again, it was before you
Yeah.
arrived, but I just wondered if you
No.
were made aware of it at any point.
The only thing that I can say about exits that came to my attention was that there was one witness or one evacuee that information got back saying that there was only one way out, something about unless they had a boat or if they could swim, something of that nature. That was the only thing I remember anybody ever mentioning about exits or entrances to the community.
Okay. And then at that debriefing with the IRD members at 3:30 in the morning, who was present when Constable Patton told you about the McDonald's?
I believe that was just me. So Staff Halliday and Staff
West?
No, not Staff West. Staff West was busy out in the main room. Staff Halliday and Staff Carroll. The three of us met them, brought them into the side room, and then we depart, like just at sometimes or the other one of us would talk with them, the other would step out. And so when I was there with the map, I believe I was the last one of the command team with them. And it was like an afterthought. Like I was just telling them, you know, make your notes. Tomorrow will be a big day, get some rest. And Constable Patton handed me the bullet and gave me that information. I don't believe anyone else was with me at that time.
Okay. And do you recall him mentioning anything to you about their mention of the perpetrator being in what looked to them to be a police car?
No.
That wasn't mentioned. Okay.
No.
And then you said you then conveyed that information about the McDonald's up to whom in the triangle?
I'm sorry?
To whom did you then convey the information about the McDonald's? You said you passed
yes,
it up.
to the entire command team and the CIC. Everybody's right there, just outside the room. And I said, you know, are we aware that there's some victims that are at the hospital? And it was news to everybody right then.
So, so Staff Halliday appeared surprised upon hearing that?
Staff Halliday was surprised. Staff West was surprised. Staff Carroll was surprised.
Okay. Okay. And that was at 3:30?
Give or take, yes.
Right. Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. I just have one question flowing from the answer you gave to Ms. McPhee. And did I understand you correctly to say that as a recommendation for us that you recognize the fact that police officers today are asked to do things that they aren't best equipped to do or not necessarily should have to do? Did I understand that?
I don't know if I'm allowed to make a recommendation to you or not, but in my in my opinion. The time, there's only so many hours in a day, only so many hours in a shift for a police officer, and we're spending it on far too many things that are outside our mandate. It's not law enforcement, where it's public safety, and we're locked away in offices doing reports, and a judicial system where we're asked to provide so many things, not just disclosure, but so many things. COVID checks, VIN verifications, so many files, calls for service that really, they don't need to go to a police officer. They can go, there should be another mechanism to handle it.
Are you including mental health checks there as well?
So mental health, if someone could say tomorrow that I didn't have to have any of my officers go to mental health, I think I'd give up 2 positions. So that's like, I know there's a certain time where mental health and public safety intersect, but for the most part, the 10-12% of our call volume that we deal with mental health, there must be another way to deal with that.
And the other thing you've identified, which I did not pick up the first time, is administration. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I had. But I do want to thank you so much, sir, for coming here today and sharing the important information you have. We have a very difficult task to perform, and you've helped us today, so we're greatly appreciative of that, and thank you for that, and you're free to go. Thank you.
It falls to me to close out the day as it generally does. And I just want to thank you all for sticking with us again for a bit of a longer day. Witnesses that we've heard from today have helped us build our understanding of what happened and broaden our understanding of our CMP systems and processes, contributing to our work to understand why and how this has happened, and how we can make recommendations to improve things in the future. We do thank Lia Scanlan and Staff Sergeant Addie MacCallum again for being here to assist us with their recollections and perspectives, which have been very useful. Tomorrow, Commission Council will share 4 new foundational documents about air support, Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP, an overview of 911 call taking and dispatch in Nova Scotia and radio communications in Nova Scotia, and to support the radio FD foundational document. We'll have a witness panel to assist us in understanding the operation of the radio system in Nova Scotia. The panelists, the witnesses on the panel will be Trevor McLeod, who's Director of Public Safety Radio and PTT Engineering and Operations with Bell Mobility. Matthew Boyle, Director of Public Safety and Field Communications for the Province of Nova Scotia. Todd Brown, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Public Safety and Field Communications, also with the Province of Nova Scotia. And I understand that we'll also be hearing from Christian Gallant. And I apologize, I don't have a current title, but I gather from the foundational document presented yesterday that he's a civilian RCMP member who was acting informatics officer in April 2020. Following that, if everyone is still standing, we're going to have some submissions from participants. So we will of course value that as we do. So another full day, everyone. We do hope you get some rest and take care driving home or getting to where you're going. And we thank you again for your engagement, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until June the 9th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Well, that was one of the biggest days ever in terms of stuff. And I can't underscore how much stuff MacCallum didn't get asked. Like a lot. He knows people down there. He knows the area. He's getting phone calls. He's using his personal email. He's sending himself pictures. Where's he getting the pictures from? He knows about Blueberry Field Road. He was babysitting Peterson by the looks of it. Lot of questions. Tons of questions. Where did the picture come from? What time? I mean, they didn't even really ask him. What was it? They asked him finally. I was like, ask him, did he let Scanlan? No. Because he's like, well, I just said, don't worry about it until I find out. Well, did you let him know so that they could send the alert? And the answer eventually came out in a roundabout way. Well, no. That Scanlan phoned him. So then he told her, oh, that's a period of time right there. Even if we go believing all of their hullabaloo. Purposely ignoring dash cam screams RCMP to Gab. Yeah. I mean, I things are very clear to me, and I know that I'm opinionated and I express it not in a way that people understand. I don't think, by and large. That's my fault. I don't know. I can't figure out how. But I just know too much about this shit. And I know that you guys all do too. I'm not discounting that. Look at the way any RCMP officer who responds, I mean, they go into the skirts, the shields up, whatever they can drag out. I mean, even here, he's like, oh, well, actually, we don't need toys, because they all know that you guys are seeing the excuses that they're throwing out and aren't believing them anymore. It's not the money. It's not the, we need more of this and more of that and blah, blah, blah. So now it's, well, actually, we feel kind of handcuffed. That's the problem. That's not what the problem is. If he was telling the truth, 100%, not that I'm saying that he's lying. I don't like to say those things, but every single RCMP officer knows, this is not an issue that I want to obviously get into too much, but every single RCMP officer knows how horrific the RCMP is on its own members and mental health problems. Yet every single member never mentions that. That's a red flag. So when he's sitting there and he's like, well, the mental health is from other stuff, you know, it's from outside influences, it's from your own institution. And if you can't utter those words, you know where they sit. You know what system they're playing for. Because that's the truth. One only needs to look at the statistics on how many are run out on mental health. It is out of control. So if you can't say that even exists, then you know they're keeping a lot of stuff from you. Commissioners in reserve, RCMP. That one though, it's going to take me a long time to dissect. And frankly, it's going to take a long time, period. But his, funnily enough, was even more than hers. Way bigger. What are you doing? But it doesn't come across that way. Doesn't come across that way. But he is a very, very big person. Why wouldn't you debrief him? He's one of the biggest players. He's the Danko. He knows the area. He knows people down there. He was with Peterson. He was first the senior officer on scene with Heidi. Didn't discuss anything to do with that. Nothing. He referred to sitting in a ditch. I don't know where he's sitting in a ditch. I don't know anywhere. Maybe it happened prior to him coming to the Fishers, but not afterward. There'll be no sitting in the ditch there. He was sitting in the car. There's a major disconnect between Peterson's statement and MacCallum's statement, Dorrington's statement, Lafferty's statement, and Rodney McDonald's statement, the three amigos. They don't line up. The GPS doesn't line up. The call logs don't line up. There's something very wrong. Clearly, people aren't telling the truth. It has to be weeded out. Who? Because I think I have my opinion, so I'm just going to leave it there. But anyway, start at 9:33, end at 5:41. Total time, 8 hours, 8 minutes. Working time, 5 hours, 45 minutes versus 2 hours and 24 minutes of caucus. Wow. So you basically get a quarter of it is caucus. Kick. Thank you very much, Julia. Yep. After this, we all need mental health. Yes. Fuck, that reminds me. I do have to take time. My head is exploding. Whoa. Trauma. And I'm just a nothing peon without losing family members. My God. I was really surprised by the lawyer's questions. I don't know if they were just soft soaping or I don't know even what's really going on. I do know I have some feelings on certain things about certain people, but anyway, I do know that Mr. McNeil is a hero. I know the families, are soldiers. They've got to go through all this. Some of them don't want it. Some of them aren't. I don't know. But God protect them all, because this is really bad. Really, really bad. And they need answers. Someone may not want them now, but they will at some point, I'm sure. I think a list of workable responses they're allowed to use depending on what. Absolutely. Oh, we just need more toys. Oh, it's mental health. Oh, it's the radio bonging out. Oh, the technology's not there. Oh, we need more toys. Oh, we need more staff. I just forgot. I didn't look. I didn't open my email. I didn't know Twitter takes comments. What are you talking about? What's social media? Which is too bad, because I was feeling kind of invigorated before they came back. But anyway, fair enough. On with another day. Where was the NPF today? I don't know. What is her name again? Naja something or something like that. You're going to have Martini go unwind to your favorite adult dating site. Sad. Say, excuse me. Was that a burp? A big burp from a little dog. God bless the 23. Yes, absolutely. Nash. All right. Thank you very much. Tomorrow should be a real barn burner. That's terrible wording. Tomorrow should be really exciting. They skated And that's why she was smiling. They skated today. Oh, there's so much. I wish I could just give my brain away. Probably I would find out I'm wrong about some of it, but Jesus. Anyway, God bless you all. Skating. God bless you all. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless the 23.